I didn't always work as a park ranger. A few years ago, I was just a guy trying to get away from a life that had fallen completely apart. I won't get into all the personal stuff, but the short version is I had just ended a long relationship with someone who made everything feel like walking on broken glass. And the breakup wasn't even the painful part. It was the weight that settled in afterward. That weight of being used to pain and then having nothing left in its place. That cold, hollow ache that doesn't scream at you, but whispers until you're sick of yourself. At the time, I was staying in a cheap cabin not far from the edge of Rocky Mountain National Park in Colorado. I wasn't working. I wasn't talking to many people. I wasn't really eating right or sleeping well. I'd wake up, drink half a pot of coffee, maybe eat something, and then hike. Alone. Sometimes on trails. Mostly not. I didn't want to be around anyone. Being alone in the woods felt like the only time I could actually breathe. There was one day in particular that still feels like it doesn't belong to the rest of my life. Not because of something magical or unexplainable. There were no ghosts or creatures or lights in the sky. Just something real, something sharp that showed me how close we all skate to a different kind of edge when we're out in the backcountry with no plan and no one waiting for us to return. I remember it was early March. There was still a lot of snow, especially at elevation, but the sun was out and the wind had calmed down. That day, I left early, just after sunrise, with no real idea where I was going. I had my usual gear, a day pack, a thermal jacket, gloves, small first aid kit, knife, trail mix, a few bottles of water, and my old Nikon that I only use for personal shots. I wasn't following any marked trail. I just kept walking, drawn toward the horizon like something was pulling me forward. I'd crossed a frozen stream before noon. I didn't test the ice properly. My boot went through, and I slipped, my leg crashing into the shallow water underneath. It soaked me up to the thigh. I sat there as half submerged in water and just muttered something bitter to myself. Not even angry, just tired. Too tired to care. That should have been a moment I turned around, but I didn't. I didn't even look back toward the car. I stood up, adjusted my wet pants as best I could, and kept climbing higher. The water started to freeze stiff on my pants as I gained elevation, but the movement kept me warm enough. I didn't know why I was still going. Maybe part of me didn't want to go back down. Maybe I wanted to disappear for a while. The terrain started getting steeper after a while. Trees thinned out the higher I climbed, but the wind kicked up again near the top of one long, narrow ridge. That's where it happened. I stepped over a small patch of icy scree, and something long and pale flashed beneath me, just for a second. My heart jumped. I took a step back and looked down. It was a leg bone. At first, I thought it was a deer or elk. Not uncommon in the backcountry. But this was too clean, too straight. It looked too human. I crouched down to look closer and brushed off the dusting of snow from around it. That's when I saw the others. About 3 feet away from the leg bone, hidden between two small mounds of rock and snow, was a partial spine. It was mostly intact, though missing the skull. There were other scattered bones, ribs, what looked like another leg bone, maybe part of the pelvis, spread out in a rough circle, almost like they'd been arranged by wind or water over time, or pulled into place by scavengers. I remember just standing there for a long time. Not scared, not shocked, just still. Something about seeing human remains up close like that quiets everything inside of you. There's no music in your head, no voice narrating what you're supposed to do. Just a vacuum, like the air around you is thicker. I didn't smell anything. No rot, no fresh blood. I saw no signs of clothing, no shoes, no backpack, no wallet or gear. That was the strangest part. Just bare, weathered bone, like whatever happened had happened a long time ago. The bones weren't chewed down like they'd been completely devoured by animals, but they had markings, scratches, grooves on the ends of the ribs like something had tried to tear into them. I didn't have any formal forensics training, but I'd seen enough in ranger briefings and survival manuals to know that this wasn't a clean death. I crouched to get a couple pictures with my camera, not out of morbid curiosity, more like documentation. That's what we're trained to do now. Observe, record, report. At least that was the plan. But something kept me from pulling out my phone or using my GPS to mark the location. I don't know if I was worried about what I'd find out, or if part of me wanted to pretend I didn't find it at all. My mind kept trying to explain it. Some hiker who got lost. Someone unprepared for the winter. Fell, broke something, died from exposure. Happens more than people realize. But still, no clothes? After a while, I stood up and scanned the top of the ridge. It was quiet. No birds. No wind now. That silence again, just pressing down. I turned and started down the hill slowly. I told myself I'd hike back out, call it in, let someone else come deal with it. But halfway down, maybe a few hundred feet from where the bones had been, I stopped. I turned around and looked back up the hill. It was stupid. I knew that. But something about the bones felt unfinished. I told myself it might be a good idea to check again, maybe see if there were any signs of gear or ID that I'd missed the first time. I told myself that if it was me lying up there, I want someone to try a little harder. So I turned back. I got about 5 steps up when I froze. There was movement near the top, just a soft crunch of snow under weight and the slow, deliberate sound of something shifting, like a foot repositioning in deep snow. Then nothing. I stared up the hill for a long time. Didn't move. Didn't breathe. The sound hadn't come from where the bones were. It was off to the right, just past a boulder that jutted out like a stone shoulder from the side of the ridge. I didn't see anything, but I didn't have to. I knew there was something up there. Could have been a mountain lion. Could have been a bear coming out of torpor. Could have been something else entirely. But I didn't stick around to figure it out. I turned and headed back down, faster this time. Not running, not yet. Just fast, deliberate steps, watching every foot placement so I didn't slip again. Didn't matter. When I got to the stream at the bottom, the same one I'd fallen into earlier, I tried to leap it this time. Bad idea. My foot caught on an icy patch, and I fell in again. This time it soaked my whole side. The water was so cold it felt hot for a second, and then just numb. I scrambled out, cursing under my breath, and kept moving. My camera clunked against my chest with every step. My gloves were wet now, too. My breath came in short gasps as I hiked back out of the canyon and toward where I thought I'd left my car. I didn't stop once. When I finally reached the dirt road, my car was parked where I left it, half dusted with snow. I stood there for a long time before unlocking the door, just staring at the trees, trying to decide what to do next. Back at the cabin, I stripped off my soaked gear and stood in a hot shower until my skin turned red. My heart was still hammering. It took hours for me to feel like I was back in my own body again. I didn't sleep that night, just laid there, staring at the ceiling. The next morning, I called it in anonymously. Used a payphone outside a gas station a few towns over. Told them there were what looked like human remains somewhere near a ridge northwest of the creek basin. Gave rough coordinates. Didn't give my name. A week later, I checked the local paper. There was a short article buried on the 3rd page. Hiker stumbled on partial skeletal remains. Under investigation. No ID confirmed. Foul play not ruled out. That was it. Months passed. I eventually left Colorado, got help, cleaned up my life. Took a ranger position in a different state. More structured trails. Easier terrain. I never talked about what happened. Never brought it up at any of our briefings. But it stayed with me. Not the bones. The silence. That moment before I heard the crunch of snow. That dead silence where the forest held its breath. That space just big enough for something to be watching you. I've seen a lot out here. Lost hikers. Broken bones. Torn up campsites. But nothing ever made me feel the way I did on that hill, like I was close to something ancient and cold and completely uninterested in me, except maybe as a meal. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't a myth. It was just the wild. And sometimes the wild is enough. I worked in parks for more than a decade. I've rotated through a number of state and federal areas, some coastal, some mountainous, some more urbanized than others, but I've always preferred the ones where fewer people go. There's something quiet and honest about the woods when you're miles away from traffic or buildings or crowded trails. I got used to being alone. I liked it, but I also learned early that quiet doesn't mean safe. And there are some silences that don't come from peace. They come from something holding its breath. This happened about 6 years ago, early spring. The trees were just beginning to show new buds. I was stationed at a less traffic state park on the East Coast, the kind of place where even on weekends you might only see a couple dozen people over the course of an entire day. The park had long, sloping ridges, pine thickets, marshlands, and deep gullies that twisted down into gullies and ravines from old water erosion. It was beautiful, but easy to get turned around in if you strayed off trail. I had a few regular trails I patrolled. On that particular day, I was taking a midday route up along the High Ridge Loop, a path that ran the perimeter of the park's largest bluff system and connected to 3 smaller offshoot trails. It was a Wednesday around noon and unusually warm for the time of year. I remember how dry the trail felt under my boots, the way the pine needles crushed underfoot. The sun was high, sharp in the sky, and everything was lit with that harsh brightness you only get after a rainless week. I wasn't expecting to see anyone on the trail. Most hikers avoided the High Ridge Loop on weekdays, especially outside of summer. It was a long trail, more than 6 miles up and back, and had poor cell reception throughout. My job was mostly checking for fallen limbs, erosion damage, and to make sure no one had wandered too far off. I had my day pack with first aid, a radio, my usual gear. Just me, the trail, and the trees. Or so I thought. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Not the good kind either. When you're deep in the woods, you get used to the rhythm of things. Wind through branches, rustle of small animals, chirps of birds. The deeper you go, the clearer those sounds become. But just before I reached the halfway point, that usual mix of noises just dropped out. No breeze, no birds, nothing. Even my own boots felt quieter against the dirt. It wasn't sudden. It crept in slowly enough that I almost missed it, like a soft fade, where you look around and realize your brain is expecting noise that isn't there. I paused and took a long listen. It wasn't just quiet. It felt wrong, like the woods were holding something in. I stood still for a good 30 seconds, just listening. I thought maybe there was a predator nearby, a bear, maybe a coyote. That wasn't common in the area, but not impossible. But I couldn't hear anything, not even the scurry of squirrels in the underbrush. I moved forward, more cautious now, stepping softer. My ears stayed on high alert. The light hadn't changed, and the sun was still warm, but the woods didn't feel right. My gut told me something was off. I passed a marker for mile 3.2. That's when I heard it. It started faint, so faint I couldn't be sure it was real at first. Just a low, even hum. No rhythm, no rise or fall. A deep tone, far off, so quiet it might have just been my head. I stopped walking. My eyes scanned the trees, ears tilted to catch the direction. Nothing moved. The hum continued. It lasted maybe 5 seconds, then stopped, just like that. I stood still for almost a minute, straining to hear it again. And when it didn't come back, I chalked it up to wind or maybe something shifting under pressure in the trees. Dead pine boughs sometimes creak or moan when they rub, especially if there's moisture still trapped in the wood. So I pushed on. But not more than 100 feet further, it came back, louder this time. Not a hum, a chant. It was rhythmic now, still low but distinct. The kind of sound that hits your chest before your ears even register it. Like the deep bass of someone singing just below speech level, slow, methodical, like a monk drone. The sound didn't come from any one direction. It felt like it was moving through the trees, above me somehow. I looked around but saw no one. I pulled out my radio and tried for bass. Static, not even the usual click of transmission. That happens sometimes in the deeper gullies, but I was on the ridge. I should have had at least a weak signal. I stood there a moment longer. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but the hair on my arms was standing up, and my body knew something before my brain could name it. I turned back, slow at first, retracing my steps. My boots crunched louder than before. The chant kept on, and every few seconds it shifted slightly in tone, like someone was breathing new words into it that I couldn't quite understand. Still, I saw nothing. I started moving faster, trying not to run. Running in the woods, even on trails, was a good way to get hurt. But everything in me was screaming to get back to the truck. I passed the 3.2-mile marker again, chanting still behind me. No closer, no further, just present, hovering. Then it stopped. Dead silence returned. At first, I thought I had gone deaf. I even clapped my hands once, just to make sure I could still hear. The sound echoed in the still air. I waited again. 2 minutes. 5. Nothing. Slowly, my heartbeat eased back to normal. I kept walking, still glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. Every bird call or leaf flutter made me flinch. The next 2 miles were the longest I've ever walked. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear it again. And by the time I reached the ranger station parking lot, I almost convinced myself it had been some odd atmospheric echo or maybe a kid playing music with some strange effect in a nearby off-trail area. But the thing is, there's no reception up on that ridge. No cell towers, not even on a good day. Even our radio service struggles there. And that sound wasn't music. It wasn't tinny or distorted like a speaker. It felt organic, felt live. I reported it to my supervisor. He listened, nodded, and told me it might have been kids messing around or some hiker chanting to himself further down the slope. That didn't sit right with me, but what could I say? I had no proof, no video, no other witnesses. It's not like I could file a report for creepy humming in the trees. I took the next few days off trail duty, went over maps, old incident logs, even scanned for anything that might explain strange acoustics in the area. One other ranger, an older guy who'd worked the park for over 20 years, mentioned once that hikers occasionally reported hearing weird things up on the ridge. Chants, footsteps, hums, no visuals, no danger, just unsettling sounds. He said it happened maybe once every few years, always midday, always when it was warm and dry. There were never any reports of anyone being hurt, lost, or followed. Just that noise. The official explanation was always the same odd echo patterns. The ridge was shaped in a way that sound could bounce between gullies, travel from far-off sources. Maybe a church choir rehearsing down the mountain. Maybe some hiker trying to freak people out. Maybe, but it didn't feel like that. It felt directed. I've been back on that trail dozens of times since. I walked it in all seasons at all times of day. I've never heard it again, but I think about it every time I pass that 3.2 marker. Every time the wind goes still. Every time I feel that same pressure in my chest, like the woods are listening instead of speaking. That trail is still open to the public. I've logged it as safe every year. Nothing dangerous about it on paper. But I always warn people not to linger too long at the midpoint, especially when it's dry and quiet. I don't give them a reason. Most folks wouldn't believe it anyway. But I know what I heard. And I know that my instincts, the ones that kept me alive through a decade in remote backcountry, have never screamed louder than they did that day. Whatever made that sound wasn't just passing through. It wanted to be heard. And I'll never forget it. I'm not a park ranger, never claimed to be, but I've been on enough trails in my life to feel at home in the woods, especially along the Appalachian Trail. I've hiked a few sections here and there over the years. Nothing too ambitious like through hiking the whole thing, but enough miles logged to say I know the rhythm of the trail, the signs to look for, the sounds you learn to expect, and the silence that should never happen. This story happened about 8 years ago, give or take. It's one of those memories that never really fades, even if it only lasted a few minutes. It sticks to the back of my mind like a wet leaf on bare skin. I can still close my eyes and smell the air, feel the weird shift in pressure that happened that day. I can still hear the birds go quiet. Or more accurately, I remember the exact moment when I realized I could no longer hear them at all. We were somewhere in West Virginia. I forget exactly which section of the trail, but I know it was in the mid-southern stretch of the state. Heavily wooded, mostly second-growth forest, and thick with mountain laurel, maples, and poplars. I was with a group, 7 of us in total, all hobby hikers. We had 2 cars parked a few trailheads apart and planned a 2-day hike, one night out on a tarp. Everyone carried their own food and gear, and we were aiming for a lean-to shelter for the night. By the second day, we naturally started to split up into little clusters. It always happens. Some people like to stroll and take photos, others keep a steady pace. I was usually somewhere in the middle, never in a rush, but not one to dally either. That day, 4 of us had grouped loosely. Me, the group leader named Eric, and 2 others. I forget what caused the pause, something small. One of the guys noticed a tick crawling up his sock and stopped to check it out. The other 2 stayed with him. I didn't feel like waiting, so I told them I'd keep going and maybe catch up with a lead group ahead. The trail was simple to follow, with those solid white blazes painted every so often on the trees. It's hard to get lost if you keep an eye out. I knew from a map we studied that morning that the next landmark would be an old logging road that cut across the trail. Probably a mile ahead, maybe less. I figured I'd stop there and wait, let the rest of the group catch up. When I hit the logging road, I could tell right away it hadn't seen a vehicle in decades. It was mostly overgrown, narrow, more like a forgotten footpath than anything meant for heavy machinery. But you could tell what it was slightly wider than the trail itself, cleared straight across the terrain, and lined with some old stone markers or maybe boundary walls from who knows when. The whole area looked like it used to be something else once upon a time. Maybe a farm, maybe logging property, maybe both. I didn't want to just stand around, so I decided to walk a little way down the logging road, just out of curiosity. The road ran perpendicular to the heading off into the woods in both directions. I picked the side heading west, since it looked like it curved upward into a slight hill, which might give me a better view if I went far enough. The wall beside the path, really more of a pile of stacked rocks, moss-covered and half-crumbled, ran alongside me. It was the kind of thing that always catches my eye on hikes. Signs that people lived and worked in these woods long before any of us showed up with nylon backpacks and trail mix. I kept an eye out for rusty tools, bits of pottery, broken glass, anything that told story. The forest around me was thick, green, and alive. Birds chirped in all directions. I could hear the wind moving the canopy, the occasional crack of a squirrel darting across dry underbrush, and once or twice the faint buzz of insects passing my ears. I wasn't far off the trail, maybe 50 yards or so, but already I felt like I'd stepped into a different part of the woods, a place less touched by feet and boots and people with maps. I kept walking. That's when everything changed. I stepped forward maybe another 10 feet, and it was like someone hit mute on the entire world. I didn't notice it all at once. It wasn't like a switch, but suddenly I realized I couldn't hear anything at all. No birds, no insects, not even the faint rustling of leaves. Nothing. It wasn't like I was wearing earplugs or anything. The silence was sharp, total, and wrong. At first, I thought maybe it was just my ears. Sometimes pressure changes do weird things, like when you descend in a plane and your ears pop. But it didn't feel like that. This was deeper, more unnatural. I froze in place. I didn't want to admit it at the time, but it felt like I had just stepped across a line. Something invisible, like I had entered a space I wasn't meant to be in. There wasn't anything in front of me, just more trees, the path curving slightly uphill, but the hair on my arms and neck rose instantly. My stomach tightened. My breathing slowed to near nothing, not because I was out of breath, but because I didn't want to make a sound. I stood there for what felt like a full minute. The longer I stayed still, the more I noticed something else, a feeling. Now, I've heard people say things like, I felt like I was being watched, and maybe you felt that before too. But this was different. This wasn't the vague sensation of being seen. It was the full body knowledge that whatever was out there didn't want me there. It was like walking into a stranger's house and realizing they hated you the moment you crossed the threshold, except 1,000 times stronger. I took one more step forward, and that was it. It hit me like a wave. My body didn't shiver, it locked. I can't explain it except to say that every cell in me screamed. Not in pain, more like a warning. I could feel the warning in my bones. My legs didn't shake, but they didn't want to move forward either. Every natural instinct I'd ever had told me to leave. Not run, not yell, just leave. It wasn't panic. I wasn't breathing fast or hyperventilating. My mind was clear, focused. I felt like some deep part of my brain, the old part, the animal part, was calling the shots now. It didn't care if I was curious. It didn't care if I wanted to explore. It only cared that I had crossed a line I wasn't supposed to cross, and that I needed to go back. The problem was, I didn't want to turn around. That's how bad it felt. I couldn't even bring myself to give my back to the road. I didn't trust it. I didn't trust what was out there, even if I couldn't see anything. So I started stepping backwards, one slow step at a time. My eyes stayed locked ahead. I didn't even blink for the first few seconds. I tried not to make any noise. Even my breathing, I kept it shallow. I didn't want to alert anything, even though I still hadn't seen a damn thing. 3 steps. 4. Then the strangest thing happened. There was a moment, just a small shift, where I knew I had crossed that invisible line again. And instantly, I could hear birds. It was like someone had turned the volume back up. The forest came alive again in a matter of seconds. The moment that sound returned, I felt this pressure lift from my chest. I didn't stop moving until I got all the way back to the main trail. And even then, I didn't feel right. I turned and looked back toward the overgrown road, but it just sat there, quiet and ordinary. No sign of movement. No sound from that direction. Just an empty path that felt more like a doorway than a road. I stood there for a few minutes, trying to shake it off. I didn't want to seem spooked when the others showed up. Eventually, I heard voices from behind, and the rest of the group came into view. I didn't say much. I think one of them asked if I saw anything cool down the road, and I just shook my head. I wanted to keep moving. I didn't want to stand near that place any longer than I had to. We kept hiking and made it to the shelter that night. Everyone was joking, laughing, eating freeze-dried food, and trading stories. I stayed quiet, not because I was scared anymore, at least not in the same way, but because I couldn't shake the wrongness of what I'd felt. I've hiked plenty of trails since then, slept under the stars in forests all across the eastern U.S. Never felt anything like that again. Over the years, I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a big cat. Cougars still exist in pockets around the Appalachians, even if most folks say they're gone. Maybe it was a bear downwind, and my body picked up on it before I did. Maybe it was something territorial, some predator keeping its distance, but still letting me know it saw me. But none of that explains the sound. The sudden, complete silence. The absence of wind, birds, everything. Or that deep, soul-level sense that I had crossed into a place I wasn't meant to be. I didn't imagine that. I don't know what was out there, but something was, and it didn't want me anywhere near it. I don't usually like to dramatize things. I've spent enough time alone in remote areas to know how the mind can play tricks. Trees creak, snow shifts, wind moves in ways that can mimic footsteps if you let your imagination run wild. That's why I never really tell people about what happened to me up at Mount Coldwell, unless they've worked a job like mine. Even then, I usually keep it to a few short sentences. Something weird happened up there one winter. Made me think. That's it. But every once in a while, when I'm alone and I hear a sharp knock on a door or a wall creaks just the right way, I go right back to that day. January 2023. It was cold, bone-snapping cold, the kind of cold that makes your breath feel like glass shards when you inhale too deep. That was the kind of winter we had near Prince Rupert, British Columbia, and I had drawn the short straw for a one-day job at the mountaintop microwave relay site, an unassuming, windowless little structure perched on the edge of nowhere. The site was small, about 30 by 40 feet, just a single-story building made of cinder block and corrugated metal. No windows, just a thick metal door at the front. Inside was a basic relay system, racks of humming electronics, backup power units, maintenance tools, and a small corner workbench where I could set up my laptop and plug into the system. The power system had flagged a battery fault remotely, which meant someone had to go check on it in person. That someone was me. I arrived by helicopter just after 7:45 a.m. The sun was barely up, casting that dull, gray-blue light across the horizon. No golden sunrise, no birds chirping, just the growl of the rotors fading away into the overcast sky as I watched the heli disappear down the mountain. The pilot waved once. I didn't wave back. I had too much gear in my hands and a full pack strapped to my back. I knew I wouldn't see another soul until 5 p.m. The site couldn't be accessed by snowcat or snowmobile this time of year. Snow drifts had piled up high across the winding access road weeks earlier, and heavy winds had carved long, deep furrows along the ridgeline. You either got dropped by air or you didn't get there at all. I was alone, inside the relay station. The first thing I noticed was how dead the air felt. There's no better word for it, dead. Not still, not quiet, but dead. These buildings are usually dry and dusty from months of being sealed tight, and the ventilation is basic. But this one felt different. Not eerie, just suffocating. I figured maybe a vent had clogged up or iced over. I didn't give it much thought. I just unzipped my coat, fired up the electric heater I brought, and got to work. The building's lights ran off battery backup, and everything was working fine in that regard. The heating system was minimal but functional. I set my laptop up on the workbench in the corner, connected to the system, and began running diagnostics on the power inverter and the secondary battery banks. Pretty routine stuff. I worked with a pair of over-ear headphones on, listening to some music stored offline. No cell signal, no satellite connection this time of year due to signal obstruction from frozen buildup on the dish. Just me and the machine. I'd been at it for maybe an hour when I heard a knock. It was a clear, solid knock, 3 distinct raps. Not a creak, not the building shifting, not wind against the structure. It was a knock on the front door. I pulled off my headphones and sat still for a second. I even held my breath. Silence. I stood up, confused more than anything. I hadn't heard a helicopter, and nobody could have walked or snowshoed up here. Not in these conditions. The snow around the building was almost 3 feet deep and completely undisturbed when I'd arrived. I walked over to the front door, unlatched the steel bolt, and pulled it open. Nothing. Just snow, ice, and trees. A stillness that was louder than any noise. I stepped out and looked around, expecting maybe see a bird or maybe an icicle that had dropped. But the snow was smooth, untouched, not even the faintest sign of a track, boot print, or disturbed surface. Just a wide white sheet all around me. I checked the side and back of the building, trudging through the snow a bit. Nothing. My own tracks from a morning were still the only ones there. I figured maybe the building had settled weird and popped, or maybe some ice had shifted against the metal door frame. Made a mental note to check the hinges later and went back inside. I slid the bolt closed, sat back down, and resumed working. 10 minutes later, there it was again. This time it wasn't a polite knock. It was heavier, longer, almost like someone pounding, not urgently, not violently, but definitely with intention. 4, 5, 6 thumps. Slow, steady. I froze, headphones off this time, listening to each knock echo through the inside of the small metal room. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed the crowbar I always kept with me, standard for popping stubborn server racks open, and went to the door again. Opened it fast. Stepped outside. Same deal. Nothing. Not a single footprint. The cold bit of my face harder this time, and a breeze came off the north slope, stirring up little clouds of loose snow that swirled and then settled again. But nothing looked touched. I walked the perimeter again, further this time, circling the building entirely. No signs of animal prints either. No branches overhead. No icicles near the door. I was feeling annoyed now. My mind tried to piece it together logically. I shift, maybe frozen snow pressing against some part of the metal frame that echoed as a knock. Still, it didn't sit right. I went back inside, bolted the door hard this time, then inspected the whole frame, hinges, and even the roof edge above the door. Nothing. I turned the music off, not willing to miss another sound. Less than 2 minutes later, boom, 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 boom. This time fast, angry, like someone banging both fists on the door hard. I didn't even think this time. Just yanked the door open and stepped out fast, crowbar raised. Again, nothing. Except this time, something was different. I felt it. Not saw it. Not heard it. Felt it. It's hard to describe. It was like the kind of feeling you get when you're deep in the woods and suddenly everything goes silent. No birds. No movement. Just stillness with pressure. Like the land itself is holding its breath. That kind of feeling. And it was cold. Colder than it had been earlier. Windless but colder. Like the kind of cold that seeps through your boots and into your ankles. Like it knows how to find skin. I slowly turned in a full circle, looking at the tree line around the site. I saw nothing. No motion, no shapes. Just tall, black tree trunks against a white blanket of snow, sloping down toward the valley far below. Then something pulled my attention behind me. I turned back toward the building and looked up. Perched right at the peak of the roof, directly above the front door, was a raven. Big one. Thick feathers, sharp beak, staring down at me with this look, this expression that I still remember more than anything else. It wasn't scared. It wasn't curious. It wasn't even neutral. It looked entertained. Its head tilted just slightly, one glossy black eye locked on me like I was the punchline to a joke I didn't get. And then it made a sound. A loud, raw, harsh call. Rock RAWK, RAWK. Just once. Then it took off, wings wide, feathers cutting through the air with that heavy flap only big birds have. It flew low, not high, disappearing into the trees beyond the clearing. That was it. No more knocks. No more feelings. Just silence. I stood out there for maybe a full minute, crowbar still in hand, slowly piecing it together. The knocks, the lack of tracks, the cold, the silence. It had been the raven. Somehow, maybe pecking or landing on the door. Maybe flapping against the structure. Maybe even just messing with me. I felt embarrassed. I let my mind run away. But more than that, I felt studied. Like that bird had been watching me the whole time, choosing when to act and choosing when to leave. I finished my work that day, double-checking the inverter and logging a full maintenance report. I stayed inside the rest of the time, eating my lunch in silence. No music, no noise. I didn't want to miss another sound. At 5 p.m. sharp, I heard the helicopter approaching in the distance. When it landed, I didn't waste time packing up. I was already ready, gear stacked by the door. I climbed aboard, and the pilot didn't say anything. Neither did I. The wind had picked up by then, and a storm was building behind the ridge. We left just in time. That was the last time I worked at that site. Nothing supernatural happened. There were no ghosts, no shadows, no lights in the sky. Just a bird, a raven. But I think about it often. Not because I'm afraid of birds or because I think it was magic or anything like that. I think about it because of how it all happened, how I felt, how something out there, something living, breathing, intelligent, decided to toy with me just a little, just enough to make me question my grip on things. It was like being reminded that no matter how much we control or how much technology we bring into the wilderness, out there, on the edge of civilization, asterisk we're not in charge star. Something else always is, and sometimes it just wants to laugh. I've worked as a park ranger for more than 15 years now. Mostly quiet forests, scattered campgrounds, some low-risk wildlife patrol, and a lot of paperwork. Over the years, I've dealt with injured hikers, illegal hunters, and the occasional bear encounter. You get used to the rhythm of the land. You learn the difference between natural and unnatural sounds. You learn what's normal and what isn't. I live in a semi-rural area on the outskirts of the park's northern boundary. Not a busy place, but not remote enough to be totally isolated either. A few homes scattered along the hillside, some small farms, old barns. Wooded mountains rise behind everything. Thick pine and fir, broken only by old trails, creeks, and the occasional ravine. I live alone with my dog, Rufus. He's a mutt, mostly lab with some shepherd mixed in, pushing 13 now. Not much of a guard dog, not anymore. Slower, with some arthritis, but still alert. Still sharp when it counts. This happened last summer. Late June. I remember the day clearly because it started like any other. I got up at 5 like I usually do. I like to walk before my shift. Clears the head, gives Rufus some exercise before the heat comes up. That morning was colder than usual. A heavy fog had settled in overnight and hadn't lifted. The kind that makes the whole forest look like it's underwater. I pulled on a hoodie, grabbed Rufus's leash, though I rarely used it on our walks, and stepped out. The road that leads past my house is more of a gravel track, not maintained by the county. It loops around into a dirt path that winds along the ridge before dipping into the woods, cutting through the trees, and skirting a narrow ravine before circling back. I've walked that route hundreds of times. I could do it blindfolded. We started down the trail. Everything quiet except the soft crunch of my boots and Rufus's slow panting. I let him lead. He always stops at the same places, sniffs a rock here, marks a tree there. We walked maybe 10 minutes before the fog thickened even more. I couldn't see more than 20 feet ahead. Everything looked flat, colorless. The trees were dark shadows, and the ground seemed to vanish after a few steps. It wasn't scary exactly, but it was eerie. The kind of morning that keeps the birds quiet. No wind, no sound except for our footsteps. We reached the bend where the trail slopes slightly down toward the ravine. It's not a deep one, maybe 30 feet at the most, lined with ferns and loose rock. There's a runoff creek at the bottom, but it only flows after storms. I stopped to adjust my hoodie. That's when Rufus froze. He just stopped mid-step, right in the center of the trail. Didn't sniff, didn't move. His whole body stiffened. His ears went up and his tail dropped. I thought he maybe heard something I didn't, so I waited. Sometimes he does that when deer are close. But then he started growling. Not a bark. A low, tight growl that rumbled from his throat. I'd heard him growl before, at bears, at coyotes, even at strangers who came too close. But this wasn't like that. It was different. It was strained, like something primal was pushing its way out of him. I looked ahead, squinting through the fog, but I couldn't see anything. Just the trail dipping into that ravine. That part of the trail is narrow, flanked by steep banks on either side. The trees close in there, and the sun never quite reaches the ground, even on clear days. That morning it looked like a black tunnel. Silent. Still. Too still. Then I heard the sound. It wasn't loud, but it carried. A guttural, snarling screech that made the hair on my neck stand up. It was like metal being torn apart, but wet, layered with a growl that didn't sound right for any animal I knew. Deep but stretched. My first thought was a mountain lion, maybe one in heat. They make terrible sounds sometimes. But this was wrong. There was no rhythm, no pattern, no build-up. Just a sudden eruption of something mean and vicious. Rufus started shaking. Lips peeled back, teeth bared like I'd never seen. I tried to spot movement. Nothing. Not a twig snapped. Not a leaf rustled. The fog just sat there, thick and unmoving. Then Rufus bolted, but not forward. He spun and tried to run the way we came. I didn't even get the chance to grab him. I had to kick him lightly to steer him toward home. He didn't yelp, didn't hesitate. Just ran. I followed. We ran the entire way back up the trail, past the bend, past the gravel road, straight to my front gate. I slammed it shut, clicked the lock, and didn't look back. My legs were burning. I could barely breathe. I didn't stop running until we were inside the house. I dropped in a chair by the front window, shaking, sweat soaking through my hoodie. Rufus stood next to the glass, eyes locked on the trees beyond the fence. I pulled the curtains closed after a while, but he stayed there. Didn't eat, didn't drink, didn't even sit. Just stared. That feeling, that wrongness, it lingered all morning. I couldn't put it into words, but I knew it wasn't just fear. It was more like instinct, like the part of your brain that existed long before reason. Something told me not to go back. So I didn't. Not that day. The next morning, I went back, without Rufus. I left him inside. I brought my service pistol, not something I usually carry off duty. I also packed a trail cam from work. I had to know what I heard. Had to see if it was an animal acting strange or if someone was out there messing around. The fog was gone. Sunlight pushed through the trees, dappling the ground in gold and shadow. Birds were out again. It looked normal, but I still felt uneasy. When I reached the spot where we stopped the day before, I checked for signs. Tracks, scat, claw marks, anything. Nothing. The ground was dry and soft enough that I should have seen prints, but it was clean. I scanned the ravine from above. No movement. No smells. I climbed down partway, checking the underbrush and the creek bed. Still nothing. I set up the trail, cam facing the path. Triggered by motion. I figured if it was an animal, it would pass through again. I left it for 2 days. When I returned to collect it, the battery was still good. I took it back home, plugged it into my laptop, and watched the footage. The first day was empty. Some birds, a rabbit. Wind. Second day. More of the same until around 4:30 a.m. A single clip triggered by something walking across the trail. But there was nothing visible. The camera clicked on, focused, recorded for 30 seconds. Trees. Mist. Leaves shifting. But no animal. Not even a shadow. It triggered, but whatever set it off didn't appear on the video. I played it again, slowing the frames. Still nothing. Just silence. That made the fear worse. I thought about calling fish and wildlife. Reporting strange animal sounds is standard protocol. But what would I say? That I heard a noise and my old dog got spooked? That I set up a camera and it caught nothing? I didn't want to get laughed at. So I kept quiet. But I didn't stop thinking about it. A week later, I checked the park log. Quiet. No unusual sightings. One report from a hiker about weird echoes near the northern trailhead, but nothing solid. I checked it out myself. Walked the length of the ravine 3 more times. Brought a coworker once. He joked about ghosts. I didn't laugh. Still, nothing turned up. The sound didn't return. Rufus didn't want to go that way anymore. Every time we approached that bend, even from a distance, he would whine and pull away. After a while, I gave up. Changed our route. It's been almost a year. I've gone over it in my head hundreds of times. Tried to reason it out. Maybe it was a bobcat in distress. Maybe a pack of coyotes caught something and were fighting over it. Maybe it was a wounded animal with damaged vocal cords. Maybe, but I've heard those sounds before. I know what they are. What I heard that morning was none of them. It wasn't supernatural. It wasn't a ghost or some fairy tale monster. I don't believe in that stuff. But it was real. It was loud. It was angry. And it made both me and my old dog feel like we had seconds to live. I still patrol those woods. Still check the trails. But I don't go near that ravine anymore if I don't have to. I log it as a low-risk zone. No incidents on record. But I know what I felt. What I heard. Sometimes, fear doesn't need a name. Sometimes it's just the forest reminding you that you're not in control. You're just passing through. Something else lives there too. And some mornings when the fog is thick and the world goes quiet, it remembers you. I was never one of those people who felt unsafe in cities. Even as a woman, even in New York. I lived in Chelsea for years and walked through the city alone plenty of times, day and night, without anything weird happening to me. I don't drink, don't party, don't put myself in dumb situations. I mind my business. I work during the day, come home, and I walk my dog. That's it. I don't dress to get noticed. I keep my head down, and I move with purpose like every other New Yorker who just wants to be left alone. Maybe that's why I wasn't prepared for what happened that day. I think I didn't let myself see it for what it was until it was almost too late. It was a Tuesday in early spring, just warm enough for a light jacket, the kind of weather where Central Park is flooded with joggers, dog walkers, kids on scooters, tourists trying to act like locals. The trees had started to bud again, and the sun was beginning to hang in the sky a little longer each day. The kind of day that makes you forget how cold and gray the winter had been. I finished work a little early and decided to walk up through Central Park with my dog. I didn't have anywhere specific to go. I just wanted to stretch his legs and mine before heading home. We'd done the walk before, cutting through the park from Midtown up toward the Upper West, then down through the neighborhood streets back toward Chelsea. It was long, maybe 2 hours all in all, but I had time, and he loved it. My dog is an English Mastiff. His name is Grady. He's huge, around 180 pounds. I'm not a small woman, but even I look kind of ridiculous next to him. People either get out of our way, or they stop to ask about him, take pictures, or just gawk. It used to annoy me, but over time, I got used to it. He's intimidating but sweet. Doesn't bark unless he really feels something's off. Doesn't pull unless he's caught a whiff of something worth chasing. That day, though, he was different. He was quiet, slow, kept glancing over his shoulder and looking behind us. At first, I thought he was being curious. He does that sometimes, especially when people are eating or dropping snacks. But this time, he wasn't just sniffing the air or eyeing a hot dog. His ears were back, his shoulders stiff. He was walking behind me more than next to me, like he was keeping something in his line of sight. It was crowded. I brushed it off. There was noise, smells, food trucks, a guy playing guitar near Bethesda Fountain, a group of tourists feeding pigeons near the benches. I figured he was just overstimulated, or maybe he heard a siren or a strange noise I couldn't hear. Still, the fact that he wasn't settling down didn't sit right with me. He kept pausing and growling under his breath, this low, deep rumble that I could feel in the leash handle. Not a full growl, just a warning, a signal. I kept looking back, but I couldn't spot anything unusual. There were just a lot of people. Couples, families, runners, delivery guys on e-bikes. I started paying more attention. I slowed my pace a little, took a few random turns down smaller paths in the park. It was still daylight, but the light was starting to dim a bit, just the way it does when the sun is low but not quite gone. That long, stretched out afternoon light that makes everything golden and soft, but also hard to see clearly. That's when I noticed him. It wasn't obvious at first. Just this guy in a gray hoodie and jeans. Medium build. Baseball cap pulled down low. He was maybe a block's distance behind us, sometimes less, sometimes more. Could have been anyone. Could have been another guy just walking home. But every time I turned, there he was. Not on his phone, not eating or taking a picture like everyone else. Just walking. Same direction. Same pace. I took a left toward the reservoir path. It's more open there, fewer trees. I let Grady lead a little. We stopped by the railing where the water sparkled with reflected sun. The breeze off the reservoir was cool. Grady wasn't sniffing the water. He wasn't looking at ducks or runners. He was staring behind us. And that guy was there again, stopped by a bench about 50 feet away, pretending to look at his phone. I tried to brush it off again. I really did. I told myself he probably just happened to take the same turns. That it was Central Park, not some back alley. There were people around. There were families. What could happen in broad daylight in a place this busy? But then I tested something. I made a quick loop back the way I came. Not a full U-turn, but just a loop, cutting through a side path near a cluster of trees and bathrooms. I walked fast. Grady trotted beside me, still tense. And when we circled around, maybe 10 minutes later, the guy had shifted like he'd tried to intercept us. He was standing near a vending cart now, watching. Now I knew. I didn't care what excuse there could be. There was no normal explanation for someone adjusting their pace and location over several turns and changes in direction. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't paranoia. I've done the walk through Central Park hundreds of times, and I've never had anyone trail me like that. Not once. My heart was pounding. I didn't run. I didn't want to escalate anything or give him an excuse, but I picked up my pace. I exited the park near 72nd, heading west toward the residential streets. The crowd thinned as I left the tourist zones and food carts. I turned again down Amsterdam, then down a quiet side street I knew looped toward Ninth. I risked a glance back. He was closer now. Not close enough to grab me, but close enough that if I screamed, I'm not sure anyone would come before he did something. The sidewalks were thinner now, less foot traffic. The brownstones rose tall and cast long shadows. It was no longer golden daylight. It was dusk and streetlights hadn't come on yet. Grady started growling for real now. Not soft anymore. Loud, deep, chest shaking. The kind of sound that gets doors shut and windows locked. And still, the man followed. I knew I had to make a decision. I was still 2 miles from home. No way I was making it there without crossing quieter, darker streets. I didn't have time to think through a dozen plans. I looked up and saw a restaurant I'd been to before. A place with a small side patio. A place where the staff had always been kind. It was a long shot, but it was better than trying to outpace someone who clearly had no intention of backing off. I pulled Grady through the side entrance into the patio area and slipped inside. I didn't stop walking until I was out of the man's line of sight. I scanned the space, small, cozy, only a couple of tables occupied at that hour. I caught the eye of a staff member near the bar. I must have looked panicked because they didn't question me when I pointed to Grady and then the phone. They let me stay. I sat outside with Grady at my feet and called someone I trusted. I stayed there, trying not to shake, while Grady lay curled by my leg, never once taking his eyes off the sidewalk beyond the fence. I don't know if the guy followed me the rest of the way there. I never saw him pass by. Maybe he realized I'd gotten help. Maybe he didn't want to be seen. Maybe he decided it wasn't worth it after seeing my dog lose his mind. I don't know, and I don't care. I didn't go home that night. I went to my friend's place and stayed the night on their couch with Grady guarding the front door. The weirdest part is that I couldn't come up with a single reason why someone would follow me like that, especially with a 180-pound dog at my side. Grady's huge, intimidating, and the way he growled at that guy, you'd think it would be a deterrent. But it wasn't. The man kept coming. I filed a police report the next morning, gave him the best description I could. Nothing ever came of it. No follow-up. No updates. I never saw the guy again. But something shifted in me after that. I started carrying pepper spray. Started walking at different hours. Started taking different routes. I never walked that exact stretch of park the same way again. I thought I was safe because I had a huge dog and lived in a crowded city. But it turns out safety isn't about location or numbers or even having a beast of a dog. Safety is something that can be taken away in just a few quiet minutes when someone decides they don't care what stands in their way. Grady saved me that day, not by attacking anyone, not by doing anything heroic, just by noticing before I did, just by letting me know something wasn't right. I learned to listen to him after that, to trust that low growl, that steady stare. He knew before I did, and if I'd ignored him, if I kept walking, brushing it off, I don't let myself think too hard about that. I still live in the city, still in Chelsea, still walk Grady every day, but now I watch people more closely. I notice who's behind me, who crosses the street, who lingers too long. I trust my instincts, and more than anything, I trust his. That dog saw danger before I did, and he'll see it again if it ever comes back. But if it does, we're ready this time. I've spent more time in the woods than I have in cities, and I don't say that to sound cool or mysterious. It's just how my life turned out. I joined the National Park Service in my late 20s after getting out of the military. At first, it was just a job, but after a few years, I found peace in the trees and hills, the way they quieted the noise in my head. I became a park ranger in the Northwest, where the forest is deep and never seems to end. The kind of place where the air smells like moss and rain, even in the summer. This story happened before I joined the Park Service officially. I was still figuring things out, working contract jobs, and spending long stretches camping or hiking just to stay grounded. I was with my wife then, and we had a dog named Sally. She was a mutt, some kind of retriever and shepherd mix. Smart as hell, and maybe too smart for her own good. She loved the forest more than anyone I've ever known. We used to joke that if we ever got lost, Sally would probably get us home faster than any map or GPS. It was late August when we decided to take a short hiking trip before summer slipped away. We picked a trail in a national forest I won't name, not because I'm trying to be cryptic, but because I still do some work out that way, and I don't want to stir up old dust. The trail was popular up to a point. A couple miles in, there was a waterfall and a natural pool where people like to swim. Past that, the trail got steeper and less traveled. We figured we'd hike past the falls and camp a few miles deeper into the forest. The day started perfect. Bright sky, not too hot, a little breeze. Sally was running ahead on the trail, sniffing everything, occasionally circling back to check on us. The first couple miles were full of families, couples, people with radios in their backpacks, kids splashing in the water. Once we passed the waterfall, it got quieter. The trees thickened and the trail narrowed, winding up through rocky switchbacks. The air felt cooler up there, like the canopy was filtering out the heat of the day. We hiked for maybe 2 more miles, moving slow but steady. It was the kind of quiet I loved. That heavy silence you only get deep in the woods, where the only sounds are your feet on the dirt, wind brushing through the leaves, maybe a bird off in the distance. Even Sally seemed calmer up there. We weren't in a rush. We planned to hike until we found a good flat spot to set up camp, maybe another mile or 2 in. We were feeling good. Everything felt normal. Then Sally stopped. She was maybe 10 feet ahead of us when she froze. Not like she saw a squirrel or something interesting. No movement at all. Head up, ears forward, tail low. She was staring straight down the trail. I slowed down and looked where she was looking. I didn't see anything. Just more trees, more trail. The same dense woods we'd been walking through for the last hour. She didn't move. I mean, completely still, like a statue. It didn't make sense. Sally wasn't the kind of dog to hesitate. She'd run through brambles, dive into rivers, chase anything that rustled in the leaves. But she wasn't moving. And then she started to whine. It wasn't a scared whine, not at first. More like a warning. Low and uneasy. Her body was tense, and I saw the fur on her back rise up a little. She took a few steps back and looked at me, then back down the trail, then back at me again. Her tail was tucked between her legs, and she pulled on the leash gently but firmly, like she was trying to lead us back. My wife noticed it too. We both stopped walking. We listened hard, trying to hear what she might have heard. I scanned the trees, the brush, the ground. Nothing. Not a sound. No birds. No wind. Nothing moved. That quiet I liked so much suddenly felt wrong, like the forest was holding its breath. Sally tugged again, more urgently this time, almost dragging us backward. Her breathing got faster. She was scared. I mean really scared, in a way I'd never seen before. I tried to reason it out. Maybe a bear? A cougar? something she smelled, but we couldn't see. But even then, Sally had seen bears before on other hikes and never reacted like this. She'd bark or growl, not try to run. This was different. We stood there for maybe 30 seconds, just frozen. The longer I looked ahead, the more I felt something off. Not something I could point at or describe. Just off. Like the air was thicker. Like we weren't supposed to be there. I can't explain it better than that. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. But every part of me wanted to turn around. We did. I didn't say anything. Neither did my wife. We just turned around and followed Sally as she pulled us back down the trail. She kept looking over her shoulder, checking behind us. Every few minutes, she'd stop and listen. So would we. Still nothing. No sound. Just that same heavy, unnatural silence. We didn't run. We didn't speak. We just walked fast, faster than we should have with the steep trail. I didn't even notice how hard I was breathing until we reached the falls again. There were people there, splashing, laughing, music playing, just like before. And just like that, the world felt normal again. The air felt lighter. The sound came back. Sally relaxed a little, though she still kept close to my leg, not running ahead like she usually did. My wife and I sat down on a rock by the water and didn't say anything for a while. We just sat there trying to shake it off. We didn't go back up the trail. We hiked out the way we came in, got in the car, and drove home. Quiet most of the way. We never talked about what we thought was up there, not really. I kept it in the back of my mind for a long time, trying to piece it together. I've been in the woods my whole life. I know the sounds animals make, the smells, the way things feel when a predator's nearby. That wasn't it. Something else was wrong up there, and I'll never know what. Years passed. I became a ranger. I've done SAR work, helped recover lost hikers, found bodies, even pulled people out of rivers. I've seen what happens when people get careless in the woods. I've learned to trust my gut. More importantly, I've learned to trust the animals. They know more than we do. They hear more, smell more, feel more. They react to things we don't even notice. Sally knew something was wrong that day. Something ahead of us was dangerous. I've never doubted that for a second. It stayed with me though. That feeling. The way the woods went quiet. The way my skin felt cold, even though it was warm out. I tried to convince myself maybe it was just a big predator up the trail. Maybe a bear in the brush or a sick animal acting strange. But that part of the forest wasn't known for bears. I've worked in that region for years now, and I've only seen a handful. Not saying it wasn't one, just that it doesn't line up. Sometimes I think it might have been a person. Not a hiker, not a camper. Something worse. Maybe someone living off the grid. Someone who didn't want to be found. Or someone doing something they weren't supposed to be doing. A trapper. A fugitive. I don't know. I'll never know. But I've been in enough situations since then to know how fast things can go bad in the woods. A single wrong step. One bad encounter. 1 second too slow. There was a case a few years ago. A missing hiker reported about 20 miles north of where this happened. Young guy, mid-20s, experienced. Never found. No gear, no tracks, no clues. Just gone. The search team combed the area for 2 weeks. I helped on the 3rd day. We found a few footprints, but they didn't lead anywhere. Then nothing. Just dead silence and thick woods. I thought about that day with Sally the whole time. Wondered if it was the same kind of quiet. When you work out here long enough, you start to recognize the patterns. The way the land talks to you, if you're willing to listen. Birds go quiet when a predator's near. Squirrels vanish when something big moves through. Trees bend certain ways after storms. The ground gets soft when there's water underneath. You start to feel things in your bones. That day on the trail, every part of me wanted to leave. That instinct only comes around a few times in your life. You don't question it. You just move. Sally passed away a couple years ago. Old age finally caught up to her. She had a long life, full of hikes and rivers and snow-covered meadows. But I always remembered that one day in the forest. The way she stopped, the way she looked at me, eyes wide, trying to pull me back. She saved us, I think. From what, I don't know. But I trust that she did. I've been back in that area since. Not to that exact trail, but nearby. Every time I get close, that feeling creeps in again. Just a little. A tightness in the chest. A twitch in the back of the neck. The silence. And I turn back. I still take my job seriously. I help people every day. I teach them how to hike safe, how to respect the forest. But I never sugarcoat it. I always tell them the truth. I tell them to pay attention, to listen to the woods, to listen to their dogs, and most of all, to turn around if something feels wrong. Because sometimes you don't get a second chance, and sometimes you don't get to know what was waiting up ahead. I was in my late 20s when I took a long-term research contract in a rainforest in Southeast Asia. It wasn't glamorous. It wasn't tourist-friendly. No luxury cabins or clean trails here. This was the real jungle, the kind that stays wet even when it hasn't rained in days. Thick air that wraps around your lungs, leaves that drip with sweat even at midnight, and the ever-present hum of insects that never stops. Not for a minute, not for a second. I wasn't technically a park ranger back then, more like a research assistant, but the responsibilities were nearly the same. Patrol, observe, record, keep the equipment working, stay alert, make sure no one gets lost or hurt, and if they do, know how to deal with it. But out there in that kind of dense, unpredictable rainforest, there were no clear job titles. Everyone did a bit of everything. And once the sun went down, it was just you and the dark. One of the more tedious but necessary parts of the work was moth trapping. We'd hang a big white cotton sheet between two trees, power up a lamp or UV light in front of it, connect it to a noisy generator we had to haul out every night, and then log every insect that showed up. Moths were the primary interest, but we got everything. Beetles the size of fists, cicadas that screamed like car alarms, and stick insects that you'd swear were actual twigs until they started crawling up your leg. That whole ecosystem worked in layers. Light attracts bugs, bugs attract frogs, frogs attract snakes, and then the real hunters show up. Civets, jungle cats, even the occasional macaque if they were curious or bored enough. Sometimes we even caught sight of a sun bear prowling along the outer tree line, sniffing the air but never coming too close. They were surprisingly quiet for their size, not something you wanted to be surprised by. The work was split into shifts. 3-hour blocks. Midnight to 3 a.m. was mine most nights, since I didn't mind being alone. That, and I was a light sleeper. Camp was about a mile and change from the trap site. We kept it that far to keep the noise of the generator from bothering anyone trying to sleep. Plus, the trap worked better when it was away from the commotion of people. It was a short enough walk during the day, maybe 20 minutes if you took it easy. At night, though, with just a headlamp, machete, and the jungle pressing in close, it felt longer. The trail wasn't maintained much. It was just a thin path we kept clearing as needed with knives and boots, twisting through trees and around mud pits and little streams. The underbrush was thick, and sometimes you'd brush past something that felt like wet hair, only to realize it was a curtain of vines or some hanging moss. I usually left for my shift around 11:30 to give myself time to settle in. By the time I arrived, the previous guy would be finishing his notes, ready to hand over the clipboard and flashlight. We rarely spoke. Most of us preferred silence. That night, though, it was cloudy. I remember that clearly. No moonlight, just pitch black, even when I turned off my lamp to save batteries. I reached the trap a little after midnight. It had been running already for a couple of hours, and the sheet looked alive. Things buzzed and fluttered, their wings clapping and twitching in erratic bursts of movement. Some moths just sat still, their wings spread wide like small paper fans. Others darted back and forth, slamming into the sheet, each other, and me. Occasionally, something bigger would crash in, a praying mantis or some winged beetle that looked like it belonged in a science fiction movie. I sat down on a folding chair we'd left there days before. I kept my field log on my lap and my machete leaned against the chair leg. The jungle was thick around me, but the light from the sheet gave me maybe a 20-foot circle of visibility. Beyond that, blackness, pure dark, shifting with the wind, alive with sound. The sound in the rainforest at night is something I'll never forget. It isn't peaceful. It's layered, aggressive, persistent. Frogs chirp, cicadas scream, geckos click like old computer mice, and now and then, something lets out a low growl or a bark deep in the foliage. You don't always know what you're hearing. You get used to that. From 12 to about 1:30, it was slow. I'd mark down what I could, tap the sheet now, and then to see if anything new would fly in. The generator chugged steadily a few feet away, its vibration grounding me. That sound made me feel safer than anything else out there. As long as it was humming, I wasn't truly alone. But then, a little after 1:45, I started to notice something off. At first, it was just a noise, a rustle to my left. That wasn't unusual. Animals move constantly out there. But this rustle didn't fade away like usual. It paused, started again, paused. It was methodical, heavy, like something large was trying to be quiet but didn't quite know how. I froze, listening. It came again, closer this time. One branch moving, then another, leaves crunching. I turned my headlamp in that direction, but it just bounced off foliage. Nothing visible. Still, the sound wasn't subtle. It had weight. Massachusetts. Not a small animal. Not a monkey. Bigger. I felt the hairs on my arms rise up. I turned the headlamp off. I know that sounds stupid, but in the jungle, sometimes the best thing you can do is not be a spotlight. The trap's lamp still lit the area enough for me to see the sheet and maybe a few feet beyond. I adjusted my grip on the machete. The sound kept coming, not charging, just slowly creeping forward. Crunch, pause, rustle, crunch. At that moment, I was almost certain it was a tiger. They were rare, sure, but not unheard of, especially that deep in the jungle. Locals had seen tracks now and then, and unlike most animals, tigers didn't announce themselves with noise. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this thing wanted me to hear it, that wanted me on edge. My mouth went dry. I stood up slowly, careful not to knock over the chair or my logbook. I backed up a few feet until I had the generator to one side, the trap in front of me, and the jungle beyond. My heart was thudding in my ears now. Then, without warning, something burst out of the trees directly across from me. It was a face, just a face floating in the dark, pale and round, lit from below with a sickly orange glow. Eyes wide and wild, mouth open in a silent scream. Then it did scream, loud and high-pitched, completely unintelligible. I let out a yell, stumbled back, nearly falling over the generator. My foot caught on a root, and I hit the ground hard, machete clattering out of my grip. My chest heaved. I honestly thought I was about to die. Thought I'd be mauled, dragged off, gutted like a deer. But the face didn't charge. It didn't leap or lunge. It just stood there for a moment, then disappeared with a rustle and a burst of manic giggling that echoed as it vanished into the jungle. For a few long minutes, I didn't move. I lay there on my back, breathing hard, trying to piece together what the hell had just happened. My hands were shaking. My vision blurred at the edges. My body had gone cold, then hot, then cold again. Eventually, I sat up, picked up the machete, scanned the tree line. Nothing. Just the sounds of the jungle returning to normal. The face was gone. The giggling had faded. The sheet still glowed in the dark. Insects still buzzed against it. The generator still hummed. I stood there for a long time, sweating through my shirt, gripping the blade tight enough to make my knuckles ache. It wasn't until nearly half an hour later, when I'd finally calmed down enough to think, that I realized what had actually happened. There was a lumberjack crew working about 10 miles north of US. Sometimes, when they weren't working, they'd wander. They knew the jungle better than we did. Grew up in it, hunted in it, knew every bird call and every hidden trail. They also had a dark sense of humor. I found out a couple days later from one of the local staff that one of the guys, an older lumberjack with a missing tooth and a love for rice whiskey, had decided to sneak up on me for fun, used a flashlight under his chin, stuck his face through the foliage, and screamed his lungs out, then ran off laughing like a maniac. Apparently, it was a rite of passage in the area. Scare the foreign researcher. Watch them lose their mind. All in good fun, they said. And honestly, after my heartbeat returned to something like normal and the feeling returned to my fingers, I laughed too. I had to. It was ridiculous, terrifying in the moment, but kind of brilliant in hindsight. He timed it perfectly. Knew I'd be alone. Knew the dark would play tricks on me. Knew the exact point between funny and dangerous. I wasn't even mad. How could I be? The guy had pulled off a perfect jump scare in the middle of the damn jungle, with nothing but a torch in his face. Fear and the laugh. But after that night, I started bringing a flare gun with me. Not for tigers or snakes. Not for the darkness. just in case someone else decided to have a bit of fun. Because in that jungle, when you're alone under a pale white sheet, with only a generator and your own breath to keep you company, the line between funny and fatal is razor thin. And I wasn't about to let some giggling face in the dark find that line again. I've worked as a park ranger in upstate New York for over 12 years now. And if there's one thing I've learned, it's that the forest doesn't care how prepared you think you are. You can carry the best gear, have a map etched in your memory, and still end up in a situation that rattles your bones. The wild doesn't owe you comfort, and it sure as hell doesn't owe you an explanation. This story didn't happen when I was on official duty, though. It was years ago, long before I ever wore the uniform. Back then, I was just someone who loved the outdoors and kept returning to the Adirondacks every chance I got. I went there enough times that I started to treat it like my second home. Made mental notes of trail forks, landmarks, where the runoff gets slick after a rain. You think you know the land because you've hiked it half a dozen times. You don't. That particular trip, I went with my girlfriend at the time. We'd been together for a couple years, but things were rocky. We didn't talk about it much, but anyone could tell. Arguments over small things, tension about nothing. You know how it goes. The Adirondacks were kind of our fix-all. Fresh air, tall trees, open sky. When you're out there, all the city noise fades, and it's easier to pretend like everything's fine. The trail we chose was a loop around a medium-sized lake. Nothing touristy or easy access, which was why we liked it. One trailhead, one exit, and no shortcut back. You had to commit to it. Early spring, snow had melted, but trail maintenance hadn't really started for the season. That meant down branches, mud, uneven ground, the works. We were about halfway through the loop when it happened. Give or take 3 miles from either entrance. The plan was to hike to a waterfall that I'd seen in a guidebook, but never in person. It wasn't the biggest or most impressive waterfall in the region, but it was quiet, tucked into a little crook of moss-covered rock. People said if you went early enough, you could catch mist lifting off the surface like steam. The air was damp that day, and the trail narrowed the farther we went. Trees pressed close from both sides, tall pines mostly, with the occasional skeletal birch still waiting for its leaves. I remember the wind going still as we turned the bend, not a sound outside our own footsteps. It wasn't eerie at first, just peaceful. Then I heard it, a deep thudding sound, dull and low. The kind of noise you feel before you register it, somewhere deep in your chest. It came in pulses like something heavy pounding the earth. Not sharp, not like cracking twigs or a branch falling. It felt rhythmic like footsteps, big ones. The first thought in my head was bear. A black bear maybe. Wrong season, but they weren't unheard of in early spring, especially if they were confused or hungry. But even then, the sound wasn't right. I've encountered bears before, even startled one once. They don't make noise like that unless they're warning you. This was different, louder, ground shaking. It felt wrong. I stopped in my tracks. Then came a sound I will never forget. A deep, mechanical sounding growl that started low and then climbed up so fast it made my skin crawl. It didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard. It wasn't snarling or roaring, more like some twisted engine starting up. It had this strange vibration to it, like it was echoing off the trees. The only way I can describe it is it sounded man-made, almost digital, like the audio effects they use in sci-fi movies when aliens show up. That probably makes it sound silly, but in the moment I wasn't thinking. My legs were moving before my brain caught up. I bolted, didn't check behind me, didn't look to see what it was. Something inside me flipped, and I sprinted like my life depended on it. Every part of my body screamed to run. Behind me I could hear sticks snapping, mud slapping under boots, and breathing, not mine. She was yelling for me to stop, but I couldn't. I couldn't turn back. We ran until the trail curved again and started climbing upward. At that point I was heaving, my throat burning, legs turning to jelly. The worst part was realizing we were still heading in a loop, still getting closer to the thing if it was circling too. I refused to go back the way we came. No chance. I wasn't stepping 1 foot back toward that sound. We knew from a map there was a bog-off trail that could serve as a kind of shortcut to the other side of the loop. It wasn't a great option, especially not this early in the year. Spring bogs are thick and wet, soggy earth, tangled roots, ankle-deep sludge. But it was either that or backtrack, and nothing in the world was going to make me go backward. So we veered off. The ground turned soft quickly. First it sucked at our boots, then it started pulling them clean off. Every few steps we had to stop, tug our feet free, or fish out a boot stuck deep in the muck. We moved like that for what felt like hours, bent forward, panting, mud splashing up our backs. She fell twice, cursed once, but kept moving. I was trembling. My ears were still ringing from that growl. The bog wasn't flat either. It dipped and rose unpredictably, and more than once we had to skirt around standing pools of water covered in algae and dead leaves. You don't step into those unless you want to lose your leg. I kept thinking, stupidly, that the thing might follow us, that it could somehow be tracking us through the woods. Every time a branch snapped or a crow screamed overhead, my heart jumped into my throat. I remember cresting a hill, more like a hump of solid ground, and spotting the lake in the distance. The trail was on the far side. We just had to make it across a final stretch of the bog. But that last part was the worst. The mud had turned darker, wetter. It wasn't just hard to walk, it was dangerous. We started stepping on rocks, roots, anything solid we could find. At one point, she got stuck knee-deep, and I had to dig her out by hand, grabbing under her armpits and yanking. Her legs were covered in black gunk up to the thighs. We didn't speak the whole way. Not once. Just grunts and the squelch of boots. Eventually, we hit dry ground. Just like that, the forest floor firmed up again. A clearing opened, and we found the trail, the actual trail, with footprints from earlier hikers still visible in the softer parts. I didn't even stop to celebrate. We followed the path back out like ghosts. That final stretch back to the car was quiet. I was soaked in sweat and mud. My arms were scratched, face flushed, and my legs were on fire. The air felt thin, like everything had been drained out of me. When we reached the parking area, the car was the only one left. I opened the door, got in, and sat for a long time with my hands gripping the steering wheel. I looked over, and she was crying. Not sobbing, not loud, just tears running down her face without her moving. I felt like doing the same. I didn't say much on the drive back. Neither of us did. I felt hollow. Everything ached. The day before, I'd gotten food poisoning at a diner off Route 9 and spent the entire evening curled over a toilet, vomiting until I could barely stand. And now this. I remember thinking, this is it. I'm done. I love the Adirondacks. Love the trees, the cold air, the silence. But it didn't feel worth it anymore. That trip broke something in me. I said out loud, next vacation, we're going to a city. But it wasn't a joke. I meant it. We didn't go back the next year, or the one after. In fact, we broke up not long after that trip. Different reasons, but I'm sure that day didn't help. The memory stuck with me for years. I'd play it over in my head sometimes, lying awake, hearing that growl again like it was stuck in my ears. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a cougar, maybe a moose stomping its feet, or some piece of machinery echoing off the hills. None of it made sense. The sound didn't fit. Then, years later, this part still makes my skin crawl. I was watching a nature video online. Just background noise, some wildlife documentary uploaded by some hiker in Oregon or somewhere. Forest ambience, birds, wind. I had it on low volume while I was cleaning. Then I froze. That sound came through my speakers. The same growl, the same pulsing rhythm. It was faint but clear. My entire body went cold. I turned to the screen, heart racing, and checked the description. It said, rough grouse mating call. That's all it was. A dam bird. A grouse pounding its wings against its chest cavity to attract a mate. It sounds like a low growl from far off, like a diesel engine turning over. It's not even that rare. Plenty of them live in those woods. All that panic, all that fear, over a horny bird. I sat back in my chair, hands shaking. You'd think I'd laugh, but I didn't. Because in that moment, all I could think about was how real the fear had been. How close I came to hurting myself out there, or worse. The thing is, knowing the truth didn't change how it felt. It didn't undo how scared I was in that moment. And that's what I tell people now when they ask me what it's like to work in the woods. Nature doesn't need monsters to scare you. The scariest things are real, ordinary things that you don't understand in the moment. Fear doesn't need fangs. Sometimes it's just your brain filling in blanks, your instincts screaming at you before logic has a chance to catch up. I've heard a lot since becoming a ranger. Stories from hikers, campers, hunters. People always want to know if the stories are true. Some are. Most aren't. But the feeling? That creeping, stomach-turning panic. I don't know what made me take that job. I guess I was tired of traffic, noise, and people. I had worked parks before, but always the popular ones, with visitor centers, smiling tourists, and families taking photos. This was different. Two remote parks, hours away from civilization, no power, no running water. Nothing but scrub desert, creosote, dust, and broken things time forgot. When I got the offer, I told myself I needed the change. Maybe I did, but I didn't know what it would take from me. The first few weeks weren't bad. I drive between the two parks, checking the back gates, clearing wind-blown debris off dirt roads, and writing down license plates of the rare visitors I saw. Mostly, though, it was just me, the radio static, and the wide sky. The desert has its own silence. It's not peaceful like forests or calm lakes. It presses in. In the middle of the day, it bakes the ground into hard silence. At night, it comes alive with sudden, sharp sounds that make your skin tighten. Wind snapping branches, rocks shifting, unseen movement just outside your headlamp beam. You don't get used to it. You just stop flinching as often. I was working solo because both parks were closed for maintenance. One had a washed-out access road that was waiting on county funding. The other was being rehabilitated after too many years of neglect. That's code for, we don't have staff and don't care enough to fix it right now. I didn't mind. Less people meant less mess. But things started going sideways a few weeks in. It started with a call about a smoldering car up in the back end of the older park. Volunteers had been out trimming invasive plants around the campsite loop and said they spotted smoke rising from one of the remote sites. I drove out thinking it'd be the usual. Kids setting fire to a trash pile or maybe an abandoned fire pit flaring up again. When I got there, the car was still faintly smoking. Burned out almost entirely. Nothing left but the twisted frame, some metal piping from the seats, and scorched rubber pooled into the gravel. The stench was horrible. You don't forget that smell. Plastic oil, burned cloth, and something sharper. I waited for fire to show up. They always came slow to this park, especially since the roads were narrow and half-washed. While I stood there, I started seeing details I hadn't noticed at first. Rope near the door. Food wrappers tucked under the edge of the fire ring. A half-melted bottle with some cloudy liquid still inside. I stepped back, wiped my palms on my pants. That smell wasn't just burning rubber and upholstery. I've been a ranger long enough to know what death smells like. I leaned closer to the frame. Through the warped window shape, I could make out a lump, almost charcoal-colored, leaning against the driver's seat. Not a seat cushion. I realized what I was looking at and had to walk away. Called it in again with different urgency. No need to confirm what I already suspected. When the fire crew finally made it up, we all stood around in silence. Nobody said it, but everyone saw the same thing. Someone had died in that car. Worse than that, someone had been killed and left in that car. Shot, for what the fire captain said after they hosed it down. Rope burns on the wrists, ballistics damage to the skull for what little was left. That was the official line later. The cops came out, took photos, bagged everything. Didn't tell us much after. No suspects. No missing persons matching the body. No motive. Just a burned-up stranger left in the one corner of the park nobody went to. After that, everyone called it Cinder Point. It was Site 11 on the old campsite map, but no one used that number anymore. After the fire, the park stayed closed. We installed a steel gate over the entrance to that loop. Still, people talked. Every now and then, someone would try to camp there. Locals dared each other to spend a night, just to say they did. Teenagers, mostly. They'd bring beer and flashlights and leave behind trash and cigarette butts. We'd clean up after them the next morning. That became a routine, but I never lingered there long after dark. Nobody did. A few weeks after that incident, we got a call in the district office. A man had phoned in, said he was going to kill himself. Claimed he had guns, lots of them. Gave a location not far from the western boundary of the second park I managed. At the time, I wasn't assigned to go. Two of my coworkers got sent instead. They radioed in later, said they were waved off by another agency. Apparently, a local federal ranger had arrived first. The guy had done it, shot himself in the chest, but didn't die right away. He tried walking for help, made about 50 yards, then collapsed in a wash. They found the trail of blood and followed it to the body. A mess, they said. That's all I was told. I didn't press. I found out later from one of the admin staff that the responding ranger was someone from another nearby station. She had just buried her husband, who'd also been a ranger. Suicide too. When she found this guy, he'd still been holding the gun. I couldn't imagine what that must have been like for her. First your husband, then another stranger in the same kind of uniform. I don't think she came back to the job after that. These kinds of stories never make the papers. There's no PR angle, no public safety warning. Just quiet removals, sanitized incident reports, and reminders not to discuss things unofficially. I started carrying the weight of it in silence, like everyone else. The worst night, though, the one that really stuck with me, came not long after all that. I had been working those two closed parks alone for a while, and one night, I decided I'd go take an meteor shower. It was late August, warm desert air, almost no moon. I packed a thermos of coffee, grabbed a blanket, and took my banjo. Yeah, I had picked up the banjo a few months earlier, something to kill time out in the middle of nowhere. I was terrible at it, but I liked the way the strings sounded in open space. I figured I'd drive out to the picnic area in the back of the older park, the one with the burn car site, because it had the best view and no tree cover. I told myself it was no big deal. I knew the area. I had a radio and a flashlight. No one else would be out there. It'd be peaceful. I arrived just after sunset, sky already showing streaks of stars. I pulled my truck up next to the picnic shelter, laid the blanket on the table, and tuned the banjo as best I could. Plucked a few strings, tried to play something resembling a melody, but mostly it was just me fumbling chords and mumbling under my breath. It was dead silent. No wind, no bugs, no traffic noise. Just the soft creak of metal from the shelter roof and the occasional snap of something in the brush. I sat there plucking away, sipping coffee, trying to enjoy it. But after about 30 minutes, I got this cold feeling in my chest. Not cold from the air, something else. Like I had just remembered something important that I forgot to do. My stomach tightened. My hands went still on the strings. The banjo echoed louder in the quiet than I expected. Every note bounced back weirdly off the rocks and scrub. I stopped playing and looked around. It was too quiet. That's when the thoughts started creeping in. What if someone else was here? What if they saw my truck and hid nearby? What if this was the same place the killer brought their last victim? What if they came back? I tried to laugh it off, went back to playing a few notes, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Then I heard it, soft rustling in the brush, not far behind the table. I froze. It was low and quick, like something crawling. Then a whisper. I swear it sounded like voices. High-pitched, fast, almost like children talking through cupped hands. My hands were shaking now. I set the banjo down and reached for the flashlight. Clicked it on, swept it toward the sound. Nothing. Just creosote bushes and rock. Then movement. Something darted between the bushes. I stood up on the bench, trying to get a better look. My heart was pounding. The silence came back, but not for long. From aside, I heard it again. Another quick rustle. Then another. Closer this time. I started backing toward the truck. And then they came out. 3 coyotes. They moved fast and smooth through the brush like ghosts, but very real. Gray fur, sharp faces, long legs. They passed right through the edge of the light beam, not even pausing. One yipped as it ran past, its eyes catching the light and glowing like headlights. I stood there frozen, waiting for something worse. But that was it. Just coyotes, curious, maybe drawn in by the sound of music, or maybe just passing through. I let out a shaky breath and realized I had been gripping the flashlight so hard my hand hurt. I packed everything up in a hurry, drove out of that park without looking back. That was the last time I ever played the banjo there. Hell, I stopped going out at night altogether unless I had to. I kept working the parks for another year or so, but things never felt quite right after that. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore. The desert didn't feel open. It felt like a lid closing down on you. Too many things left behind in the dirt. Too many stories without answers. People think the scariest part of working remote parks is animals, or getting lost. But it's not. It's knowing how many things people try to hide out there. The bodies, the secrets, the silence that swallows them. I left that job eventually. Moved closer to town. Took a ranger position in a busier district with trails and signs and visitors who smiled when they walked past. But sometimes at night, when it's really quiet, I think about the smoldering. I started working as a seasonal backcountry ranger in Colorado about 6 years ago, mostly patrolling the San Juan and Weminish wilderness areas. Before that, I'd spent most of my 20s bouncing around trail crews, fire lookouts, and forestry work. I like to keep moving, like being far from towns and people, and most of all, I like being alone out in places that didn't feel built for us. Even after all this time, some parts of the mountains still feel untouched, raw, and indifferent. And that's what always drew me back. But it also meant I had to take the risks that came with being out there. A few years ago, around mid-September, I was posted near a lesser-traveled corridor northeast of Durango. The trails out there don't see much traffic after Labor Day. The monsoon season had passed, and once the schools started back up and temperatures dipped at night, the forest quieted down a lot. That made it perfect for long solo patrols, exactly the kind I preferred. One weekend, I'd planned to rendezvous with my younger brother, Jake. He'd flown out from Minnesota to spend a few days backpacking. He wasn't a ranger, but he'd done some solo hiking trips through the Rockies before, and he could hold his own. We picked a quiet basin below Emerald Peak, about a 2-day hike from any ranger cabin or road. Our plan was simple: hike in from different trailheads, meet at the basin by Friday evening, and camp for 2 nights before heading out together. I reached the basin by late Friday afternoon. The sky was darkening fast, even though it wasn't close to sunset yet. A thick ceiling of clouds had rolled in. There were willows and dense alder groves along the creek that ran through the meadow. I dropped my pack under a small stand of spruce trees, took off my boots, and set up camp while it drizzled on and off. I didn't mind the rain. Actually, I preferred it. It kept most people away. Jake showed up just before dusk, soaked to the waist down, but grinning. We spent that night in the tent, eating rehydrated meals and catching up. It rained a little more, and the wind picked up around midnight. We fell asleep to the sound of branches creaking and water dripping off the fly. I don't know what time it was when Jake shook me awake. I remember it being so quiet. I thought at first he was just trying to scare me. But his face was pale and serious, and he was holding his headlamp. He whispered that he'd heard something outside, maybe 20, 30 feet from the tent, like a dry stick snapping under weight. I sat up, unzipped the inner flap, and listened. Nothing. No wind. No birds. No rain. Just silence. That alone was enough to raise the hairs on my neck. We scanned the willows outside through the mesh with our headlamps. At first, it was just leaves and wet brush reflecting back. Then, a huge pair of eyes caught our beams, just barely above the height of the willows, maybe 5 or 6 feet off the ground. They were far enough away that we couldn't see the body, just the reflection. The eyes didn't blink. They just stared back. I remember thinking it must be a bear. We'd hung our food and cleaned the cookware, so I figured it wasn't coming in for anything. Still, it was unsettling. I kept thinking, why just stand there and stare? The eyes didn't move. 5 minutes passed. Still staring. We kept our lights on it the whole time. Eventually, we decided to kill the headlamps, thinking maybe it would lose interest and move on. If it was a bear, we didn't want to startle it. We lay there in total darkness, listening. Maybe 2 minutes passed before the silence broke. There was a sudden, violent crashing sound. Something massive tore through the willows, heading straight for us. I reached for the bear spray, heart pounding. Jake shouted, but I barely heard him. The ground trembled for a second. The noise got louder. I braced for impact, but the sound swerved. Whatever it was crashed past us on the left side of the tent, close enough that I heard its breath and felt a sudden gust of wind as it veered off. Then silence again. I turned the light back on. Nothing but crushed willows and our footprints. No animal in sight. We got out of the tent slowly, checking the area with our lights. A few yards off, we found huge hoof prints embedded in the wet mud. They weren't round like a bear's, more oval, split in the middle. Moose. We followed the trail until it vanished into the trees. I'd seen moose before, but never that close. Never charging. We were lucky. If it hadn't veered off at the last second, it would have flattened the tent. Maybe us with it. We packed up and moved camp about a quarter-mile uphill, closer to a stand of lodgepole pines. There was an old game trail nearby that connected to the ridgeline. We figured the moose had been bedding down in the willows and got spooked when it saw our lights. Probably felt cornered. The rest of the night passed quietly, but I didn't sleep much. Neither did Jake. We didn't even light a fire the next night. Just sat in silence, keeping our headlamps off. After Jake left, I stayed behind to finish my patrol loop. I spent another 5 days in the backcountry, checking trail conditions, clearing blowdowns, and flagging a few sites for the next season's restoration crew. I saw some elk, a few deer, and what looked like old bear scat near a dry creek bed, but nothing unusual. Still, I felt on edge. The weather turned after that. Steady drizzle most mornings, then fog until early afternoon. One day I woke up to frost covering my tarp and ice crusted around the lip of my water bottle. The kind of cold that bites your fingers even through gloves. That's when I decided it was time to head down and resupply. I planned to spend a day off at a ranger station, then head out again. About a week later, after the cold front passed, I returned to patrol a trail I knew well. It cut through a narrow canyon, ran alongside a small stream, then climbed through pine and fir before leveling off along a high ridge. It was maybe 10 miles long end to end, but I usually hiked out and back in a single day. I like to bring my dog, Runa, with me on that one. She was a medium-sized mutt I'd adopted years earlier, part shepherd and part something else. Smart, good nose, and fearless. That morning it had rained, but by noon it cleared up enough that I figured the trail would be passable. I drove out, parked near the junction, and started up with Runa leading the way. For the first 2 miles, it was totally silent. No birds, no squirrels, no chipmunks. Just the sound of wet pine needles underfoot. The clouds were still low, hanging over the ridge, and the air smelled sharp, like wet bark and moss. Runa stayed maybe 20 yards ahead, occasionally stopping to sniff the trail before moving on. Then, just before a switchback, she stopped cold. Tail down, ears back. She didn't bark or growl, just froze. Then, without warning, she turned and sprinted back down the trail. Full sprint, no hesitation. I shouted after her, but she didn't even look back. I stood there for a second, confused. Then I saw it. Just past where she'd stopped, the trail curved around a rock outcrop. In the soft mud, I saw a single print. Oval, with a rounded heel and 4 distinct toe pads. No claw marks. Mountain lion. It was fresh. No water pooled in the depression. No dried mud. Still sharp. I slowly backed up, eyes scanning the cliffs above the trail. Mountain lions almost never show themselves. They stop from above, wait for the right moment, and strike fast. You usually don't see them until they're already on you. Sometimes not even then. I'll walk backwards, slowly, hand on my bear spray. My breathing was fast, but controlled. I didn't run. Running triggers the predator instinct. I kept checking the ridges, the trees behind and above me. Every noise, every branch creak made me twitch. I didn't stop until I reached the trailhead, maybe 45 minutes later. Runa was waiting by the truck, panting and whining. She'd never acted like that before, not even around bears. Whatever she saw or smelled had spooked her enough to break every bit of training I'd ever given her. After that, I didn't go back to that trail alone for a while. There was something about how quiet the woods had been that day. Like everything else, birds, squirrels, even insects had already cleared out. They knew what I didn't. Those 2 incidents stuck with me more than most. Not because they were the closest calls I ever had, but because of the way they played out. No warning, no sounds, just stillness, and then sudden, overwhelming movement. It reminded me that even out there, where I knew every trail, every grove and bend in the river, I was still just a guest. I kept working as a ranger for several more years after that. Saw more moose, more lions, even came across a bear den once. But I never forgot how close those encounters had been, how fast things can turn. I never camped in that basin again, and I only hike that lion trail now when the sun's high and Runa's right beside me. I've learned not to ignore the quiet. When the woods go still, I listen, because the things that live out there, they're always listening too. I worked as a tree planter in northern Ontario before I became a full-time park ranger. That was years ago, but some parts of that job have never left me. The long days, the never-ending black flies, the way your fingers went numb from cold rain one day and got sunburnt the next. The sheer isolation of being deep in Crown land. Hours from anything that looked like a town, days from a real hospital. Logging roads were our only lifeline, and even those were rough, winding, and more often just mud and rock than any kind of proper trail. You couldn't drive more than 20 kilometers an hour without risking snapping an axle. And once you were deep enough in, you weren't leaving unless something serious pulled you out. We lived in tents pitched in clearings bulldozed by logging companies years ago, spots that hadn't seen human activity since the last time trees were pulled out. We'd get flown in by bush truck convoys, or on rare occasions by float plane if the site was way out. The air was thick with pine and wet moss. You'd wake up and it would be so quiet you'd hear your own heartbeat, except when a squirrel lost its mind or a loon let out a scream that carried across a lake like it was shot from a speaker. Most people I worked with were in their 20s. College kids, outdoorsy types, a few lifers who didn't care about money and just liked planting. We got paid per tree, and some of the faster guys would break themselves just to make an extra few bucks a day. It was hard work. Bend, dig, drop, step, over and over until your knees burned and your back gave out. But the wilderness was something else entirely. Wild in every sense of the word. This wasn't parkland with nice trails and maps. This was uncut forest, dense and unforgiving. You never saw more than 20 feet in front of you in some parts. If someone got lost, it could take hours to find them, if we found them at all. I still remember this guy in our crew, Joel. Quiet, strong, worked fast. The kind of guy you'd want next to you if something bad happened. He'd grown up in Timmins, used to the woods. One day, Joel came back from his block with this weird look on his face. Pale, sweaty, eyes kind of locked on something we couldn't see. He said, well, actually, he didn't say much. He just dropped a backpack in the middle of our mess area. A big, faded green hiking bag. Dirty, like it had been out there for months. Inside were shoes, a change of clothes, a water bottle, a wallet, and a film camera. The wallet had a school ID from somewhere in Toronto, belonged to a guy named Casey, maybe 18 or 19 years old. Nothing else. No phone, no map, no food. There was no trail where Joel found it. No campsite. Nothing to suggest anyone had walked there, let alone lived there. The nearest road was over 15 kilometers away, and even that one was more of a muddy rut. The bag was just lying in the middle of Joel's planting plot, sitting neatly between two pines. No animal marks, no signs of tearing or scattering. We all tried to figure out how it got there. Some said maybe it fell from a float plane, but that made no sense. It wasn't torn or soaked. Others thought it might have been abandoned years ago, but the camera was newer, late 2000 kind, and it didn't have any water damage. Joel was shaken by it. I could tell. I think it really got to him how out of place it was. Like it didn't belong out there. And yet there it was, perfectly still, untouched. We reported it, of course. Our supervisor radioed it in, gave the coordinates to the MNR, Ministry of Natural Resources, and they said they'd send someone to check it out eventually. But we knew what that meant. Nothing would come of it. Not unless a body showed up. That story stuck with me. But what really scared me personally were things that felt way too close. Things I couldn't explain through logic or distance. The first one happened a few weeks later. We were posted near a shallow marsh area. Mosquito hell. I was camped near the edge of the tree line, close to the truck trail, but far enough to be away from the snoring and noise of the main camp. I like sleeping light. Just me, my tent, a thin pad, and my boots outside under the vestibule. That night, I remember it was raining lightly. Just a mist, more annoying than anything. I fell asleep to that soft patter on the tent fly, and at some point in the early morning, I woke up freezing. The kind of chill that soaks through your sleeping bag and sets into your bones. I reached for the zipper to check the tent door, but it wouldn't move. I flicked my headlamp on, and that's when I saw it. The entire vestibule was collapsed inwards, like something heavy had pressed down on it from the outside. I couldn't see out the mesh, but I saw a long, deep tear, 4 jagged lines clawed across the outer layer. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe hard. My boots were gone. I couldn't see them anywhere. I stayed still for what felt like an hour. Eventually, I heard something crack in the trees behind me. Not far, maybe 30 feet at most. Then another. Slow, deliberate. Not a moose, not a deer. Too careful. Eventually, the sound stopped, and I must have fallen back asleep from sheer exhaustion. In the morning, I crawled out. My boots were 10 feet away, upright and untouched. The vestibule looked like it had been stepped on hard. The claw marks were huge. I'm not exaggerating when I say each one was nearly 2 inches apart. Black bear probably, or maybe worse. It had walked up, sniffed around, pressed its weight on the tent, clawed, and walked off. And I'd slept through most of it. If it wanted to come in, it could have. It didn't. After that, I started sleeping closer to the main camp. Not too close. I didn't like the noise, but closer. Another time, I was planting a solo row along a rocky ridge. The terrain was rough, steep, and scattered with dense jack pine. I was doing my usual rhythm, dig, drop, step, when I turned a corner and came face to face with a wolf. It was massive, at least 90 pounds, if not more. Gray-white coat, yellow eyes. It was standing maybe 10 feet away, not moving, just staring. I froze. We both just stood there, eye to eye. I had my planting bags on, full of tiny trees. No weapon, not even bear spray. We stared at each other for maybe 20 seconds. I slowly backed up. It didn't move, just watched me. Eventually, I stepped back behind a tree and took the long way around the ridge. When I came back through that same area a half hour later, the wolf was gone. No tracks, nothing, just the quiet. But the one that really shook me happened on a foggy morning during the last few weeks of the season. We were planting near a marsh again, but this time in higher elevation. The moss there was thick, soft like a sponge. You'd step in one spot and sink up to your ankles. Made planting tough, but you got used to it. That morning, I was alone in a deep section of the block, well beyond where anyone else was working. The fog was so thick you couldn't see more than 5 meters in any direction. I remember checking my watch. It was just past 7 a.m. I'd been out for about 40 minutes. I just dropped a bundle of trees when I noticed something off. Footprints. Not mine. Not boots like what we wore. These were bare. Human. Small. A woman's, maybe. Short stride. Deep impressions. Fresh. Pressed into the moss like someone had just walked through. No signs of dragging. No tearing like what a boot would do. Just clean bare feet, weaving through my planting lines. I followed them for a while. They twisted between rows, circled back once, then disappeared into a dense patch of ferns. I stopped there. The fog was closing in again. The air was cold enough to make my nose sting. I turned around to head back to where I'd started. Not even 5 minutes later, I came across bear prints. A mother and cub. The cubs were playful, hopping and sliding. The mothers were deliberate. Both sets were layered on top of my own boot prints. That meant they followed me, and I hadn't heard a thing. That's what got to me. The silence. The fact that an animal that big had passed within 10 feet of me, and I'd been completely unaware. They must have walked behind me as I was following the barefoot tracks. I never saw or heard them. If she'd felt threatened, if the cub had yelped or played too close, I could have died in seconds. There'd be nothing left but a ripped vest and maybe a bloodied planting shovel. I headed back to camp early that day. My stomach was tight the whole time. When I got back, I didn't tell anyone. What was I going to say? That I'd followed ghost footprints and been stalked by a bear family? I don't believe in ghosts, but I do believe there are things in the woods that we don't fully understand. Not spirits or creatures, but moments. Events that don't have neat explanations. People go missing in the forest all the time, especially in places like this where there are no trails, no rangers, no rescue teams. One wrong step and you vanish. Sometimes you're found. Most times you're not. That season ended and I went back home. Years passed. I joined the Park Service, became a ranger. But I never forgot those days. Never forgot the feeling of being watched, followed, outmatched in a place where you're nothing more than a temporary visitor. Even now, I still think about that backpack Joel found. That kid's ID. The way it just appeared out there in the middle of nowhere. I think about the barefoot tracks, the bear that followed me, the wolf that didn't run. I've seen people underestimate nature. They bring their cameras, their tents, their snacks, and they think the forest is just some big green backdrop for their weekend trip. But the forest doesn't care about your plans. The forest doesn't care about you at all. And sometimes I've been a ranger for over 2 decades now. My patch of land isn't a big national park like some of the younger rangers get starry-eyed about. It's a stretch of low-lying farm plots, wood patches, and a rugged coast section not too far from the state beach access. Not the kind of place that makes headlines or travel blogs, but it's home. We've got rolling green fields, a few muddy lowlands, narrow hiking paths that snake through the tall grasses, and a coastline that gets washed up with more driftwood than seashells. I live right on the edge of it all, where the managed land meets the private family property. My wife and I built our house here when I was still in my 30s. It's quiet. It's safe. That's the one thing I've always been proud to tell my kids, and now my grandkids. This is safe land. Or so I thought. Now, before I tell you what happened, let me make this clear. I don't scare easy. I've seen wildfires close in, I've pulled people out of bogs, I've tracked lost hikers for miles, and I've even had to carry back a body once. But what happened on a humid August afternoon last summer still sits with me in a way none of the others ever did. Because this wasn't about getting hurt out in the wild. This was about something creeping into the space I considered untouchable. Home. My granddaughter, Ellie, is 5, bright, curious, always barefoot, and always sticky from jam or sap or both. Her babysitter, Nina, is 13 from just down the road, a good kid who grew up around here and knows the land well enough. That day was thick with heat, one of those days where the sweat rolls down your back even if you're standing still. I was out working drainage ditches on the old John Deere near the northwest edge of the property, near the spot where the planted fields stop and the trail to the beach starts cutting through the trees. The girls wanted to go for a beach day. Nina had packed sandwiches and a small jar of Nutella, Ellie's favorite. They wore bathing suits under their clothes, big floppy sun hats my wife insisted they wear, and Nina brought along her overstuffed backpack like she always does. I saw them head off that morning, walking across the field with our 2 big mastiffs, Murphy and Griggs, lumbering beside them. And waddling behind them, trying to keep up, was Quacko. Now Quacko isn't just any duck. He's this white pecan with a busted wing. Couldn't fly since he was hatched, so my wife kept him as a pet. That duck lives like royalty. He sleeps on old towels in the mud porch, eats toast with Nutella off a plate, and waddles around the yard like he owns the place. And somehow, don't ask me how, he's got the dogs under his spell. I'm not joking. That duck makes a noise, and both dogs jump to attention. If he waddles left, they wall off that side. If he flaps or hisses, they face out like they're expecting trouble. They don't play fetch. They play bodyguard. So I see this little squad, Nina, Ellie, Murphy, Griggs, and Quacko, head off across the grass and into the thin wood line, and I go back to digging trenches and clearing water channels with the tractor. It was about 2 hours later, maybe closer to 3, when I looked up from the seat of the tractor and spotted them on their way back. The sun was still high, but the heat had dipped a little. I was watching them from maybe 300 yards away, making their way across the open patch before the planted section. The girls were walking slow, Nina in a long t-shirt and sweats now, so I figured they'd changed out of their swimsuits. Ellie still had her sun hat on and was barefoot like always. I could see Murphy and Griggs circling a bit wide of the group, keeping a bubble around them. Quacko was riding in Ellie's arms. Then, just as I was about to start the engine and roll over to pick them up, I saw something that didn't fit. A full-grown adult sprinted across the empty field behind them, maybe 100 yards back, moving fast across the unplanted section where the soil's soft and patchy. It wasn't someone from our property. I know every farmhand, every neighbor, every seasonal worker. This was someone I didn't recognize. No pack, no tools, just a body moving low and quick like they were trying not to be seen. I left the engine off and watched hard. My first thought was that maybe one of the teens from the neighboring lots had gotten into the woods, maybe high, maybe screwing around, but something about the way this figure moved was off. Too focused, too deliberate. They weren't headed in a straight line. They curved around the field, moving from brush patch to brush patch, like they were keeping pace with the girls but staying out of sight. I waited until the girls got within a few hundred feet, then turned the tractor on and drove across the field to intercept them. I didn't want to panic them, but I didn't want to waste time either. They climbed up, and I told them to sit tight while I drove them back to the house. The dogs jumped up too. Quacko flapped up to Nina's lap like it was his usual seat. I didn't say anything about what I saw. I got them back to the porch, told my wife to keep them inside, and grabbed the radio and a pair of binoculars. I didn't bother calling the local sheriff yet. Not until I knew I had something. I called up two of my seasonal guys who were still on site, Sammy and Rick, both reliable, both ex-military, and both knew how to move quiet through brush. We regrouped near the drainage ditch, right where I'd seen the figure earlier, and moved out toward the beach trail. The light had shifted by then. Shadows were longer. The temperature had dropped a little, but not enough to cool the sweat on my back. We found the girls' footprints easily. Two small sets, the duck's little webs, and the big paw prints of the dogs. They'd taken the straight path through the field and into the sand trail. About halfway down the trail, we saw something else. Another set of prints. Larger, barefoot, but deeper than the girls. The kind of depth that comes from someone running or carrying weight. The prints didn't follow the trail like the girls. They ran parallel in the scrub grass, weaving behind low brush and thorn patches. Always just off the path. Always just behind. We followed those tracks all the way to the tree line that marked the edge of the private property, right before the dunes start rising toward the Soundside beach. That's when we saw it. An old tarp staked down with driftwood, hidden behind a thick wall of dune grass and bramble. Underneath, it was a foam pad, an empty water bottle, and a crumpled windbreaker. A small stash of trail mix wrappers. No ID, no bag, just enough to say someone had been living there, maybe for a few days, maybe longer. Then Sammy called out from 10 yards off. He'd found something else, a broken camera lens and a torn piece of mesh, like from a hunting blind or ghillie suit. Whoever this was, they weren't just camping. They were hiding, and they'd been watching the trail. We swept the area and found more signs. Boot tracks up and down the path to the main beach access, prints in the soft patch near a stream crossing, even a pair of zip ties tossed behind a rotting log. Nothing conclusive. Nothing that would make a police report more than suspicious loitering. But everything pointed to someone who had no business being back there, someone who moved like they didn't want to be seen, and someone who stayed just close enough to a path that kids use every summer. We burned the daylight, doing a full sweep of the coastal path, and I finally radioed in a report to the sheriff's office. Deputies came out later that night, but the trail had gone cold. They said they'd add a patrol to the beach lot, but with no crime and no face, there wasn't much else to be done. For the next week, I stayed near the property line. I ran patrols myself every evening, walked the paths alone just before dusk. I never saw the figure again. No new prints, no tarp, no wrappers. Like he'd packed up and vanished the moment he knew he'd been spotted. But something stuck with me, and it still does. That kind of person doesn't wander off for no reason. He wasn't just squatting. He was watching. I think maybe the dogs sensed it long before I did. Maybe even that damn duck. Quacko had been getting restless, flapping, and squawking more than usual in the days leading up to that. I chalked it up to heat. But maybe he knew. What kept me up nights was the thought of what might have happened if Nina hadn't had the dogs. If the girls had stayed longer, taken a nap in the dune grass, or wandered just a little off trail. If they'd left the duck behind. That duck, strange as it sounds, may have saved their lives. Because wherever Ellie went, that duck went. And wherever that duck waddled, Murphy and Griggs flanked him like he was carrying a gold crown. They were alert, pacing, and something about the way Nina described it later, how they kept positioning themselves, facing outward, told me the dogs had picked up on something stalking them long before the girls did. I think about that figure a lot. Wonder if he was just passing through, or if he'd been watching longer than we realized. We don't get hikers out this far, not without seeing them from a mile off. And we sure don't get barefoot grown men sprinting through unplanted dirt like they're chasing shadows. We don't let the kids go off alone anymore. Not without a radio. Not without one of us trailing behind at a distance. I fenced off the trail where it meets the public access and posted clear warnings. Private property, no entry. Sheriff's Department increased patrols for a few weeks, but as the months passed, things went back to normal. But I still keep a .30-30 lever action over the back door now. Not because I expect trouble, but because I've learned you don't always see it coming. And Quacko still sleeps in the mudroom, still gets his new Teletoast, and every time he waddles to the edge of the yard, it's been over 20 years now, and I still don't walk near riverbanks the same way. Not when I'm alone. Not when the light starts to shift and the air gets that eerie weight to it that you only notice once you've had the hell scared out of you for real, not from some movie or story, but from life itself. I was a younger man then, a little more reckless, a lot more curious. I was in Big Bend National Park, down in West Texas, out where the Rio Grande bends its way between the US and Mexico. That place always felt like a hidden secret to me, like a fold in the earth that most people passed by without noticing. It's not the lush green you might imagine when someone says national park. It's desert, stark and dry and sharp, but it's beautiful in a way that gets under your skin. Once you see it, it never really leaves you. I've been prepping a backpacking presentation for REI. They were partnering with park staff for a desert series, and Big Bend was one of the crown jewels. I was sent out to photograph some routes, scope the trails, get a feel for the flow of the land. I'd done dozens of these jobs before, usually routine. Hike a few hours, take some photos, make a few notes on conditions and terrain, then head back. Nothing strange ever happened on those days, until this one. That particular afternoon, I was alone near Santa Elena Canyon. The day had been warm, dry as a bone. Clear sky, the kind of light that gives the rocks that burnt red glow just before the sun starts dipping. It was a couple hours before sunset, maybe 3, and I was hoping to catch the golden hour over the river basin. That's the spot where the Rio Grande widens, the terrain flattens out some, and the wildlife tends to hang close to the water. It's where things come alive. Birds, coyotes, deer, you name it. I'd parked my van in one of the primitive lots near what passed as a trailhead and started hiking out toward the mouth of the canyon. I don't remember hearing anything unusual. No sounds of panic, no birds flying off suddenly, no growls or snapping branches. Just the wind moving the dry brush and the sound of my boots crunching in the dust. The path wasn't even a real trail, more like the remnants of a washout, faint, barely marked by anything other than a dip in the sand. I remember rounding a bend, just as the river came into view. It opened wide in front of me, calm and quiet, cutting a broad strip through the desert. The far side of the river rose gently into rocky foothills, a few mesquite trees here and there, scraggly and twisted. Everything about the moment felt slow, like time had taken a breath. That's when I saw it. At first, I couldn't figure out what I was looking at. Something was moving along the far side of the river. It was big, low to the ground, and had this almost unnatural glide to it. My brain immediately tried to make sense of it. Maybe a deer lying on its side, struggling? It was the same sort of tan color as a white-tailed doe, but the motion was off. It was moving like a snake, or something dragging itself with purpose. I squinted, took a step forward, trying to clear my view. And then it clicked. It was a mountain lion. A big one. Muscles rippled under its coat as it moved low, its belly nearly dragging in the sand. The way it moved was hypnotic. Controlled. Dead silent. It was stalking something, probably a rabbit or some other small prey that I couldn't see. My body went still. I'd never seen one in the wild before, not like that. Not so close. Not so exposed. Then it stopped and turned its head. Slowly. Smoothly. Its eyes locked on mine from across the water. I'll never forget that moment for as long as I live. It was like a switch flipped inside the animal. 1 second it was in hunter mode, the next it was assessing me, sizing me up. You could almost see the numbers running in its head. Distance, effort, risk, reward. I was about 200, maybe 250 feet from it, with a decent stretch of river between us. At that point in time, the Rio Grande was running low due to the drought and, let's just say, aggressive water usage upriver. There were places where you could cross with your boots still dry if you chose right. It knew that. It stared at me, unmoving. Its tail flicked once. Then its head turned back toward its original target. Then back to me. Again and again. Back and forth. I could feel the math happening in real time. I wasn't screaming. I wasn't moving. I barely even breathed. I just stared back, hands loose by my sides, heart pounding like a drum. After what felt like minutes, might have only been seconds, I started to back away. Slowly, quietly. I didn't turn around. I didn't run. I just kept eye contact as I stepped backward, one foot behind the other, listening to the dry crunch of gravel beneath me. My whole body was tense, like my skin wasn't big enough to hold it all in. Every nerve screamed, but I didn't break pace. When I finally dipped behind a small bluff and lost line of sight with the cat, I picked up the pace. My boots hit the trail hard and fast. I made it back to the van with no sign of pursuit, no sound of movement. Just that dreadful silence following me like a shadow. I threw the door open, climbed inside, and just sat there for a long while, heart racing so hard it made my temples throb. I didn't see it again. Not that night. But the night wasn't over. That evening, I stayed in the van instead of setting up camp. I parked along one of the lesser-used dirt roads, off the main loop. Not quite primitive camping, not quite illegal, but in that gray area rangers sometimes bend into for convenience. I didn't want to deal with tents and stakes and wind that night. I just wanted to eat something simple and sleep. I cracked open a pack of stale Oreos and sipped from a bottle of warm water, the kind that's been in the sun just long enough to taste like plastic. The kind you drink anyway. Outside, darkness fell hard and fast. The desert doesn't ease into night the way forests do. One moment it's golden and glowing, the next it's pitch black. No noise, no buildup, just sudden stillness. It makes the smallest sounds feel bigger than they are. A rustle in the grass becomes a footstep. A distant bird call becomes a scream. And then came the real screams. Not human. Far from it. Sometime around 10 or 11, I started hearing them. The sharp, high-pitched screeches of mountain lions echoing through the dark. A little to the east, then to the south, then again closer than I expected. The first time you hear that sound, you might think it's someone dying. That's no exaggeration. It doesn't sound like a roar. It doesn't even sound like an animal. It sounds like something ancient and angry ripping its way out of the night. I sat in the van, in total silence. Every muscle in my back tense to the point of aching. I turned off all the lights, even my headlamp. Locked the doors. As if that mattered. It was just metal and glass. If something really wanted in, it'd get in. That's the thing you don't realize until you're out there. The illusion of safety is just that, an illusion. I didn't sleep much that night. At around 2 in the morning, I took a dose of NyQuil. I've been fighting a head cold, maybe allergies from all the dust, but whatever it was had turned my sinuses into concrete. I figured if I was going to lay there awake, I might as well do it without my throat feeling like sandpaper. The thing is, NyQuil messes with me. Always has. I get these half dreams, like I'm awake and asleep at the same time. I hallucinate. Not fun, usually. I've seen bugs crawling on the ceiling, had conversations with people who weren't there, even thought I'd lost my legs once. All part of the package. At around 3 a.m., I must have drifted off. Then I woke up screaming. Not because of a dream. Not because of a mountain lion clawing at my door. I woke up because I was yelling at a mountain. Not about it, at it. Like it had done something to me. I was sitting upright in the driver's seat, cold sweat soaking through my shirt, yelling hoarsely at the towering mass of rock outside the windshield. The moon had come up behind it, casting the cliff face in sharp contrast. In my NyQuil haze, I had convinced myself that the mountain was alive. Not metaphorically, not in some poetic way. I believe it was breathing, watching me. I thought it was going to open up and eat the van whole. It took me 10 solid minutes to realize I was hallucinating. 10 long, paranoid, panting minutes, sitting in that van in the middle of nowhere, while real mountain lions prowled the dark around me, and fake nightmares ran laps through my drugged brain. Eventually, I calmed down, took a sip of water, laid down across the seats. Waited for morning. The sun came up slow, like it always does out there. Pale light creeping over the horizon, slowly replacing fear with clarity. By the time I stepped out of the van, the hallucinations were gone, and so was any trace of the cats. No prints in the sand, no bodies, no blood, just silence and sun, and that same strange pull Big Bend always had on me. I finished the trip, gave the REI talk, used a few of the photos I snapped that day near the river, cropped and brightened so no one would see the look on my face in the background. But I never forgot the way that lion looked at me. Never forgot the way the world felt thinner that night, like the line between being predator and prey could be crossed in a single heartbeat. And I never, ever go out there alone anymore. Not when the sun's getting low. Not when I can't hear the river. I've worked as a park ranger in northern Minnesota for almost 13 years now. Most of my career has been spent in the Superior National Forest, and I've covered everything from routine maintenance of trail systems to search and rescue operations deep into the backcountry. Over the years, I've seen some disturbing stuff: injuries, animal attacks, illegal hunting, the occasional lost hiker. But nothing ever got under my skin quite like what I found one October a few years ago. This happened just as the leaves were turning and the tourist crowds were thinning out. That's my favorite time in the forest. Cold mornings, long shadows, and a stillness that stretches for miles. That week, my assignment was a solo patrol of a less trafficked section called Trout Run Backcountry. It's an area of dense mixed forest, birch, pine, and a lot of low marshy ground, crossed by a few rugged trails and logging roads that hadn't been maintained in years. Not many visitors went that far out. It's about 16 miles of hiking from the nearest ranger station. We mostly went in once or twice a season to check on old hunting cabins, trail signs, and to log tree falls or washouts for the forestry crews. I was on a 5-day patrol. That meant backpacking in with supplies, camping rough, and checking a list of GPS markers spread over a wide range. It wasn't glamorous, but I enjoyed that kind of isolation. I carried a GPS, a paper map, a radio, and a satellite phone as backup. The nearest help was hours away even by air, but I was used to that. The first 2 days were uneventful. I hiked the long ridge trail, checked a few old signs, and camped by a stream where I'd pitched my tent many times before. The nights were cold enough that I could see my breath. Coyotes howled in the distance. I saw some fresh moose tracks and a set of bear prints near a muddy bend in the river, but nothing unusual. The forest felt the same as it always had. It was the 3rd day things started to feel off. That morning, I woke up early. My plan was to make it to a small clearing we called Marker 73 by mid-afternoon. It used to be a fire watch camp back in the 1950s, long since abandoned. Just a flat spot in the forest now where a few stones and rusted gear lay forgotten. I had to bushwhack through a few miles of unmaintained trail to get there, but I'd done it before. Around midday, I noticed something strange as I moved through the pines. The forest had gone unusually quiet. Normally, even in October, you can hear small animals scurrying, chipmunks, squirrels, birds overhead. But that section of woods was dead silent. No wind, no birds, no underbrush moving. Just the sound of my own boots crunching through fallen needles and leaves. It wasn't just the quiet. There was a smell too, faint at first, like rot. Not a full, dead animal stink, but like something had been left to fester. I figured maybe there was a deer carcass nearby. Happens all the time. Wolves bring one down, the smell lingers. I pulled my collar up and kept going. Then I started seeing the trees. It's hard to explain exactly what was wrong with them at first. They weren't marked or cut down or burned. But as I moved deeper, maybe a mile from the clearing, I noticed several tall spruces leaning in odd angles. Not fallen, not snapped, just bent, like someone had pushed them and they'd grown sideways instead of up. One of them had deep gouges on the trunk, horizontal scrapes, maybe 3 feet up. Not claw marks, cleaner than that, almost like it had been shaved with a blade. But no signs of axe work or logging. I noted it in my logbook and pressed on. Then, around 2 in the afternoon, I reached the clearing at Marker 73. That's when I found it. In the center of the clearing was a tree. A big white pine, older than most in that part of the forest. Must have been at least 80 feet tall and thick around the base. I recognized it from previous patrols. But now, nailed to the trunk about 5 feet off the ground, were parts of dead deer. Not a full deer, not a single animal. It was dozens of parts. A leg here, half a rib cage there. Skinned in places, still with fur in others. The pieces were nailed into the bark with long, rusty nails. All over the tree. Haphazard, but deliberate. They looked old. Dried blood had streaked down the bark. Flies buzzed, even in the cool air. I stopped cold. My heart started pounding. I've seen weird hunter shrines before. Antlers tied to branches, bones stacked in piles, even bloody field dressing sites. But this was different. The amount of work it would take to climb up and nail all those pieces in place wasn't something a hunter would do for fun. And it wasn't fresh. Some parts looked weeks old, others maybe a month or more, but they'd all been stuck on the same tree. There were no boot prints around the base, just a few disturbed patches of moss, some tufts of fur. I walked a slow circle around the tree, trying to make sense of it. Why would someone do this? It wasn't just sick, it was methodical. Some of the parts had been cleaned, others left raw. A jawbone hung from a wire looped around a branch. I couldn't see any trail leading in or out of the clearing. No tire marks, no recent foot traffic, nothing. That's when I noticed the camera. It was half buried in leaves near the base of the tree. A small trail cam, the kind hunters sometimes use to track game. I picked it up. Dead batteries. No memory card. Whoever had put it there had either taken the footage or removed it before I arrived. But it confirmed someone had been here. Recently. I backed away, suddenly feeling very exposed. I radioed it in. No answer. Not unusual. Coverage in the trout run backcountry was always spotty. I tried again from a ridge nearby. Still nothing. I made a note to try the sat phone that evening. I camped a few hundred yards from the clearing. I didn't want to sleep near that thing. That night, I barely slept. The forest stayed quiet. Too quiet. I kept the fire low and my flashlight close. Every few minutes I thought I heard movement. Branches cracking, soft steps on needles. But every time I looked, there was nothing there. Just darkness. I finally dozed off around 3 in the morning. When I woke up just after sunrise, there were fresh boot prints around my tent. Not animal tracks. Boot prints. Big ones. Lug soles. They circled once, then disappeared back into the woods. I froze in place when I saw them. Whoever it was had come right up to my tent in the night and walked around me while I slept. I packed up fast and decided to cut the patrol short. My plan was to hike west and reach one of the old fire roads where I could call in an evac. It would take me most of the day, but I didn't feel safe staying out there another night. As I moved out, I kept checking behind me. I didn't hear anything, but the feeling of being watched never went away. About 4 hours later, I reached a ridge overlooking a long valley. There was an old ATV trail that ran through it, mostly overgrown, but visible if you knew where to look. That's when I found the second tree. Same thing. Deer parts. This one was worse. More recent. The meat was still red. Flies everywhere. A full head, eyes gone, nailed upside down. Antlers snapped. The smell hit me before I even saw it. There were no prints. No signs of dragging. No animal marks. Someone had killed that deer, cut it up, and arranged the parts the same way. Same height on the trunk. Same pattern of nails. Same wires holding bones in place. This wasn't random. It was ritual, but not religious. Not tribal. Not even artistic. It felt colder than that. Clinical. Like someone doing an experiment. I didn't even stop to write it down. I started moving faster down into the valley. Around 3 p.m., I finally got a signal and called the station on my sat phone. I told them I'd found evidence of poaching and possibly someone stalking rangers. They said they'd send a chopper at first light to a nearby clearing. I spent the night camped beside the fire road. I didn't sleep. I heard someone walking again, this time keeping their distance, just far enough into the trees that I couldn't see them. But I heard the snapping of twigs, the crunch of old snow patches underfoot, always just beyond the light of the fire. They stayed there until dawn. The helicopter arrived around 6:30 a.m. I waved them down and climbed in fast. The pilot asked if I was okay. I told him I was fine. I wasn't. Back at the station, I filed a full report. I gave them GPS coordinates for both trees, photos, and details about the prints around my tent. I showed them the old trail cam and the boot tracks. The station supervisor didn't say much, just nodded and told me they'd send a team out. That was the last I heard about it. Weeks went by. I kept checking for updates. Nothing. Eventually, I was told the investigation was closed. They chalked it up to unauthorized hunting behavior and said there was no further threat. I didn't believe that. Later, I went back to the area on my own. Both trees were gone, cut down. No sign they'd ever been there. Even the markers I'd left in the trees leading to the clearing had been removed. Clean, like someone didn't want anyone finding that spot again. That was 4 years ago. I still work as a ranger, but I don't go back into Trout Run unless I have to. And when I do, I never sleep. Not even for a minute. People think being a park ranger is all campfires and walking trails, maybe the occasional bear encounter or helping lost tourists. That's true, sometimes. But there's a side to this job that no one really talks about. A side that makes your gut twist and keeps you awake long after your shift ends. Most folks don't want to hear about it, but I'll tell you what happened. Not because I want to, but because I still think about it every day. Maybe writing it down will help me let go. Maybe not. This happened during the off-season, what we call dead season, in Glacier Ridge National Park, Montana. That's not the real name, but I won't use it. Doesn't matter anyway. The place looks like most big parks out west. Thick pine forests, frozen lakes, steep ridges, and long stretches of backcountry that go on forever. During summer, it's packed with hikers and families and photographers. But from late October through early April, it's a ghost town. My name is Aaron. I worked for the Park Service for almost 14 years. I'd spent most of that time bouncing between parks in the Northwest, but Glacier Ridge became my permanent assignment around 5 years ago. I liked it. Still do, in a way. There's something about the silence out there. You can go for hours without hearing a single thing besides your own breath and the wind scraping through the trees. That winter, they assigned me to run the South Station Outpost. It's one of 3 ranger cabins spread around the park, mostly used during summer, but we keep them operational year-round. They're simple, log frame, tin roof, small stove, radio, and a bunk. No Wi-Fi, no power beside the small generator, and the only heat comes from the wood you chop yourself. It's not luxury, but it's enough. South Station sits about 28 miles from the nearest trailhead, reachable only by snowmobile or snowshoes once the heavy snows hit. I was set to stay there for 10 days alone, doing wildlife tracking, logging weather data, and checking the fire tower 3 miles east of the cabin. That's all normal. Rangers do this sort of thing all the time. It's part of the job. I arrived the second week of January. The weather was already rough. Heavy snowfall, wind gusts, and ice-crusted branches snapping under pressure. The park was officially closed to visitors. In fact, there weren't any cars in the parking lot when I loaded up my gear and hit the trail. I snowshoed in that day, hauling a sled behind me with supplies, wrapped in tarp and rope. The wind cut hard across the ridgelines, and the trail was mostly invisible under fresh powder. It took nearly 7 hours to reach the cabin. By the time I got there, my beard was crusted with ice, and my fingers had gone stiff. The sun was down behind the hills, and the temperature had already dropped to 10 below. I unlocked the cabin, unpacked, and got the stove going. The fire took a while to catch, but once it did, the place warmed up fast. I ate a freeze-dried meal and stretched out on the cot, glad to be alone and off my feet. The first 2 days were uneventful. Cold, quiet, peaceful even. I checked the fire tower, refilled the logbooks, and wrote down snow depths and wind readings. The sky stayed overcast, and there was a constant light snow. Nights were silent. No animal sounds, not even the usual owl calls. But that's not unusual in winter. Most things are hibernating or hiding deep in the trees. It was the 3rd morning when I noticed something odd. About half a mile from the cabin is a ridge where I usually check for wolf tracks. There's a known pack in that area, and they move between valleys during winter. I found the tracks as expected, clean paw prints spaced out along a game trail, heading downslope. But there was something else. Human prints. One set, barefoot. I stared at them for a long time, kneeling in the snow. They weren't boot prints. I know what boots look like in snow. These were clearly human feet, narrow heel, arch, 5 toes, pressed deep into the snow. I took off my glove and touched one. It was fresh. The snow around the edges hadn't crusted over yet, and the print was still soft. Maybe 3 hours old for at most. That made no sense. There shouldn't be anyone out here. The park was closed. No hikers. No campers. And even if someone had gotten lost or come out here illegally, they wouldn't be walking barefoot. Not this far, not in 10 below weather. They'd be dead in an hour. I looked around, scanning the tree line. Nothing. Just pine and snow and wind. No movement, no sound. I followed the tracks for maybe 50 yards before they vanished. No joke, they just ended. No sign of them turning around. No other tracks. They went between 2 trees and disappeared. I circled the area for half an hour, trying to find another print, even just a disturbance in the snow, but found nothing. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay on the cot with my eyes open, listening. The fire snapped now and then, and the wind scratched at the roof. Around 2 a.m., I thought I heard footsteps crunching outside. Slow, deliberate. I held my breath and sat up. The steps stopped. I didn't open the door. I didn't move. I waited. Eventually, the sound faded. I stepped outside just after sunrise, shotgun in hand. There were no prints in the snow near the door. None around the cabin at all. I told myself I was imagining it. Wind can play tricks. Old wood makes noise when it settles. But deep down, I didn't buy that. Day 4, I hiked to the fire tower again. Everything seemed normal until I got back. My axe was gone. I'd left it leaning against the shed wall behind the cabin, blade covered with a leather sheath. That morning it had been there. I'd used it to split wood before heading out. Now it was just gone. No tracks, no drag marks. Just missing. I searched for 2 hours. I checked the trees, under the cabin, even the snowbanks along the path. Nothing. I didn't radio in. What would I say? Hey, I think someone stole my axe, and I'm hearing phantom footsteps. They'd pull me out for sure. I'd lose trust, maybe even get reassigned. So I said nothing. I locked the cabin that night, bolted the door, and kept the shotgun close. Around midnight, I heard the thump. It came from the roof. Just one, not like a branch falling. It was dull and heavy. Something landing. I grabbed the flashlight and shined it through the cracks near the ceiling. Nothing. Then I heard dragging, like something was being pulled across the roof. Slow, scratchy. I stayed frozen for over an hour, waiting for it to stop. When it finally did, the silence felt even louder. By morning, there were no signs on the roof. No dents, no scrapes. No tracks around the cabin. I didn't eat that day. My stomach was twisted in knots. I walked in tight circles near the tree line with my shotgun slung across my chest, scanning everything. On day 6, I found the axe. It was wedged into the trunk of a pine tree, about a quarter-mile from the cabin, stuck deep at shoulder height. The handle was cracked, like it had been slammed with full force. The blade was stained, brownish black and crusted. It looked like blood. I didn't pull it out. I left it there and backed away, returning to the cabin with the hair on my arms standing straight up. I considered calling it in. I almost did, but something held me back. Pride, maybe, or fear of being doubted. That night, the generator went out. I had fuel. Everything was hooked up right. I checked it myself, flashlight in hand. The starter cord had been cut. Clean slice. I switched to lanterns and kept the stove burning. I locked the door again and blocked it with a chair. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat upright in the cot, shotgun across my lap, listening. Around 3:30, I saw a movement outside the window. Just a shadow. Tall. Thin. It passed quickly, but I saw it. No mistake. I stayed frozen for what felt like hours, until sunlight began to creep through the seams in the wood. I stepped outside after sunrise. There were no prints. Nothing at all. But every tree within 50 feet of the cabin had a small slice taken out of it. Thin, clean, at about chest height. A blade had done it. A sharp one. My axe, maybe. I finally radioed base that afternoon. I didn't say much, just that I was having equipment issues and wanted to get pulled out early. They said they'd send a team by snowmobile the next morning. I didn't tell them I was scared out of my mind. I didn't mention the barefoot prints or the axe in a tree or the slices on the trunks. I just said I was done. That night was the longest of my life. No fire, no generator, just me, the lantern, and the shotgun. I lay there listening, breathing slow, eyes wide open. I didn't blink much. Then came a knocking. Slow, rhythmic, on the back wall of the cabin. Knock, 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 pause, knock, knock, then silence. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I waited. 10 minutes. Then 20. Then it came again, this time from the front wall. Knock, 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 right behind my head. I almost screamed. I bit down on the inside of my cheek and tasted blood. My hands were shaking. I pointed the shotgun at the door and waited. Eventually, the knock stopped. When the team arrived the next morning, I was outside already. Packed, pale, probably looked like a ghost myself. They asked if I was okay. I just nodded. I never told them the full story. I didn't have to. A week later, one of them, Dave, I was stationed at Beartooth Lookout for the winter of 2019. It's a small, single-person fire lookout tower in the northern Montana wilderness, just outside Glacier National Park. Most people think fire lookouts are only manned during the summer months, and that's true for most towers. But Beartooth was different. It was one of the few that also served as a winter wildlife monitoring outpost. With no road access in the winter and no other rangers within 50 miles, it was as isolated as it gets. My job was pretty straightforward. Keep an eye on the weather stations, document any signs of wildlife activity, especially wolves, elk, and cougars, and report via satellite radio once every 3 days. My logbook had to be detailed: tracks, sounds, movement patterns, temperatures, anything unusual. They wanted to learn how the animals were adjusting to decreasing snowpack levels and warmer winters. The tower itself was old but solid, built in the 1950s, refurbished in the 90s. It sat on top of a ridge about 6,500 feet up, overlooking miles of untouched forest. It had no plumbing, no electricity beyond solar panels, and heat came from a propane heater that groaned and rattled on cold mornings. Water came from snowmelt I had to boil. I had enough food dropped in by air for 3 months, a cot, a table, 2 chairs, and a steel locker with emergency gear, flares, a rifle, extra batteries, and a radio backup. I've been out there for almost 6 weeks when things started to feel wrong. The first odd thing happened on January 7th. I remember because it was the first real storm of the season. The wind came in heavy from the north, carrying sharp, biting snow that rattled the windows for hours. I couldn't see more than 10 feet out the window all day. Around dusk, I noticed something strange through the fogged-up glass. There were tracks near the base of the tower. That shouldn't have been possible. I hadn't gone out since the storm started. No animals come that close to the tower, not usually. But these weren't animal prints. They were boot prints, heavy ones, treaded. I saw them lead from the treeline, circle around the tower once, and then vanish near the rocks to the east side. They didn't go back, just stopped. I put on my snow gear, took the rifle, and went down the creaky metal stairs, moving slow and quiet. I didn't call out. I didn't want to spook whoever it was, or get myself shot, but I didn't find anyone. I followed the prints until they stopped near a boulder patch. Then nothing. No return prints. No sign of someone crouching or hiding nearby. Just wind-blown snow beginning to fill the tracks. I checked around the whole tower. No gear stashed, no supplies disturbed, nothing missing. That night, I stayed up most of the time, the rifle leaning against my cot, the radio nearby. I didn't report it. I figured maybe it was some lost hunter. Dumb, maybe, but not unheard of. Or some off-grid guy moving through. Still, I didn't sleep well. The idea of someone walking around out there in that storm didn't sit right with me. On January 11th, I found something else. I got out to check on one of the trail cams about half a mile from the tower. They weren't fancy, just motion-activated cams mounted to trees. I had 6 of them spaced out on game trails. Every 10 days or so, I swapped the memory cards and checked the batteries. The one I checked that day was the westernmost cam, facing a frozen creek. The memory card had 143 files. Most were animals: moose, elk, a fox, even a pair of wolves passing through together. But then I found 3 images that made me freeze. A man. In all 3 frames, he was standing in the exact same spot, facing the camera directly. He had on a parka with the hood pulled up, snow pants, gloves, boots. His arms were by his side. No backpack, no snowshoes, no weapon. The photos were time-stamped 3:17 a.m., January 9th, 2 days after the footprints by the tower. He wasn't moving, not in any of the pictures. Same angle, same posture, eyes fixed on the lens. The snow was coming down hard in the images, nearly sideways. There was no logical reason for someone to be out there at that time, in that kind of storm, staring dead into a wildlife camera. It didn't make sense. Not unless he knew it was there. I didn't like it. I hiked back fast, locking the tower door behind me, which I'd already started doing every night since the footprints. This time I did radio it in. I gave the timestamp, the location of the cam, and described the man. HQ said they'd pass it on to local search and rescue, but with the weather and terrain, there wasn't much they could do. He could be gone already. Could have slipped down into a ravine and frozen. Or maybe he'd made camp somewhere deep in the woods. They told me to keep an eye out and report anything else I found. That was it. 2 days later, I found the camera smashed. It was the same cam. I'd gone out early to place a new one in a better angle, something I could watch more clearly from the ridge. When I got there, the camera was still strapped to the tree, but the casing was shattered, lens punched through, SD card gone. I found pieces of the plastic 5 feet away. There were more boot prints. Same tread. Not fresh. Maybe a day or 2 old. I looked around. Nothing else. Just deep cold and heavy silence. I started sleeping with a rifle under my sleeping bag. I blocked the door with one of the chairs. I moved the small table in front of the window, just in case. I even blacked out the window, slits with duct tape from the emergency kit. It felt stupid, but every part of me was screaming that something was wrong. Then, one morning, I woke up and noticed something on the stairs. A single glove. Black. Heavy insulated with a long cuff. Just sitting there on the bottom step. I hadn't gone out the day before. It wasn't mine. It hadn't been there the night before. I was sure of it. There were no prints in the snow nearby. It hadn't snowed overnight, so it hadn't been buried and uncovered. It had just appeared. I kept the glove, put it in a plastic bag, and sealed it. I marked the date in my log. I radioed it in. They told me again to stay alert and that a chopper drop will be scheduled for resupply the following week. I asked if someone could come early. They said no. I was the only ranger assigned to that area, and weather was still too bad to fly. From that day on, I felt watched. That feeling, that invisible weight you get when someone is staring at your back, stayed with me constantly. Even inside the tower, even at night, I felt it. I started hearing small noises at night. Not big, crashing sounds. Just tiny things. A click, a tap, a faint rustle like fabric. Every time I looked, nothing. Every time I opened the door with the rifle up, nothing. I never saw movement, never saw lights, but I knew I wasn't alone out there. I took to climbing onto the roof with binoculars during the day, scanning the tree leans and ridge lines. I never saw anyone. I set up the last 2 working cams I had near the base of the tower. One facing the trail I used to check the western cams, one watching the east ridge. I reviewed them every 2 days. For almost a week, nothing. Then, on January 21st, I found something. One of the cams showed someone crouched behind a fallen tree, not far from the tower, staring at it. Frame by frame, I watched as he stayed there for 30 solid minutes. Not moving, just watching. The sun was going down in the footage, and as the light got lower, his figure slowly faded into shadow. Again, same gear. No face visible. No snowshoes. Just standing in waist-deep snow like it was nothing. I watched that footage over and over, each time feeling colder than the last. I stayed inside for 3 days after that. Didn't check cams. Didn't hike trails. I kept the heater running nonstop. I didn't sleep more than a few hours. Every sound outside turned my blood cold. I knew he was still out there. I just didn't know why. Then, the night before the resupply flight was scheduled, everything escalated. I woke up around 3 a.m. to a loud thud. Not a crash. Not something distant. It was something hitting the side of the tower. Hard. Then another. And another. I grabbed the rifle, turned off the heater so I could hear better, and crept to the window. I didn't see anything at first. Then a rock hit the metal siding. Another slammed against the window shutter. Someone was throwing rocks at the tower. I flicked the floodlight on. It lit up the clearing below. Nothing. I scanned fast, hands shaking. The light caught something near the trees. Movement. A man. Walking away. Calm. Like he didn't care that I'd seen him. He vanished into the woods. The next morning, I packed everything I could into my emergency kit. Rifle, backup radio, flares, food, water. I radioed HQ and told them I needed evac immediately. The helicopter was already scheduled, but I asked for early arrival. They said they'd be there by 10:30. At 8:15, I stepped outside for one last scan. At the base of the tower, carved into the snow with something sharp, were the words, "You made IT 40 days." Just like that. Perfect capital letters. Long, deep cuts in the snow. I didn't wait. I climbed back into the tower, locked the door, and sat there with a rifle pointed at the stage. I've worked as a park ranger for over a decade now, mostly in remote areas across the Pacific Northwest. My assignments have taken me to all sorts of places, thick forests with 100-foot pines, craggy coastal bluffs battered by waves, high desert plains where the wind never stops blowing. But the place that stuck with me, the one that made me question a lot about what I thought I understood about people, was a section of backcountry in northern Idaho. It's officially part of a larger national forest system, but the specific region I was stationed at for a few months didn't have a name that most people would recognize. We just called it District 12, even though the numbers changed over the years. District 12 sat miles away from the nearest paved road. The area spanned about 75 square miles, mostly wooded hills and valleys carved by old logging operations from decades ago. There were no visitor centers, no official trails, and definitely no cell signal. You couldn't even drive in there unless you had keys to the service gate and knew the route. Half the roads weren't on public maps, and the ones that were had long since been swallowed up by undergrowth. This place wasn't meant for tourists. It was used mostly by hunters and the occasional serious backpacker who knew how to get lost without getting killed. The district office needed someone to monitor this area after a string of issues. Illegal tree felling, bear attractants left behind, even an unsolved case of a missing hunter the previous fall. Nothing officially suspicious, but enough of a pattern to warrant a full-time ranger presence, especially during the early fall when things could still get dry and wildfire risk was high. I was familiar with deep woods assignments, and honestly, I didn't mind the solitude, so I took the post. My station was a small cabin about 12 miles from the southern boundary line. It had been built in the 60s and retrofitted with solar panels in the 90s, but that was the last time anyone had really invested in it. It had a tin roof, a gravity-fed water system from a spring up the hill, and a wood stove that was always hungry for fuel. The place was surrounded by thick woods on 3 sides, and to the west, you could see the dark line of a narrow ravine, the kind of place deer like to travel through and where hunters like to wait for them. My job was to patrol by foot and by ATV, monitor game cameras, take notes on forest health, and record any signs of human presence. Most days were quiet. I'd wake early, check the camera footage stored on the SD cards, maybe hike out to check on known camp spots or the old fire watch tower that hadn't been used in years. I'd check in with the district HQ once a week using the satellite radio, file my reports, and resupply if the weather was good enough for a truck to make it in. I saw bear tracks, the occasional elk herd, and once a big cougar crossing a ridge just ahead of me. But no other people, not for the first few weeks. Then things started getting strange. It started with a tree. I was hiking down a known path used by mule deer. It skirted the eastern ridge and followed the tree line above a steep drainage. This area had been logged heavily in the 40s and 50s, so the forest here was younger than the rest, mostly lodgepole pine. I found one snap clean in half, about 10 inches in diameter. The break was low, maybe 4 feet off the ground, and not a clean cut from saw. Just snapped. Now, I've seen windstorms break trees, and snow load can do it too, but this wasn't the season for either, and the other trees around it were untouched. It looked like something had just grabbed it and broken it with force. A week later, I came across more. Another tree, same break height, not rotten or diseased. Then another. Then I found 3 in one spot, almost like someone had done it deliberately, though I couldn't think of any reason why. I checked my cameras for signs of large animals, moose, maybe a grizzly, but I got nothing. Just shadows and squirrels, and sometimes the back end of a deer walking out of frame. Still, it was odd, and I noted it all down. Then the traps started showing up. On a Tuesday morning, I was doing a routine loop near a dry creek bed when I saw a glint of something metallic. I followed it and found a leg-hold trap, the old-school kind that snaps shut on an animal's leg. This one wasn't rusty. It was new, set cleanly, and it wasn't legal. That area wasn't open to trapping, and even if it had been, those traps required permits and tagging. This one was unmarked. Worse, it was baited with raw meat, a chunk of what looked like liver tied with twine. That's the kind of thing that doesn't just attract animals. It attracts predators, too. I disabled it, bagged it, and logged the GPS coordinates. That afternoon, I found 2 more. One was triggered, but empty. The other had a tuft of coyote fur stuck in the teeth, dried blood on the jaw edges. This wasn't a hunter just setting traps too close together. This was someone who didn't care about the rules. Maybe someone who didn't want to be found. I filed a report through the SatLink that night. HQ acknowledged it, but said unless I had proof of identity, there wasn't much they could do. The area was remote enough that unless I caught someone in the act, it would be hard to track them. They told me to keep monitoring and be careful. I kept patrolling. My hikes got longer. I started finding more signs. Broken branches, cut brush that wasn't mine, campfire rings cold and buried under a thin layer of leaves. Someone else was out there, not camping for fun either. The remains were too clean, the sites too hidden. Then, near the base of an old growth cedar, I found bones. Animal bones, at first glance long, dry, scattered. But then I found what looked like a jaw with teeth too flat for a predator. It looked human. I didn't touch anything beyond snapping photos. I flagged the area and sent the report in right away. HQ said they'd send someone within the week, weather permitting. It wasn't urgent unless I had a full skeleton or other evidence of foul play. They asked if I was sure it wasn't a bear kill or old hunter remains. I said no, but I knew they weren't going to hike 12 miles in just for a few bones. So I kept watch. 2 days later, I found something that still makes my stomach twist. It was an abandoned backpack, leaning against a tree about 4 miles north of the cabin. Moldy, faded, half covered in dirt. I opened it slowly, half expecting to find nothing. Instead, I found clothes inside. A flannel shirt, damp and stiff, still folded. A thermal undershirt. A pair of wool socks. And at the very bottom, a worn ID card sealed in a Ziploc bag. The name was Robert J. Wilkins, age 43, address in Montana. That name was familiar. I checked my binder back at the cabin that night. Wilkins was the hunter who went missing the previous fall. His truck had been found near one of the logging roads that edged the district. They searched for 3 days, then gave up. Never found a trace. I filed everything: location, photos, bag contents. HQ told me to secure the backpack, which I did. They promised a recovery team would come up soon, but nobody came. A week passed then, too. Weather got worse. Early snow dusted the high ridges. My supplies were running thin. I asked again about backup. They said roads were bad and they were stretched thin, but I should keep my eyes open. That's when I started hearing noises. It started with just small things, branches snapping outside the cabin at night. I told myself it was deer. Then I started hearing heavier steps, like something pacing just beyond the tree line. One night, I was stacking wood behind the cabin when I heard something move fast behind me. Too fast for any normal animal. I spun around and saw nothing. No tracks. No sound. Then my trail cameras started going missing. First one, then 2 more. All 3 were pulled clean off the trees. Straps cut, SD cards gone. The metal housing of one was found 10 feet away, bent in half. That takes serious strength. I don't scare easy, but this had me on edge. This wasn't a bear or a curious animal. This was someone who didn't want to be seen. I set up new cameras around the cabin itself. Hidden, wired to trigger a silent alarm, I rigged using spare gear. I slept with my boots on and the cabin door bolted. I kept the lights off at night. Whatever, or whoever, was out there, they knew the terrain better than I did. They were close. Then came a night I left. It was just past 2 a.m. I was in the cabin, flipping through old reports by lantern light when the alarm went off. A soft vibration in my pocket. One of the cameras had been triggered. I checked the display. Camera 6, facing the path behind the watershed. I picked up the rifle I kept by the door. I wasn't supposed to carry one, but I did anyway. Too many strange things. I stepped out slowly, moonlight bright enough to see. I walked the path, flashlight off, keeping low. I got to the shed. Nothing. No sound, no movement. Just cold air and a silence that felt thick. Then I noticed the camera was gone. I turned, and that's when I saw the footprints. Footprints. Not mine. Wide, heavy, fresh in the frost. They led toward the tree lean, then doubled back toward the cabin. Toward me. I didn't hesitate. I ran. I didn't grab my gear, my notes, or the rest of the cameras. I just took my emergency pack and a rifle. I followed the logging road south, hiked 12 miles through the night, cold and scared and half expecting to be followed. I didn't stop until I reached the service gate and climbed over it. I called 8. I've worked as a park ranger for nearly 13 years. The majority of those years have been calm, filled with peaceful shifts, small wildlife encounters, and the kind of silence that city folks never get to experience. I've always preferred the quieter side of life, and that's probably what kept me here for this long. But not all my memories are calm. Some stick to me like wet clothes in the rain, unshakable, uncomfortable, and cold. What happened to me during the fall of 2017 at a remote section of the park I patrol, Trail 9, is something I still can't quite forget. I've gone over every detail 100 times, and the more I think about it, the more I realize how close I came to not walking out alive. Our park covers a massive chunk of forested land in the Pacific Northwest, with thick pine woods, winding creeks, and old mining trails that haven't been maintained in years. Some areas are popular with hikers and campers. Other areas are off limits, either due to environmental protection zones or because they're just too difficult to patrol regularly. Trail 9 is one of those latter ones, barely marked, unmaintained, and rarely visited. I had taken over a rotation that fall for one of the newer guys who'd come down with some stomach bug. It was a week-long shift, and I was to check the southern perimeter, specifically focusing on fire watch since that season had been unusually dry. Trail 9 wasn't part of the official patrol schedule, but the station had received a couple of calls over the summer from hunters and hikers reporting odd noises, crashing sounds, what they described as deep mechanical groans, and one even claimed he heard someone yelling for help. Most of the time, it's just echoes or distant logging activity that carries oddly through the trees. Still, I figured since I'd be nearby, I'd take a closer look. The trailhead for 9 is barely visible from the service road. There's no signage, just a rusted chain across a narrow dirt path with some old, rotting stakes. The trail itself was mostly overgrown. Twigs cracked under my boots, and dead pine needles formed a slippery bed over the dirt. It had rained lightly the day before, so the air had that heavy, earthy smell, moss, mud, rotting wood. I remember how quiet it was. No birds, no bugs, not even wind through the trees. Just my boots, my breathing, and the occasional drip of water from the trees above. About 2 hours into the hike, the terrain started to shift. The path dipped into a small ravine, flanked by exposed rocks and low-hanging branches. That's when I first noticed the change in the smell. I stopped to catch my breath, and it hit me a metallic, sharp scent, kind of like blood or rusted metal. I checked my gear bag, thinking maybe something had spilled, but everything was clean. I assumed it was maybe some old animal carcass nearby, and moved on. Another mile in, I came across something strange, what looked like an old camp, or what was left of one. Tarp remnants, torn nylon, scattered food wrappers. None of it looked new, but it wasn't too old either. Maybe a couple of weeks. No fire pit, no tools, just shredded gear. The tent poles were bent like someone had crushed them with force. Not an animal, either. I've seen what bears do to campsites, and this wasn't that. This looked more deliberate. like someone had stomped through and just tore the place apart for no reason. There weren't any ID tags, no personal belongings, no clothes. That was strange. Usually, people leave behind something, sleeping bags, bottles, or even socks. This was just broken pieces of camping gear. I noted the GPS coordinates in my logbook and radioed the station. No response. I tried again, still nothing. I wasn't too worried. Signal out here was patchy at best. I kept going, following the narrowing trail as it curved uphill along a steep embankment. After another hour of slow climbing, the trees started to thin out, and I reached a rock shelf overlooking a valley. That's when I saw them. Two small cave openings on the opposite side, about 30 yards apart, carved into the base of a tall cliff. They weren't deep at first glance, maybe 5 or 6 feet high and wide enough for a man to crawl through. I wouldn't have even noticed them if it weren't for the way the light hit the rocks. They weren't on any map I'd seen, and I've studied the area pretty thoroughly. Curiosity got the better of me. Getting down the other side was a pain. Loose gravel, thorny brush, and steep slope. I had to slide down some of it on my side, just to avoid tumbling. When I reached the base, I walked toward the nearest cave. Right away, that same metallic smell came back, even stronger this time. It made the back of my throat burn. I shined my flashlight inside and saw that it stretched back farther than I expected. The walls were smooth, not jagged like most natural caves around here. Not man-made, but worn down as if water had flowed through them for centuries. I didn't go in far, maybe 10 or 15 feet. That's when I noticed something odd on the floor. Small scratch marks, not from claws, but almost like tool scrapes. Parallel lines, faint but consistent. I knelt down to look closer, and that's when I heard it. Something shifted farther inside the tunnel. A soft scrape. Not loud, but definitely not my own sound. I stood up fast, heart pounding, and backed out slowly. I turned and scanned the trees, listening, but nothing followed. Nothing emerged. I moved to the second cave. It was smaller, shallow, no more than 6 feet deep. Inside, there were pieces of bone. Not a full skeleton, just fragments. Too big to be squirrel or rabbit, and too clean. Picked clean. I didn't stay long. I marked both caves in my log and started heading back toward the main trail. That's when I realized I was being followed. It started with the feeling. That sensation that something is just out of sight. The kind that prickles the hairs on your neck. I'd walk for 5 minutes, stop, and hear nothing. But the moment I moved again, I'd catch the sound of something matching my pace, just far enough away that I couldn't see it. I called out once, more out of instinct than anything else. No reply. I kept going faster this time, but not running. I knew better than to panic. I checked my GPS and realized I'd veered slightly east of the trail. I corrected course and picked up my pace. Then I found a second camp. This one was worse. A torn sleeping bag, ripped completely down the middle. A small cooking stove crushed under a rock. The strangest part was a pile of neatly stacked pine cones beside the fire ring. Dozens of them, all split down the middle, sap still fresh. That's not something animals do. That's something people do. I felt a knot form in my stomach. I scanned the woods, slowly turning in a full circle. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear it now. Breathing. Not mine. Not close. Just barely audible, like someone trying not to breathe too loudly. I unholstered my sidearm. I didn't point it, just held it low, safety on. I kept walking, now moving steady but alert. That smell, metallic and sour, was back again, stronger than ever. It seemed to cling to everything, like it was soaked into the trees. I didn't stop again until I made it back to the chain at the trailhead. I crossed over, took a deep breath, and only then did I finally feel like whatever had been tracking me had stayed behind. I reached my truck, got inside, and drove straight to the ranger station. When I got back, I tried the radio again. Now it worked perfectly. I logged my findings, gave the coordinates, and filed an incident report. I didn't say everything. I left out the breathing, the pine cones, and the caves. I figured no one would believe me anyway. The next day, I took 2 other rangers back with me. We hiked the same route. Everything was different. The first campsite was gone, completely. No tarp, no wrappers, no footprints. Just clear forest floor. The second camp, too, vanished as if no one had ever been there. Even the pine cones were gone. The caves, however, were still there. But the second one, the one with the bones, was now filled in, collapsed with rubble and dirt, as if someone or something had deliberately buried it overnight. We tried to clear some of it, but the rocks were too heavy. We marked it and flagged it for survey. It's still listed as unstable natural cave. We never found the people who set up those camps. No missing persons reports matched the timing. We never found any other signs either. No tracks, no gear, nothing. It was like they were wiped away. After that, I stopped volunteering for off-route patrols. I still work the park, still walk the trails, but I stay on the marked paths now. I follow the maps, check my coordinates twice, and never, ever stray off in the untracked woods unless I absolutely have to. Something's out there, something that watches from the tree line, follows you without sound, and moves things when you're not looking. Not a creature, not a ghost, just something deeply wrong. A presence you can't explain. Maybe it's someone hiding out there, living off the grid, keeping their land the way they want it. Maybe it's just nature doing what it does best, reminding us that we don't belong in certain places. But I'll tell you this. If you ever find yourself walking through quiet woods and notice that the animals have gone silent, if you smell rust where there's no metal, or if you find a neat pile of pine cones where there shouldn't be one, turn around. Don't follow the sound. Don't go looking for answers. And whatever you do, don't go near the caves off Trail 9. I've worked as a park ranger for over 13 years, mostly in desert terrain. The place I was stationed at for the last 6 years is a massive stretch of Nevada high desert. Nothing but open skies, rolling hills of rock, dry scrubland, and sand that turns to dust when the wind kicks up. There are slot canyons, old mining shafts, abandoned cabins, and fossil beds that haven't been cataloged since the 80s. It's isolated, and most of the time, it's quiet. I've taken the job partly because I like being alone. No traffic, no noise, no people asking stupid questions. I didn't need much. Just a small trailer hooked up to solar power, a couple tanks of propane, my dog Buster, and enough canned food to last a few weeks between supply runs. I made patrol rounds during the day, checked trail cameras, kept an eye on wildlife patterns, and maintained signs and gates. That was about it. But this story isn't about any of that. It started during a routine inspection in mid-July 2 years ago. The heat was bad that week. It hovered around 112 degrees Fahrenheit by noon, and I remember stepping out of the trailer that morning and already sweating through my shirt before I even got in the truck. My supervisor had asked me to check out a remote drainage area called Cotton Wash, named because a long time ago, someone had found scraps of old cotton fabric out there, supposedly from settlers or lost prospectors. Nobody went that way much anymore. There were no marked trails nearby, and it wasn't scenic enough for hikers to bother with. But a hunter had called in to report that one of the gates on the west boundary was hanging off its post, so I was sent to check it out and fix whatever needed fixing. I loaded up the truck with supplies, tossed a shovel and repair tools in the back, and headed out before 9 a.m. It took me nearly an hour just to reach the boundary gate. The dirt road out there was little more than a pair of tire ruts, and recent rains had washed part of it out. I had to crawl through stretches of soft sand and four-wheel drive. Once I got there, I found the gate like the guy described. One hinge ripped out of the wooden post, as if something heavy had rammed it from the other side. Cattle maybe, or an ATV someone wasn't supposed to be riding out there. I unbolted the gate, replaced the hinge with a spare from my kit, drilled new lag bolts in, then backed off and tested it. It swung clean and latched tight. Just as I was about to pack up and head back, I noticed something strange. A narrow set of tire tracks, fresh, cut across the sand leading off the dirt road and disappearing into a dry creek bed. I knew the road ended right at that gate. There was nothing out there except rock formations and open desert. I followed the tracks on foot about 50 yards. That's when I found what I thought was an illegal campsite. There was a plastic tarp partially buried under sand, held down by flat rocks. It looked like it had been there a few weeks, maybe more. A faded red gas can sat next to it, empty. Nearby was a crumpled bag of beef jerky, a smashed water bottle, and a torn boot print in the dirt pointing west. It didn't make sense. This wasn't anywhere near a designated camping zone, and there were no trailheads, or points of interest nearby. And the thing is, if someone had set up camp here, they hadn't left much behind, not even ashes from a fire or animal droppings. It was like someone had stopped here, quickly dropped their things, and kept moving. I noted the GPS coordinates and took a few pictures, then followed the boot prints until they faded out over a slab of sandstone. I probably should have stopped there, but something about that whole scene felt wrong, and I've seen enough in my job to know when something's off. I hiked another mile in the direction the prints were pointing, navigating over loose rock and shallow ravines. I passed some kind of homemade windbreak, maybe just dead branches jammed between rocks, but I couldn't tell how old it was. Then I saw the mound. It was small, maybe 4 feet long and a foot high, shaped like a hump of dirt someone had raked together. Nothing grew on it. The surface was packed tight. I walked up to it, scanned the area, and saw more disturbed dirt nearby, almost like someone had been digging more than once. There was no animal scent, no scavenger signs, no paw prints. Just heat, silence in that mound. I'm not stupid. I've seen desert burials before. Not often, but enough to know that when something like that shows up in the middle of nowhere, it's not usually a coincidence. I hiked back to the truck, radioed in a possible site disturbance, and waited for a reply. There was no answer. Not unusual. Radio signals don't carry well out there. So I flagged the area with red tape, marked it on the map, and returned the next morning with a shovel and a second battery for my radio. By noon, I had cleared away enough dirt from the smaller mound to uncover something that made my stomach twist. A canvas duffel bag, buried shallow, rotting at the seams. I dragged it out, unzipped it, and found 2 things inside, a crowbar and a steel box. I pried open the box and found a bunch of Polaroid photos. All of them showed the same thing, different angles of a steel hatch in the desert floor. Some had notes scribbled on the bottom in red ink. One said, "Don't open." Another had GPS coordinates matching a spot about 3 miles from where I stood. I rebared the bag. I didn't know if it was evidence of a crime or some strange survivalist project someone abandoned. I still didn't want to call the cops, not until I saw for myself what the hatch was. Maybe it was just an old mine entrance or storage vault. I waited until the heat started to fade before heading toward the GPS location on foot. It was slow going. I had to circle around a few steep outcroppings and climb down into a wash that hadn't seen water in years. I almost stepped on a rattlesnake, but eventually I reached the spot. It was real. In the middle of a dry, flat area, surrounded by nothing but sand and rock, was a square steel hatch about 3 feet across. It was bolted shut with a rusted chain, padlocked. The whole thing was flush with the ground, hidden under a layer of sand that had mostly blown away. It had no markings, no number, no label, no sign of ownership. I stood there a long time just staring at it. Something about it felt wrong. I don't mean in a paranoid way. I mean in a gut sense. Like how you know when you're being watched, even if you don't see anyone. I thought about the photos. The warning. I should have left it alone. But I didn't. I took the crowbar from my pack and forced the padlock open. The chain fell loose, clinking on the metal plate. I gripped the latch and pulled. The hatch opened with a hiss of trapped air, followed by a deep silence. There was a ladder leading down, maybe 20 feet. I couldn't see the bottom. I leaned in and listened. Nothing. I dropped a small pebble. It clinked off metal, then hit the floor. I lowered myself down, slow, careful, sweating through my shirt. When I reached the bottom, my boots landed on concrete. I clicked on my flashlight and turned around. It was a tunnel, a narrow corridor made of reinforced concrete, maybe 5 feet wide. The walls were smooth and dry. I walked forward. After maybe 50 feet, the tunnel opened into a room. Inside was a cot, a rusted steel table, and a generator, long dead. Shelves lined one wall, filled with canned food, water jugs, old books, and film reels. A lantern sat in the corner, empty. I found a calendar on the wall marked 1987, with dates crossed out up through September. That was the last mark. The scariest thing wasn't what I found. It was what I didn't. There were no personal belongings, no ID, no notes, no signs of who had lived there or why they'd left. On the wall opposite the door, something was scratched into the concrete, over and over with what looked like a nail or key. Just one word, stay. over and over, dozens of times. I left, climbed back up, closed the hatch, replaced the chain, and buried the whole thing under sand again. That night, I didn't sleep. Not because of fear, but because I kept thinking, what was this place? Why was it here? Who built it? And why did they stop using it in 1987? In the days that followed, I filed a report, but kept it vague. I didn't include the photos, the hatch, or the underground room. Just noted, suspicious site possibly linked to abandoned survivalist structure. No current safety risk. I didn't hear back for 3 weeks. Then one day, 2 unmarked black trucks pulled up outside my trailer. Some men got out. They wore government-issue boots, but their jackets didn't have patches. They asked to see the GPS coordinates I'd flagged in the report. I gave them a copy. They didn't speak again, just left. The trucks rolled out across the flats and disappeared toward Cotton Wash. The next day, I hiked back to the site. The hatch was gone. Not just covered or buried, gone. The entire patch of ground looked like it had been dug out and resurfaced. The duffel bag, the photos, everything, I checked. Nothing left. Like none of it had ever been there. I transferred out of that region 6 months later, and I never went back. I still don't know what I found out there. Maybe it was some Cold War fallout shelter. Maybe it was part of an illegal experiment or a safe house someone abandoned. Maybe someone had been hiding something or someone and didn't want it discovered. But I do know one thing. When the desert tries to bury something, it usually has a good reason. And sometimes you're better off letting it stay buried. I've been a park ranger for over 12 years now, mostly in the Pacific Northwest. Lots of mountains, forests, and long stretches of land that feel like they haven't been touched in decades. If you're not used to it, the silence out here can eat at you. But for me, it's peaceful. I like the long hours, the fresh air, the rhythm of trees creaking in the wind. You start to know every turn in the trail, every cluster of trees, every smell in the air. But there was one assignment I got that I still think about, and not in a good way. It was 5 years ago, during late September. I just finished a long summer rotation in the Lower Valley region and had been scheduled to transfer up to an area called Slate Ridge Preserve. It was one of those places few rangers actually wanted to be stationed at for long. Not because of danger, more because it was isolated and badly funded. No tourist traffic, no cell service. The whole place was 40,000 acres of mostly rough trails, old growth forest, steep rocky terrain, and cold streams that ran black in the shade. There were only 2 man cabins in the whole area, one at the southern end near the base of the hill where the gravel access road ended, and the other 12 miles north on a small bluff that overlooked a box canyon. The 2 cabins were connected by a series of half-maintained trails. Most of the time, we were paired up 2 rangers per cabin. But because of a staffing shortage that year, I'd be posted up there alone for 3 weeks. They gave me the keys, a beat-up paper map, and a logbook going back 3 years. I read through it the night before I went up. Most of the entries were pretty dry. A lot of trail maintenance notes, some minor wildlife sightings. There were a few weather observations, some comments about fallen trees, damaged trail markers, and notes about which radio repeaters were working. But one thing caught my attention. Scattered through the log were occasional references to Trail 23N. It wasn't on any public map of the preserve, and it barely showed up on the hand-drawn ranger map I was given. Just a faded pencil line heading off from the main trail about 4 miles north of the southern cabin. The trail wasn't even listed in the official GPS coordinates. But what stood out wasn't that it was forgotten. It was how many entries mention it with incomplete sentences or strange phrasing. One note from a ranger 2 years back said, 23 in, walked 2 miles in, found signpost fallen, kept going, felled off, turned back. Another one, dated about 8 months later, read, don't go up 23 in if snow's still on ground. Almost lost footing, can't explain it. Something about the slope feels wrong. Nothing too crazy. No big red flags, but enough to stick in my head. Especially because no one ever finished logging the full trail. It just stopped on a map, no loop or endpoint. Just ended in blank forest. I drove up early the next morning. The road was just as bad as I remembered from my last rotation. Uneven, loose gravel, steep drops. I parked outside the southern cabin, unlocked it, and did a walkthrough. It was bare bones. Wood stove, cot, sink with a water tank, radio, first aid kit, and a logbook. No power, no heat, just silence and trees in every direction. I settled in, took a walk around the nearby trails that afternoon, and checked in with base through the radio repeater that evening. All normal. The first few days were quiet. I'd do trail checks, monitor wildlife cameras, take weather readings, and return to the cabin before dark. It got cold fast in the evenings. Clear skies, but that biting early autumn chill that sinks into your clothes. By the fifth day, I was starting to feel restless. I'd covered all the marked trails near the cabin. I knew the area around me well enough. That's when I remembered Trail 23 in. I figured I'd at least hike the start of it, see if it was still passable. If nothing else, maybe I could log the current condition and add to the map. The next morning I packed extra water, a flashlight, 2 protein bars, and my map. I left a note in the cabin log saying where I was going. I left just after sunrise and headed north along the main trail. About 4 miles in, I found it. The entrance to Trail 23 in was barely visible. The signpost had fallen over just like that old log had said, half buried under moss and pine needles. The letters were faint. The path itself looked unused. Faint tire ruts from maybe a bike or a cart, but overgrown. The trees were tighter here, the slope uneven and rocky. I stepped onto the trail and felt that immediate change in the air. Not in a dramatic way, just denser, quieter. I followed the trail for about an hour. The ground rose gradually. I kept looking back to make sure I could retrace my steps. There were no blazes or painted marks on the trees. I broke small branches as I went just in case. After about 2 miles, I reached a narrow ridge where the trail thinned out and followed the curve of the hill. I stood there and looked out. No signs of other hikers, just thick trees in every direction. I walked another half mile and found something strange. It looked like an old boundary fence, or what was left of one. Just rusted metal posts and a bit of wire, long broken and collapsed in places. It ran perpendicular to the trail, cutting across it, disappearing into the woods on both sides. I took a photo and marked on my map. Just beyond the fence was an old wooden marker nailed to a tree. No text, just a red stripe of faded paint across the top. Looked old, too old to still be official. I felt uneasy then, the kind of unease you get when you feel watched, even though you know you're alone. I kept going another quarter mile, then stopped. The trail narrowed too much. Trees were packed close, ground uneven and soft. My boots sank an inch into moss and mud. It was harder to breathe here, not in a medical way, just the kind of breath you take when the woods are too still. I turned around. I didn't feel like going further. I made it back to the cabin by early afternoon and wrote everything down in the log. Nothing too dramatic, just notes. Trail 23 in, path still visible but degraded. Old fencing, no sign of recent activity. Atmosphere felt dense. Recommend further inspection with partner. That night it rained lightly. I sat by the stove and read a dog-eared mystery novel someone had left behind years ago. I slept okay. The next day, I did a routine perimeter walk. That was when I noticed something that didn't sit right. Near the bottom of the main trail, maybe half a mile from the cabin, I found a footprint. Fresh. Definitely not mine. Bigger than mine. Deep tread. Looked like a hiking boot. No prints coming in, just going out, heading toward the main trail. That was odd. There were no other rangers in the area. No reports of hikers scheduled to enter this zone. This preserve wasn't open to the public this late in the year. I followed the print for a bit, but it disappeared where the leaves were thicker. That evening, I wrote it down in a log and flagged it in the radio report. No reply. The repeater sometimes dropped signal when it rained. That night, I had trouble sleeping. It was too quiet. Every twig snap outside felt louder. I kept thinking about Trail 23 in and that single footprint. It didn't help that I couldn't get the image of that old boundary fence out of my head. Something about it felt wrong, like it wasn't meant to keep animals out, but something else in. The next morning, I found another set of prints near the Easter tree line behind the cabin. Same boot shape, no trail leading in, just a straight line of prints heading out into the woods. That got to me. I started to feel like someone was watching me, or worse, testing how close they could get without being seen. I grabbed the flare gun and locked the cabin door. Not protocol, but I didn't care. I went over the logbooks again, every single one, and something started to click. Trail 23 in wasn't just forgotten, it was avoided. Even when mentioned, it was short, vague. Nobody had gone past a certain point, and every ranger that wrote about it had only done so once. I found an entry from a year before from a ranger named Wilkins. It read, "Walked part of 23 in. Not recommended solo. Saw sign of movement in tree lean. Unsure if animal. Left early." That was the last note from Wilkins. After that, he was transferred out. No notes about what happened. No follow-up. I tried the radio again. Static. I stayed close to the cabin for the rest of that day. Checked the lock 3 times before bed. Woke up twice in the night from small noises. Didn't see anything, but I felt something, like when a deer knows a cougar is near. By the 11th day, I was done trying to play it off. I packed a go bag and decided to hike out toward the Southern Service Road. It was a long hike, but I didn't care. I'd radio in from the Valley Base Station. Something wasn't right, but when I got to the road, I stopped cold. There were tire tracks, not from the usual service trucks. Narrower, older. They didn't go up toward the cabin. They stopped at the edge of the trail and turned back. Like someone drove up, waited, and left. I stood there for a long time, just listening. Wind in the trees. No animals. No birds. That was the worst part. No birds. I turned around and walked back fast. That evening, I checked the boundary behind the cabin and found something new. A piece of torn fabric on a branch. Olive green, like part of jacket. No name tag. I was stationed in central Kentucky for about 6 years, working as a park ranger in a lesser-known stretch of land bordered by limestone cliffs, dense hardwood forests, and slow rivers that wound their way through ancient hollows. The park was big enough to need patrolling, but small enough that most of us on staff knew every inch of it by memory. Or at least we thought we did. The area I patrolled the most was an older section of the park that had been closed off from the main trails for a long time due to frequent rockfalls and bad erosion. They called it Red Bluff Hollow. It was beautiful in a quiet, dangerous way. Thick tree cover that blocked out a lot of the sky, with sudden drops hidden by underbrush. Some places still had rusty metal signs posted that dated back to the 60s. Most had fallen off or been covered by leaves. People didn't hike back there often anymore, and when they did, it was usually some local teenagers trying to sneak in at night. My job, at least a few days a week, was to check the area for any fresh tracks, pick up trash, or reflag the markers to remind people to stay out. It wasn't glamorous, but I liked it. I preferred being away from the more crowded areas where families would ask you 100 questions or college kids would blast music from their phones. I didn't join the Park Service to babysit. I joined because I wanted to work with the land, keep it safe, keep people safe. One particular summer, we had a stretch of dry, hot weeks. July was brutal that year. The creeks were drying out. The wildlife was behaving weirdly. More snakes, more insects, more coyotes closer to the trails than usual. We were told to stay extra alert for wildfires, even though the forest here wasn't the type that burned easily. I had just gone off a 10-day rotation with only 1 day of rest in between, so I was already on edge, sore, and tired. It was during that next shift that I was assigned a day to go check on the farthest border of Red Bluff Hollow, an area rarely visited even by us rangers. There was an old maintenance shed out there, maybe half a mile downhill from the main fire road, where he stored some emergency gear years ago. Rope, water, old tools, and first aid kits. We hadn't inspected it in months, and management wanted someone to hike in and make sure it wasn't falling apart or being used as a den by animals. I agreed, not because I wanted to, but because I figured the hike would be quiet and uneventful. I checked the shed, logged the visit, and be out before lunch. I left my truck at the gate and hiked in on foot. I had my standard pack with me, radio, GPS, a couple granola bars, extra water, a compass, a flare, basic med kit. I didn't expect to need any of it. It was just supposed to be a short walk. The forest felt heavier than usual that morning. The heat hadn't let up from the day before, and there wasn't a single breeze in the trees. Everything was still, which wasn't normal. I couldn't hear any birds, no squirrels, nothing moving. I noticed early on, but brushed it off. I figured the heat was keeping the wildlife quiet. I followed a faint access trail that wound down into the deeper part of the hollow. The soil there was dry and cracked. It was mostly shaded by thick oak and hickory trees, but sunlight still filtered down in places, making it hard to judge depth or distance. The terrain was uneven, with small drop-offs and holes in the ground covered by old leaves. I hiked in for maybe 45 minutes before I reached the shed. It was in worse shape than I expected. The roof had started to bow in the middle. One of the walls was leaning, and the entire back corner had been taken over by brambles and vines. I checked the lock. It was still intact but rusted. I pried it open with some effort and pulled the door loose. Inside, it smelled like wet wood and mold. Most of the supplies were still there, covered in dust, some things chewed up by rodents. The first aid kits were expired, but the rope and tools looked okay. I made a mental note to tell management it needed to be replaced or removed. There was no way this structure would survive another storm season. As I turned to leave, I stepped down from the wooden platform and something shifted beneath me. The ground literally sank just an inch or two under my boot. It startled me enough to make me take a few steps back. I stood still, staring at where I had just stepped. The soil was darker, almost sunken in like a patch that had been soaked in water, except there hadn't been any rain for weeks. I moved around it, looking closer. The leaves and twigs there were slightly disturbed. I pushed my boot into it again, gently this time. It gave way with barely any pressure, like the ground was hollow underneath. I didn't like that. I found a thick branch nearby and started to poke at the spot. The soil crumbled more easily than I expected. After a few minutes, I uncovered a hole about 2 feet wide. It wasn't deep at first, but as I cleared more, I realized it went down farther than I could see without a light. It wasn't a burrow, too wide for that. It looked like a sinkhole that had only recently started to collapse. I got down on one knee and peered inside. Cool air was rising out of it. That didn't make sense. The heat outside was unbearable, and yet this hole felt like standing in front of a refrigerator. I reached for my flashlight and shone it inside. What I saw made me stop breathing for a second. There was a chamber beneath the forest floor. Not a small one either, at least 10 or 15 feet wide. The ceiling had a dome shape to it, made of limestone. I could see tree roots hanging down from the surface above, like they'd been growing through this place for years. And there was something else. In the beam of my light, I could make out old wood. Planks, maybe parts of a crate or even a bench. They were arranged awkwardly, almost stacked in one corner, half buried in dirt. I thought maybe it was old trash or debris from a flood that had washed in through an opening somewhere. But the more I looked, the more it looked intentional, like someone had put them there. I didn't know what I was looking at. A collapsed basement? An old mine entrance? I hadn't seen anything like this in the park before. Nothing in our maps or paperwork said there were any structures buried out here. I pulled out my radio and tried to call it in, but all I got was static. Not even a blip. That wasn't normal either. The radio usually worked fine out here, even in the hollow. At this point, my gut told me to back out and return with help. But I don't always listen to my gut. Instead, I tied off a length of rope to a nearby tree and looped the other end around my waist. I used my boots to widen the hole enough to squeeze through. I lowered myself slowly, using footholds in the dirt wall to ease down into the chamber. The moment I dropped inside, the temperature dropped at least 15 degrees. I could see my breath. That part one still don't understand. It was like stepping into a cellar. The air was stale but not foul. Just old. The space was taller than I thought, easily over 6 feet from floor to ceiling. My boots sank slightly into the dirt as I walked forward, flashlight cutting through the dimness. I approached the wooden structure in the back. It wasn't furniture. It wasn't trash either. It was a box. Long, narrow, maybe 8 feet across and 2 feet wide. Mostly buried under mud and leaves. I didn't want to say it, not even to myself, but it looked like a coffin. I crouched near the side and brushed more dirt away. The wood was rotted in places, blackened, but still held its shape. There were no markings, no carvings, no labels. Just a sealed wooden box, hidden under a forgotten part of the forest. I stood up, backed away slowly, and felt the ground give again. The chamber floor cracked beneath my boots, and suddenly I was falling. Not far, just 5 or 6 feet, but it knocked the wind out of me. My flashlight bounced away. When I sat up, dazed, I realized I had fallen through another layer of the chamber. The floor here had collapsed into a deeper section. This time, I couldn't climb out. The walls were smooth stone, vertical, impossible to scale without gear. I found my flashlight and picked it up, only to see more wooden structures down here. Not just one box, at least 3, all the same size, all buried under thin layers of dirt and debris, and all perfectly arranged, side by side. I wasn't in a random sinkhole. I was in something man-made. An old storage vault? A crypt? I pulled out my radio again. Still dead. I tried my cell phone. No signal. I wasn't panicking yet, but I was close. I checked the time. Already past noon. I had been gone longer than expected. The sun wouldn't go down for a few more hours, but I knew I had to find a way out soon. My water was half gone. My legs were scraped up, and my shoulder throbbed from the fall. I took a few deep breaths and started circling the perimeter. I found what looked like a tunnel on the far side, half collapsed but still passable if I crawled. I didn't want to go deeper, but I had no choice. For the next hour, I crawled, climbed, and squeezed my way through a series of tight rock passages. My light started flickering. I had a backup in my pack, but I was burning through batteries faster than I liked. I finally found a shaft that sloped upward, steep but promising. It led me to a narrow crevice that I could barely fit through. I climbed it hands and knees, bleeding by now, and finally saw daylight above me. I clawed my way out, covered in mud, scraped raw, and rolled onto the forest floor, gasping for air. When I got to my feet, I didn't recognize where I worked as a park ranger in Wyoming for a little over 9 years. I've been assigned to several parks and forests, but the place that changed me the most was a remote section of forest about 30 miles from any paved road. The station there wasn't even meant to be permanent. It was just a small trailer parked near the edge of a wide basin surrounded by steep ridges, mostly there for fire watch and wildlife monitoring. I was sent there alone for a 2-week rotation near the end of summer. I'd done solo shifts before, but I wasn't prepared for how different this one would be. The area wasn't open to tourists. In fact, most maps didn't even label the trails that crossed through it. It had thick pine forests, rough terrain, no cell signal, and only one dirt road leading in and out, barely a road, really. It was more like a path carved through the trees that hadn't been maintained in years. I drove in with my truck, carrying all my supplies, food, water, extra gas, a cot, first aid, radio gear, and a rifle. The trailer was basic, one bunk, a desk, a little cooking area, and a backup generator out back. There was a tall steel watchtower nearby that had been built decades ago, mostly rust now, but it still stood. I got there in the morning, parked beside the trailer, and unloaded everything. I logged my check-in over radio, set up my food in the cabinets, and locked up the truck. The air was dry and still, with no wind. Everything was quiet except the bugs. I remember thinking how peaceful it felt, and how I was looking forward to a quiet 2 weeks. The first few days passed slow and quiet. I did my daily hikes through the assigned zones, took wildlife notes, and checked for any signs of fire. The weather was calm, warm during the day, and cool at night. I kept to my routines. I climbed the tower each evening and scanned the horizon with binoculars. Nothing ever moved out there, not even elk. At night, the sky was full of stars, and I could hear distant coyote howl sometimes, but nothing close. I slept well. I ate from cans and made coffee every morning. By the 5th day, things started to feel off. It began with a noise. I was up in the tower one morning just before sunrise, scanning the forest. I made a habit of getting up early to look for smoke trails. It was quiet like always, and the forest below looked like a dark green ocean. I heard something metallic echo through the trees. It was distant like a sharp clang. I thought maybe it was a branch snapping and hitting rock. But then it came again, a second metallic sound, and then silence. I waited. I scanned the area in the direction it came from, northwest, toward a steep part of the basin I hadn't hiked yet. Nothing moved. After 10 minutes of quiet, I climbed down and made breakfast, but the sound stayed in my mind. That afternoon, I decided to hike in that direction. I packed a radio, rifle, water, and notebook. I followed a game trail that led northwest, stepping over fallen logs and loose rocks. After maybe 3 miles, I found a strange set of parallel ruts in the dirt like something had been dragged. The grooves were deep, maybe a foot apart, and went on straight for several yards before disappearing behind thick underbrush. I looked for prints, but found nothing clear. It wasn't near any road, and it looked fresh. I followed the grooves as far as I could, pushing through brambles until the ground got too steep and loose to go further safely. I marked the spot on my map and turned back. It took over an hour to return to the trailer, and by then the sun was low. I climbed the tower again. Still nothing out of the ordinary, just trees and rock and silence. That night, I didn't sleep as well. I kept thinking about the grooves and the sound. I started to wonder if there were illegal logging operations going on, or maybe poachers using winches or carts. Either way, it wasn't supposed to be happening in that zone. I made a note to report it at the end of my rotation. I didn't want to call in early unless I had something concrete. The next day, I decided to check the area again, but from a higher elevation. I hiked along a ridge that overlooked the northwest part of the basin. From there, I could see some gaps in the canopy where the trees had thinned or fallen. It was too far to make out details, but something about those gaps looked unnatural. Straight lines, sharp corners. I marked them on my map. On the way back, I noticed something that really bothered me. Someone had moved my trail marker. I always marked my paths with little orange flags tied around branches, just to help me avoid getting turned around. One of them, about halfway back, was missing entirely. Another had been moved about 20 feet down the trail and tied to a different tree. I stood there staring at it for a long time. No wind could have done that. No animal, either. Someone had been through there. I got back to the trailer and checked everything. Nothing was broken or missing, but I felt like someone had been inside. I had a habit of leaving things in exact places, pen on the notebook, cup on the shelf, and now they felt shifted, slightly out of place. The air smelled different too, faintly like dirt and with smoke. That night, I locked the trailer door tight and sat up for hours listening. Nothing. The wind picked up a little, rustling the trees, but no movement, no footsteps, no voices. I kept the rifle beside the cot. The 7th morning, I climbed the tower early and scanned the direction of those gaps in the trees again. This time I spotted something that turned my stomach. A patch of the forest floor looked unnaturally flat and cleared. I saw what looked like a square or rectangle, like something had been built or laid out there. It was too far for detail, but the shape stood out against the uneven forest around it. I made up my mind to get closer. I packed heavier this time. Extra water, more food, my full survival kit, flares, and my sidearm along with the rifle. It was a 6-mile hike through rough terrain. I moved slow, checking my map constantly. As I got closer, the forest grew denser, and I noticed things felt dead. There were fewer birds. The ground was dry and cracked. Pine needles were thick, and there were odd mounds in places like old tree stumps had been pulled up and buried. I finally reached the clearing near midday. Waisaw stopped me in my tracks. In the middle of the clearing was a metal structure, low and flat, almost like a hatch. It was square, maybe 10 feet across, and flush with the ground. It looked old, rusty, with a small handle on one side. Around it were scraps of wood, rusted tools, and broken equipment. I found a pair of old rubber boots half buried in the dirt. No sign of anyone. No footprints. Just the hatch. I didn't open it. I didn't even touch it. Something about it felt wrong. Like it didn't belong. It wasn't marked on any of the old maps. It looked military or maybe mining related, but I couldn't be sure. I took photos with my camera and made notes. I backed out of there carefully, taking a longer way around to avoid leaving a clear path. Back at the trailer, I wrote a full report in my notebook. I didn't have a satellite link, so I couldn't send anything in real time. My plan was to finish the rotation, drive back, and hand over everything. But I still had 7 days left. That night, something happened that changed everything. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up to a sound. Not a noise from the forest, but from the trailer. Something had touched the door. I sat up, heart pounding, and listened. A soft creak. Then silence. I reached for the rifle and moved slowly to the door. I didn't open it, just pressed my ear against it. After a few minutes, I heard soft crunching, footsteps moving away into the trees. I stayed up the rest of the night. In the morning, I found tracks. Not boot prints, bare feet. Someone had walked around the trailer during the night, circled it. The prints were narrow, long, and the toes were spread wide. I followed them for a short distance, but they vanished into the underbrush. I packed everything and considered leaving early, but I didn't. I thought maybe I could catch them, or at least figure out what they were doing. Maybe it was just some off-grid squatter, but I wasn't sure anymore. Over the next 3 days, things got worse. Every time I hiked out, I found more signs that someone was watching me. New markings on trees, freshly broken branches. On the 11th day, I found a pile of rocks near the trailer, neatly stacked like a marker. I hadn't built it. No animal would have either. I kicked it down and burned it in the fire pit. That night, they came closer. I was in the tower after sunset, watching the trees. The air was still, no wind. That's when I saw movement at the edge of the clearing. Just a shape, low to the ground, hunched. I raised the binoculars, but it was gone. Then I saw another, opposite side. No detail, just silhouettes. 2 of them, maybe 3. I climbed down fast, locked myself in the trailer, and kept the lights off. At some point after midnight, I heard tapping on the metal siding. Light, deliberate. Then dragging sounds, like something scraping across the wall. Then silence. I stayed in the trailer until dawn, rifle in hand. When I opened the door, nothing was there. Just more barefoot prints in the dirt. This time closer. One was right beside the door. I made my decision then. I packed everything in under an hour and started driving out. The road was narrow, rutted, and choked with branches. I pushed through it, heart racing, checking the mirror constantly. I made it back to the main station by late afternoon. I've worked as a park ranger for over 17 years now. Most of those years have been spent in quiet, calm parks with nothing more exciting than the occasional lost hiker or drunk camper. But there was one stretch, one long season up north, that has stayed with me like a scar under my skin. This story happened in 2013, deep in the forests of northern Idaho, near the Bitterroot Range. It was the kind of park that doesn't get many visitors. No flashy waterfalls or convenient roads. The only ones who came through were loners, serious hikers, or people who wanted to be left alone. We had some forest roads, but most of the place was foot access only. Thick pine, steep slopes, streams that ran cold, even in summer. You could walk a full day and not see another person. I was stationed there that summer alone. It wasn't my first solo posting. I'd done in Montana, in Utah, even down in the Sierra Nevada. This one felt the same at first. Quiet, peaceful. My cabin sat in a low valley about 20 miles from the nearest highway. It had a basic radio, a wood stove, a water tank I had to refill every week from the creek, and a small solar battery setup to charge my GPS and flashlight. My job was to walk the trails, check on the small backcountry campsites, make sure no one started fires where they shouldn't, and watch for signs of landslides or illegal hunting. Pretty standard. The only odd thing that stood out that first week was how absolutely quiet the forest was, even more than usual. It didn't click at first. You get used to a certain silence out there. But this was different. No birds at dawn. No insects humming around the stream. Just wind, the crack of old trees, and the sound of my own boots. The silence started to feel heavy, like I wasn't alone, but whoever was out there didn't want to be seen or heard. I remember my first hike up the Western Ridge. There was a marker nailed to a tree that I didn't recognize. It wasn't ours. We used colored plastic ribbons and aluminum signs. This was an old wooden stake with a red triangle painted on it. Hand painted. I took a picture with my phone and flagged the location in my log. I figured it might be some hunter's mark or a hiker's trail signal, but it wasn't on any map. And I didn't like how deep it was into a part of the forest that wasn't even on any public trail. 3 days later, I found another one. Same triangle, same stake. This time it was stuck into the ground at the edge of a clearing. The clearing was strange too. The ground had been cleared of brush, and it looked like someone had dragged something heavy through it. There were parallel lines in the dirt, like the kind a sled or a body would leave. I stood there for a long while just looking at the trees. The smell was strange too, like wet metal. Not blood exactly, but close. That night, I wrote up a full report and sent it through the radio to the dispatch office. I didn't hear back for 2 days. When they finally responded, all I got was a generic, "Thanks for the update. We'll look into it." I knew what that meant. They weren't going to send anyone. It was budget season, and I was the only full-time ranger on duty. I decided to hike back out there the next morning. The second time I visited the clearing, that stake was gone. I know I'm not crazy. I had marked it with a rock pile before I left. I found the pile, untouched, but no stake, no triangle. I looked for over an hour. Nothing. No new tracks, no sign of anyone. Just the same quiet and that uneasy feeling in my gut. Over the next 2 weeks, I started finding more markers. They weren't just triangles anymore. Some were circles, some were X's, all hand-painted, all on stakes or nailed into trees. Some were at knee level, some were 10 feet off the ground, hammered into dead pines. And they weren't old. The paint was fresh. Whoever was putting them up was doing it recently. That was when I started seeing the deer. I've seen enough dead animals to know when something's off. Normally, when an animal dies in the wild, scavengers pick it clean in a day or two. But these deer weren't eaten. They were whole, intact, and posed, like someone had laid them out on purpose. I found the first one near a dry creek bed, legs straightened, neck bent at a sharp angle, and eyes wide open. No blood, no wounds, just dead. 3 days later, I found another. Same setup, this time with fresh wildflowers piled beside it. Something was very wrong. I checked the motion cameras I had set up along the trailheads. Normally they just catch raccoons or the odd black bear. But the one closest to the second deer had been torn off its mount. Not clean either. The metal arm was bent. Whatever did it had force. That camera was never found. By now, I was logging every small thing. I made sketches, noted GPS points, and kept a paper log in case something happened to the electronics. I barely slept. Every small noise outside the cabin put me on edge. The woods didn't feel empty anymore. They felt watched, like something just outside your sight, waiting for you to let your guard down. One night, I woke up to the sound of something brushing the side of the cabin. Not walking, brushing, like a branch or hand was dragging across the wall. Slow, long. I stayed frozen in my sleeping bag for 10 minutes. I had my flashlight in one hand and my flare gun in the other. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Eventually the sound stopped, but I didn't sleep again that night. At dawn, I stepped outside. There were no tracks, no scratches on the wall, but my cabin door latch had been moved. It wasn't broken, just unhooked, like someone had tried to open it gently. The final straw was a campsite check in early August. I had hiked out to one of the high-elevation campsites that sat on a ridge above the river. It was a steep 5-mile climb, and almost no one used it. It was remote, exposed, and had no water source. When I got there, the fire ring had been freshly used. That was weird enough, but sitting beside it was a small metal box. It was clean, like it had just been placed. No rust. I opened it. Inside were dozens of small bones. Clean, polished. Not chewed or broken. Laid out carefully. Each had a letter or number carved into it. No note. No tools. Just bones and symbols. I packed it all up and hiked back to the cabin without stopping. I sent another report, this one flagged urgent. I used the emergency code that says possible threat to ranger safety. 2 days later, a chopper flew overhead. It didn't land, just circled once and left. I never saw another human the rest of that month. By the time September rolled around, I was exhausted. I had lost weight. My sleep was down to an hour here and there. I didn't trust the cabin anymore. I started sleeping in different places each night. Sometimes under a tarp deep in the woods, sometimes in the lookout tower. I thought if someone was watching the cabin, I wouldn't be there when they came. The markers kept coming. More of them. One nailed to a tree right outside my cabin. That one I burned. The next day, 2 more appeared. I finally snapped in the second week of September. I had hiked to the river bend, one of my usual spots to check for erosion. When I got there, the trees had been stripped of bark in a wide circle, peeled like oranges. In the center was a stake with 3 symbols painted on it. I knew one was from a box. The other two were new. I didn't think. I took my flare gun and burned the entire site. Grass, trees, everything. I watched the flames rise while sweat poured down my back. I left it burning and ran. That night, I packed my gear. I radioed in and said I was leaving early. I didn't wait for a reply. I hiked out before sunrise and didn't stop until I hit the highway. I hitched a ride to the nearest town and filed a report with the local sheriff. He barely took notes. I was out of uniform, filthy, and rambling. He probably thought I was on something. I never went back. I filed my resignation a week later and transferred to an urban park in Southern Oregon. 3 months later, I got a manila envelope in the mail. No return address. Inside were 3 pictures. One was of me, asleep inside my cabin. The second was of me kneeling beside the second dead deer. The third was a shot of the clearing with the fire I had started, but taken from a high angle, like from a tree. I turned them in. The FBI looked into it, or said they would. I never heard back. It's been years now. I don't go into deep woods anymore. I still work for the service, but I stick to city parks, short trails, paved paths. I keep to the places where people are never far. I don't know who was out there. I don't know what the symbols meant or why the animals were laid out like that. I don't know if it was one person or more, but I do know this. They were watching me the entire time, and they were never more than a few steps behind. I've been a park ranger for almost 14 years now. The forest's always been part of me. Some people are built for city streets, constant noise, and lights. Not me. I grew up in small towns across Oregon and Washington. My father was a logger, my mom worked in a bait shop, and I learned early on how to listen to the woods. It has its own rhythm if you give it time. Most people never wait long enough to hear it. About 5 years ago, I took a seasonal job at a lesser-known reserve in northern Idaho. It was one of those temporary stints you take when you're between full-time assignments. The place was remote and barely staffed. That suited me fine. I like being alone in the woods. No tourists, no drunk campers starting fires, no noise pollution. Just me, the forest, and the job. The forest there was thick and heavy. Real old-growth pine, thick spruce, and larch. No proper trails ran through most of it, just rough paths used by elk and bears. The only man-made road was a washed-out fire trail that wound deep into the mountains. Most of the time, it was just a seasonal access road for utility crews or logging companies that had long since moved on. There were a few fire towers spread out every 10 or 15 miles. I got assigned to one of the towers. My job was basic. Hike in, stay at the tower for a week at a time, monitor fire conditions, report wildlife activity, and keep track of any trespassers or suspicious activity. The land was technically public, but barely anyone knew it existed. There were no facilities, no marked trails, and no reason for any casual camper or hiker to be out there. That's why I didn't expect to find anything strange. But something happened during that assignment, and it stayed with me every day since. I've written reports, filed logs, talked to investigators, but I still don't understand it all. What I saw, what I found, and what I didn't find. I hiked into the tower on a Monday morning in late September. The air was crisp, but not cold. Still green, but with the first hints of yellow creeping into the undergrowth. I had a 70-pound pack on my back with supplies for the week, canned food, a small propane burner, field gear, notebooks, and a satellite radio. The hiking took about 4 hours. The tower stood on a high ridge with views of the basin to the west. It wasn't high like the older wooden towers, but it gave good visibility. Once I settled in, the routine started. Early morning sweeps with binoculars, writing down weather and wind direction, tracking animal movement on the hills. Elk were starting to move. A few bears, mostly black bears, wandered near the lower creeks. Everything was calm. For the first 2 days, it was quiet and uneventful. But then, on the third morning, I noticed something strange. About 2 miles southeast of the tower, across a patch of rocky slopes and thick pine, I spotted a small, thin trail of smoke. It wasn't black or thick, so I knew it wasn't a wildfire. More like a small campfire. It wasn't alarming at first. People sometimes wandered onto this land from adjacent areas. Hunters, mostly. But the thing was, I hadn't heard anything on the radio about hunting permits being issued in this zone. And this area was restricted during this season. I made a note of it and planned to hike out that way the next day. Regulations required that I check any unauthorized camps. Plus, it was my job to make sure no one accidentally started a blaze or left behind trash or worse. The next morning, I packed lighter and set out at dawn. I had my GPS, a laminated map, bear spray, water, and my notepad. I followed the ridge south, then cut east through a dense patch of larch and hemlock. The hike was rough. No real trails, just old game tracks. Thick undergrowth slowed me down. Took nearly 2 hours to reach where I thought the smoke had come from. But when I got there, I didn't find a fire. I found a small, overgrown clearing, maybe 30 feet across. It had signs of human presence, though. Flat earth, disturbed soil, some matted grass like someone had laid out a tarp or bedding. I found a few footprints, but they were faint and shallow. Hard to tell how many people or how old. I thought maybe they'd left earlier in the morning or the night before. Still, it was odd. No wrappers, no cans, no fire ring, no trash. Most campers, even the careful ones, leave something behind. I walked the perimeter, checked for any gear stashed in trees or brush. Nothing. I marked the location on my GPS and headed back. That night, I filed a report to my supervisor. I wasn't alarmed, just curious. But then the next night, I saw the smoke again. Same direction, maybe a little farther southeast. Again, it was thin and brief, only visible for maybe 10 minutes near dusk. I thought it might be a trick of the light. But the next morning, I made my way back down. This time, I found something else. About a mile past the first clearing, near the bend of Small Creek, I found a fire pit. Still warm. Fresh ash, maybe a few hours old. Next to it were signs of temporary camp. Again, no trash, no gear, no sign of who had been there. But there were fresh footprints, bare footprints. That caught me off guard. Not hiking boots, not sandals, bare feet. Not child-sized either. These were adult feet, wide and calloused. I didn't know what to make of that. Who the hell was walking barefoot in this terrain? It wasn't flat. The underbrush was full of thorns, loose rock, pine needles. Walking barefoot out here was stupid. Dangerous. I looked around more, followed a few faint trails through the brush, but they looped in odd directions and disappeared in a thicker forest. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept going over it in my mind. The footprints, the fresh fire, the fact that someone had been there just hours before I arrived. It wasn't a harmless lost camper. It fell off, but I had no proof of anything illegal, so all I could do was record it. On the 5th day, I woke up early, around 5:30 a.m. It was still dark, but the sky was just beginning to lighten. I stepped out onto the platform of the tower with my thermos. The air was cold, no wind. I scanned the horizon with binoculars, and I saw something that froze me in place. Down at the bottom of the valley, maybe a mile and a half from the tower, right near the edge of the forest, I saw movement. It was hard to describe. It looked like several figures. Standing still. Just standing. No walking, no shifting, no waving. Just standing in a loose group facing the tower. They weren't close enough for me to see their faces or features, but they were upright, human-shaped, too far to photograph clearly. I kept watching them. After maybe 2 or 3 minutes, they slowly walked back into the tree line. I waited for a while. Nothing else happened. That afternoon, I hiked down to where I thought they'd been. The forest there was thick and steep, so it took longer than I expected. By the time I got to the base of the ridge, it was late afternoon. I searched the area and found a narrow path. It was freshly worn, and I followed it. It led to something I didn't expect to find. There was a camp, a full, active camp, but no people, just the remains. There were 4 small, makeshift shelters made from deadfall, tarps, and brush. The structures looked temporary, but lived in. Inside one was a pile of hand-cut firewood. Another had stacked bedding made from pine boughs and fabric strips. No sleeping bags, no gear, just fabric, like old clothes torn into sheets. The third shelter had bones in it. Animal bones. Cleaned. Arranged. Maybe deer. Maybe elk. But the way they were stacked, it didn't look like they'd been left after eating. It looked ritualistic, like someone had spent a lot of time arranging them. The 4th shelter had nothing in it but a single backpack. It was weathered and old. Inside were a few items: rope, a knife, and a notebook. The notebook wasn't written in any language I recognized. It was filled with symbols, strange marks, line drawings, dots and grids. No words, no dates, just symbols. I marked the coordinates and left fast. When I got back to the tower, I locked the door. I called in the next morning, told my supervisor what I'd seen. He was skeptical, but sent a ranger team to check it out. By the time they got there, the camp was gone. Everything had been dismantled. No shelters, no bones, no notebook. Just forest floor and a few broken branches. They thought I'd made a mistake. Maybe I'd found a hunter's primitive camp. Maybe squatters. But know what I saw? I know that someone or a group of people had been living out there just miles from my post. Quietly, carefully, watching the bare footprints, the smoke, the standing figures. They never found them. No arrests, no follow-up. I finished out my week and never went back to that tower. Years have passed, and I still think about it. I worked in other parks since then. Nothing like that's ever happened again. But I still carry that memory with me. Who were they? Why were they hiding? And why, of all the places in the forest, were they watching me? I've heard stories about isolationist, survivalist groups, cults. People want to live off-grid. I can understand that. But the way they moved, the silence, the disappearing act, something was wrong. Not supernatural, just human, but twisted. And that, to me, is scarier than any ghost story. Because it was real. I've been working as a park ranger for over a decade now. Most of my time is spent in northern Colorado, up in the Poudre Canyon region, not far from the Wyoming border. It's mostly forest, steep slopes, deep ravines, scattered lakes, and long stretches of old fire roads that barely show up on the maps anymore. I took the job because I liked the solitude. It wasn't about public service or anything noble. I just wanted to be left alone and be out in the woods. That was enough for me. There's one patrol route we nicknamed the Storage Trail. It's not an official trail you'd find on the tourist maps or brochures. The name came from the fact that it connects several old backcountry maintenance sheds and weather shelters that the Forest Service used to rely on back in the 60s and 70s. Most of those buildings have long since rotted out or been taken back by the forest, but a few of them still stand. They're used now for seasonal equipment storage, like chainsaws, radios, gasoline drums, and sometimes even food barrels for winter operations. It's a quiet route, remote. Not many people know about it, and even fewer bother walking it. There's no signage. You have to know where to go. That's why we use it mostly for solo patrols. Long hikes with overnight campouts to check on the sheds and log any damage, intrusions, or animal activity. I'd done that route maybe a dozen times over the years. It's always a long slog, usually 3 days on foot if you stop to document everything. That year, though, in early November, I volunteered to do it alone. I don't know why I volunteered. It was colder than usual that fall, and most of the crew didn't feel like dealing with it. The first snow hadn't come in full force yet, but the ground was frozen. Ponds and creeks were starting to glaze over. Nights were well below freezing. It was the kind of time where you wake up with your water bottle frozen solid and your boots stiff as wood. I left from the ranger station at sunrise, carrying a 45-pound pack, tent, food, warm clothes, stove, notebook, first aid, extra batteries, and a sidearm. I rarely carry my gun, but this time I packed it. Not for people, for mountain lions. We'd had a few sightings recently near the lower elevation sheds. One had even gotten into a food barrel. The first day was uneventful. I walked 15 miles before dark and camped just east of Miller's Ridge, where the first shed sat near a dried-out creek bed. That one was nothing special, just a crumbling concrete structure with a metal door hanging off one hinge. Inside were some rusted tools, broken crates, and mouse droppings. I took some photos, filled out the log, then set up camp a few hundred yards upwind. Ate my meal in silence, listened to the wind through the trees, and turned in early. I remember the coyotes howling that night. They were far off, but something about their pattern didn't sit right with me. Usually, it's a quick group howl and then silence. This time it went on for over an hour, short yips, then pauses, then more yips. No howls. I didn't sleep great. Day 2, I covered another dozen miles, reaching the second shed by mid-afternoon. This one was in better shape. Built into the slope of a hill, it had a steel door and thick wooden beams holding up the roof. Still had some working locks too. It looked more like a mini bunker than a shed. I unlocked it and went inside. The place was colder than the air outside. It took my eyes a few seconds to adjust. There were shelves of sealed containers, old rations, folded tarps, and stacks of fuel cans. All properly tagged. Nothing out of place. But I noticed something strange as I was leaving. There were scuff marks on the floor, muddy boot prints. They weren't mine. I was wearing insulated rubber boots with a wide tread pattern. These were narrower, with a waffle sole. Not brand new either. Worn down in the heel. I checked around the building. No sign of fresh tracks outside. The ground was hard and frozen, but there should have been some disturbance near the door if someone else had been here recently. But nothing. The door had been locked when I got there, and the lock wasn't damaged. I didn't like that. I wrote it down in my log and tried to shake it off. Maybe another ranger had stopped by before the snow set in and forgot to report it. Maybe someone copied the key. Still, I moved my tent a little further up the hill that night. Set up near a rock outcrop with a clear view down to the shed. I didn't light a fire. Ate a cold meal and stayed quiet. It got colder that night. The wind picked up after midnight. I heard it rattle through the trees and push against the tent walls. Every now and then I thought I heard footsteps crunching on the frozen dirt, but it was hard to tell. Sound carries weirdly in the woods, especially at night. I stayed awake most of the night, holding my flashlight in one hand and my sidearm in the other. Nothing happened though. No movement, no lights, no noise up close. I left before sunrise the next morning. The third shed was deeper in, harder to reach. I crossed 2 dry creek beds, climbed down a ravine, and followed a narrow animal trail up the side of a ridge. That last part of the route had always been sketchy. Lots of loose rocks, fallen logs, and a long drop if you lost your footing. I moved slow and steady. By mid-afternoon, I reached the final shed. It sat alone at the base of a small hill, surrounded by dead trees and waist-high brush. This one had no door, just a gaping entrance like a mouth. The roof had partially collapsed on one side, and the inside was filled with leaves, debris, and old junk. Some of it looked burned. A few years ago, we'd had a small wildfire pass through here. I'd forgotten how bad it had been in this spot. I stepped inside to check for animals or squatters. Nothing moved. There was a strong smell, though. Rotting wood, mold, and something else, chemical maybe. Could have been old gasoline. I looked around, took some pictures, and started filling out my report. That's when I found something that made me stop cold. In the far corner of the shed, near the collapsed wall, was a pile of clothing. Not ranger gear, just old, dirty clothes. A coat, some pants, a torn backpack. And inside that backpack were some personal items. A cracked phone, a lighter, a small notebook. I flipped it open. The writing was shaky, mostly half sentences. Dates, locations, weather notes. Then things that didn't make sense. Things like, asterisk, he's coming again tonight. I saw the flashlight. Asterisk, try to hide, but he heard me. Asterisk, don't go to the top shed. That's where he stays. That last line made my blood run cold. There was no top shed, at least not that I knew of. I checked the dates in the notebook. They were from a year before, almost to the day, and I had no record of anyone being assigned to this trail that fall. Nobody in the logbooks, no scheduled patrols. I checked when I got back. The last official visit to this route had been spring of the previous year. No fall patrol was listed. I searched the area around the shed. No signs of a grave or body. Just the clothes, the backpack, and the notebook. I took photos of everything. I didn't take the notebook. It felt wrong, like it belonged to someone who never meant for it to be found. I didn't sleep that night. I moved my tent up to the ridgeline, where I could see both the valley and the surrounding forest. I kept my gear packed, stove ready, boots on. I didn't build a fire. I sat up most of the night listening. Around 2 a.m., I saw a light moving through the trees on the opposite ridge. Just a faint white glow, like someone holding a flashlight and moving slowly downhill. I watched it for almost 20 minutes. It didn't move like a hiker. It paused at random times, then sped up, then stopped again. No rhythm. It moved toward the direction of the old shed. then stopped and disappeared behind a tree line. I waited. Nothing else happened. No noise. No more light. I packed up camp before the sun rose. I didn't finish the trail. I took the shortcut route back toward the access road and made it out by late evening, sore and exhausted. I filed my report the next morning, included everything except the light. I left out the part about the movement at night. I figured nobody would believe it anyway. But I told them about the notebook, the gear, and the boot prints. A few days later, 2 other rangers went up with me to check the shed again. The gear was gone. No backpack. No clothes. Not even the notebook. Just an empty pile of leaves where I had seen them. They looked at me like maybe I'd made it up. Maybe the cold got to me, they said. Maybe I hallucinated it. But know what I saw? I had photos, though they were blurry and not enough to prove anything. We checked the other sheds too. No sign of forced entry. Nothing missing. They closed the trail for the season after that. Too much risk of early snow, they said. Too isolated. We didn't reopen it the next year either. That route hasn't been officially patrolled since. I still work the forests. Still do solo patrols. But I stay away from that side of the park. I avoid the ridge. I don't volunteer for that route anymore. And I've never seen that light again. But every now and then, when the wind is right and I'm far out in the backcountry, I'll hear something strange. Not an animal, not a tree creaking, but something moving through the brush. Quiet, steady, a light step, like someone walking without wanting to be heard. And when I hear that, I stop what I'm doing, pack up my gear, and head back early. I don't ask questions. I don't investigate. Some things in the woods are better left alone. I took the ranger job at Gulch Hollow because I thought it would be easy. I had been working odd maintenance jobs after I left the Army, and when I saw the posting for a full-time seasonal ranger out near the Appalachian foothills, I didn't think twice. The job came with a small cabin, a decent wage, and the kind of peace and quiet you don't find in cities. I had grown tired of noise. I figured fresh air and long walks through the woods would do me good. Gulch Hollow wasn't a big park. It covered just under 25 square miles of wooded hills, creeks, and old dirt roads. It had a small lake, a couple of scattered campsites, and no more than 5 trailheads. Most of the visitors came in on weekends, and even then, only in small groups. It wasn't a national park, just a quiet, overlooked piece of land in the middle of nowhere. The main station was a prefab office cabin with a couple of radios, some maps pinned to corkboards, and a folding table where I'd eat my meals if I wasn't out walking the trails. I had my own ranger cabin up on a small ridge not far from the station. It was old, probably built in the 70s, pine walls, tin roof with stove. No internet, just a shortwave radio and a landline that barely worked. I didn't mind. By the time October rolled in, the trees were all fire red and orange. That was when things started getting strange. At first, it was little stuff. Nothing you'd call scary on its own. Trash cans knocked over at campsites. A fire pit still smoking after dusk when no one had checked in that day. A squirrel trap someone had rigged up using fishing line and a rock. I figured maybe a hunter was squatting in the woods. That happened more often than people thought. They'd hike an off-grid and set up illegal campsites deep where we couldn't see them from the trail. I made a note to patrol deeper and more often. There was this one trail called the South Loop that curved out along a ridgeline before dropping into a low valley full of thick underbrush and switchbacks. It wasn't a popular route. Too long. Most hikers avoided it. But I started going down it twice a week, sometimes more. The deeper I went, the more off things felt. I started seeing boot prints in the mud where no one should have been. Not hiking boots. Work boots. Big ones. Same tread every time. Too big for the Forest Service rangers who came through here. Too big for most visitors. Size 13 or 14 maybe. Heavy. Like they were dragging their feet through the mud. I reported it once. Told the office that I suspected someone was living rough in the woods. They sent a second ranger, Chuck, to patrol with me for a day. But the weather turned, and we couldn't find anything. No campsite, no smoke, no signs. Chuck shrugged it off, said maybe I was seeing my own boot prints from the week before. But I wasn't. These were fresh, wet, sometimes still filling with rainwater. Sometimes they'd vanish halfway up the hill like someone stepped off the trail and melted into the underbrush. A week later, I found the dead deer. It was early morning. Cold, foggy. I was about a mile down the south loop, just past a narrow rock slide where the trail narrowed. Off to the side of the trail, I saw a broken sapling and a trail of dark smears leading down into the brush. I followed it maybe 40 yards, and there was an 8-point buck twisted and half buried under wet leaves. Its legs were broken, neck snapped, belly torn open, but not eaten, not even touched, just open, organs still inside. No bite marks, no claw marks. And here's the part that made my stomach flip. It had a length of rusty, baling wire twisted around its snout, cutting into the flesh, like someone had pulled it tight. That wasn't a predator. That was a trap, a cruel one. I marked the location on my notepad, hiked back, and called it in. They sent Chuck again, but by the time he came out the next morning, the body was gone. No trace, not even blood, like something had dragged the whole deer off in the night. Chuck cracked a joke about bears being efficient, but I knew better. There were no drag marks, no tufts of fur, just disturbed leaves where something big had moved through without leaving a footprint. After that, I stopped sleeping well. I started locking the cabin door at night, something I never did before. I kept the shotgun loaded, leaned against the wall next to my bed. I'd wake up at 2 or 3 in the morning and just lie there, staring at the dark, listening. Then one night I heard it. 3 sharp knocks on the cabin wall. Not the door, the wall just beside the window. I sat up, heart pounding. It was pitch black outside. No moon. The woods were dead silent. No wind. No insects. Just 3 hard knocks like someone rapped their knuckles on the siding. I waited. 10 minutes. Then 20. I didn't go to the window. I didn't want to know. The next morning, I checked. No footprints. Nothing. But on the wall just below the window, I saw a smear of mud. Wide, like the back of someone's hand had dragged across the siding. Long fingers. No glove. I started hiking the perimeter every day, checking trail cams. I even set up 2 new ones deeper down in the South Loop Valley, hidden behind some rocks. I set them to record full clips, not just motion stills. I came back 2 days later to check the memory cards. One camera was gone. The other had been turned around to face the tree trunk. Not just twisted on the strap, it had been unscrewed and rotated. Carefully, when I checked the footage, I saw nothing for the first 12 hours. Then, at exactly 2:37 a.m., the feed cut out for 6 seconds. When it came back, the image was upside down, showing nothing but leaves and brush. I still don't know how someone disabled a motion sensor without triggering it. Whoever it was, they knew what they were doing. That week, I hiked out past the boundary fence. Gulch Hollow had a fence that marked its far eastern edge, nothing fancy. Just a strand of barbed wire strung between old metal posts. On the other side was private land, and used according to the old survey maps. The woods, they were thicker, the trees older. I had never been out that way. About half a mile past the fence, I found something that made my blood run cold. It was a small clearing. In the center, there was a pile of animal bones. Dozens, maybe more, all cleaned, arranged in spirals. Around the edge of the clearing were small wooden totems made of sticks, tied with rope or wire. No markings, just shapes, bent and broken in ways that made no sense. I didn't stay long. I hiked back fast, not even stopping to drink. I sent a full report to the district office, but they didn't do anything. No one came to check it out. Budget cuts, short staff. That's what they told me. I was told to stay vigilant and report any direct encounters. I spent the next week jumping at shadows. And then the hunter disappeared. His name was Bill something. I don't remember the last name. 60 years old, local. Had a permit to hunt deer during the early muzzleloader season. He signed into the front kiosk on a Tuesday morning. I saw his truck parked at Trailhead C when I did my evening drive-by. Everything looked normal. 3 days later, the truck was still there. That was already a red flag. Most hunters came out by nightfall. I radioed it in. Got told to check it out. I hiked the trail up past Creek Bend and into the North Flats. That's where most of the hunters went. Thick cover. Good high ground. I hiked for 3 hours and found no sign of him. No spent rounds. No blood. No flag tape. Just dead silence. On the way back, I noticed something off the trail. half a wool glove caught in the underbrush. Tattered, dark stain on the fingers. I took it back, filed another report. A week later, they found the guy's rifle. Just a rifle. Leaned up against a tree 200 yards from where I found the glove. No blood. No prints. Just leaned up neat, like someone placed it there on purpose. They never found the man. They closed the north end of the park for trail maintenance, but I knew it was a cover. I stopped going on solo patrols after that. I never said it out loud, but I knew deep down there was someone out there, living rough, hiding, watching. And then on my last week, I finally saw him. It was near dusk, late November. The air was bitter cold, and the light was dying fast. I was hiking back up the South Loop Ridge, hurrying to beat the dark, when I caught a movement out of the corner of my eye. Maybe 30 yards downslope, between two trees. I stopped, held my breath. I saw a figure, tall, thin, wearing what looked like a canvas jacket, caked in mud. No pack, no hat, just standing there, facing me. I couldn't see his face. The trees cast too much shadow, but he didn't move, didn't say a word, just stood still, half hidden behind the trunk like he wanted me to see him. I reached for my radio, but it crackled and went dead. Battery full. Just stopped working. When I looked back, he was gone. I didn't run. I walked fast. Didn't look back again until I hit the ridge line and saw the lights of the station down below. I resigned the next day. I packed up that night and drove out before sunrise. I didn't tell anyone what I saw. I didn't care if they believed me. I left my badge and key at the station door and never looked back. Gulch Hollow is still out there. I check the news sometimes, half expecting to see a story about missing hikers or bones found in the woods. But there's never anything. Just silence. I've worked for the National Park Service for almost 12 years now. Most of my time has been spent in the western United States, Utah, Arizona, Colorado, places like that. Dry land, red dust, long plateaus, and deep canyons. I've been stationed in deserts, forests, and grasslands, but the one that stuck with me the most, and not in a good way, was my time at the Kaibab Plateau area, just north of the Grand Canyon. I was posted there for just over a year. Remote, rugged terrain. Not many tourists in that part of the park. It was the kind of place that attracts the more serious hikers and backpackers, the ones who pack their own meals and live out of their truck for a week at a time. It wasn't a place for the average family with kids and a stroller. It was harsh, hot in the day, cold at night, and dry enough that your lips cracked open by the second day if you weren't constantly drinking water. My job was mainly patrolling backcountry roads, checking trail registers, restocking emergency water caches, monitoring fire risks, and every now and then helping search and rescue when someone went missing, which, to be honest, didn't happen all that often. But when it did, it usually wasn't too complicated. A hiker would miss a turn, get stuck overnight, and turn up dusty and tired, but otherwise okay. But in the spring of 2017, things changed. The calls started coming in more frequently. People disappearing, but not turning up. No tracks, no gear, no signs of wildlife attack, no anything. They just vanished. It started with a solo hiker named Travis. Mid-30s, experienced backpacker, left a detailed itinerary with the rangers. Even checked in by radio when he hit a known marker halfway into his planned 4-day hike. 2 days later, he missed his check-in. Search and rescue went out. I was part of that team. We followed his route, found his footprints for a while, then nothing. Just gone, like he walked straight into the air. No scuff marks, no signs of struggle, no drop gear. Just nothing. I remember staring at the spot where his boot prints ended, trying to make sense of it. It was a flat stretch of dirt trail, open and exposed, with no cover for 30 feet in any direction. It was like he'd been lifted off the ground. I didn't like it, but we all chalked it up to natural causes. Maybe he got disoriented, fell into a wash or a sinkhole. But we looked. We really looked. Helicopters, dogs, trackers. We found no trace. After a week, the search was called off. I didn't forget it though. The second one happened 6 weeks later. A pair of trail runners, a man and a woman in their 20s, both physically fit, both with GPS watches that pinged satellite signals. Their last known location was a side trail off the main plateau rim. Just a simple detour hike, about 4 miles round trip. They were last seen at the trailhead by another visitor around 7 a.m. Never came back. A park biologist found their rental car, still parked 2 days later, and called it in. Again, I was on the team that went in after them. Same thing. We followed their GPS coordinates for a while, found footprints, and even an energy bar wrapper along the trail. But halfway along the rim, the trail runs beside a steep drop-off. You could fall, sure, but there was no sign of a fall. No rocks disturbed, no broken twigs, no signs of sliding. Just the trail, then nothing. I'm not the paranoid type. I've slept under the stars more nights than I can count, and I've heard every coyote, bobcat, mountain lion, and black bear sound there is. But I didn't like that spot. It felt still, dead still, like no birds, no bugs, no wind even. I know that's not a scientific thing to say, but I noticed these kinds of details. We spent 3 days scouring that rim. Dogs picked up nothing. No broken branches, no scrape marks. We even brought climbing gear and rappelled down the canyon edge just in case they'd fallen in. Nothing. Their GPS watches were never recovered. Not a single signal after that last ping. I started having trouble sleeping after that search. My stomach always felt tight, and I had this dull ache behind my eyes all the time. I didn't tell anyone, because what could I even say? Hey, I think the woods feel weird. The third case is where things really started to mess with me. It was early July, right after the 4th. Holiday crowds had gone home, and the backcountry quieted down again. I was doing a loop around the northern part of the plateau, checking signage and bear boxes when dispatch radioed in a call. Another missing hiker. I rolled my eyes when I heard it, thinking maybe someone just got turned around. But this one was different. It was a man named Everett, about 55, who had a permit for a 2-night solo hike through a remote drainage called Dead Horse Gulch. That trail hadn't been officially maintained in years, but it was still on the maps. Everett had reported in when he picked up his permit. He seemed sharp, had a full pack, paper maps, compass, satellite phone, the whole kit. One of the rangers I knew had checked him in and said the guy was overprepared if anything. But on the morning he was supposed to hike out, no one saw him. We waited a day. Protocol allows for weather, injury delays, etc. Then sent in a team. I took a 4x4 down a service road and hiked the rest of the way into Dead Horse Gulch with 2 other rangers. We made camp near the trail's end, hoping we'd run into him walking out late. That place was rough. Steep drop-offs, narrow canyon walls, and loose scree underfoot. It had always been one of the more dangerous areas for solo hiking. But Everett had said he wanted solitude. He got it. We found signs he'd made it in. Fresh boot prints, a small fire ring, and even his camp spot. But no Everett. His gear was there. Pack, sleeping bag, stove. The satellite phone was sitting on top of a flat rock like it had been left there intentionally. Battery was still good. I turned it on. No messages. No outgoing ping since day one. Now, I don't like jumping to conclusions, but I knew what this meant. That was the 3rd missing person in under 3 months in the same 25 square mile stretch of forest and rock. And none of them turned up, dead or alive. No tracks out. No signs of dehydration, no injuries. All 3 vanished within miles of each other. That night at camp, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing little rocks slide down the hillside near us. I told myself it was just deer or marmots, but it didn't sound right. Too heavy, too slow, like someone trying to walk quietly and failing. I didn't say anything to the others, but I kept my flashlight and knife right next to my sleeping bag. The next morning, one of the other rangers, Mark, looked pale. He said he'd woken up at one point and thought he saw a shadow on the ridge line above camp. Just a figure standing still. But when he blinked, it was gone. We all laughed it off, but I noticed he didn't eat breakfast and packed his gear twice as fast as normal. None of us were joking anymore by the end of that day. Over the next 2 weeks, the park brought in investigators from Flagstaff and even a guy from the regional office. We mapped out all the missing persons on a giant printout. We marked weather conditions, trail use, known hazards, everything. Nothing connected. Different experience levels, different backgrounds, different days. The only link was location. I volunteered to keep patrolling that zone. I told them I was familiar with it, but truthfully, I just needed to see it through. I couldn't sleep right at night. My hands would tremble sometimes when I wasn't doing anything. I felt like something was unfinished. I started hiking the area solo, off trail sometimes. I checked old game paths, drainage lines, abandoned campsites. I hiked every damn inch between the spots those people were last seen. It got to the point where I could see the pattern of dust on the trail and tell you if someone had walked it within the past 48 hours. One afternoon, deep in scrub brush, I found something. Not a body, not a person, just a boot. It was a right hiking boot, tan suede, with a cracked sole and a faded logo. Sitting upright, not buried, not scuffed or tossed, like someone had stepped out of it. The laces were tied neatly. I bagged it, marked the GPS, and brought it in. Turned out it was the same model Everett had worn. But we never found the left boot. Never found him either. By fall, the disappearances stopped. I don't know why. Maybe fewer hikers. Maybe whatever had been happening just ended. I transferred out the following spring. Couldn't take it anymore. Every time the wind changed directions, I found myself looking over my shoulder. I stopped sleeping in the field. I turned down solo assignments. I left the plateau, moved to a quieter park in New Mexico. Been here ever since. Nothing weird. Just the usual injuries, drunks, animal problems. But I think about Kaibab all the time. I dream about it. About empty trails, about gear left behind in neat little piles. Sometimes I wake up and smell dust in my nose like I'm still out there. The official reports list all 3 cases as presumed deceased, unresolved. Not uncommon for wilderness disappearances. People get lost, animals scavenge, weather erases tracks. But 3 healthy adults vanishing without a trace in the same spot? That's not normal. And here's the part that really sticks with me. About a year later, I got a call from an old friend still working the Kaibab district. He said a survey team had gone into Dead Horse Gulch again. They found a metal thermos jammed into a crevice in the rock wall. Inside it was a folded piece of